Part 1, Chapter 1A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 1A, The Gray Seal. Among New York's fashionable and ultra-exclusive clubs, the St. James stood an acknowledged leader. More men perhaps cast an envious eye at its portals, of modest and unassuming taste, as they passed by on Fifth Avenue, than they did at any other club upon the long list that the city boasts. True, there were more expensive clubs upon whose membership rolls scintillated more stars of New York's social set. But the St. James was distinctive. It guaranteed a man, so to speak, that is, it guaranteed a man to be innately a gentleman. It required money, it is true, to keep up one's membership, but there were many members who were not wealthy, as wealth is measured nowadays. There were many, even, who were pressed sometimes to meet their dues and their house accounts, but the accounts were invariably promptly paid. No man once in could ever afford, or ever have the desire, to resign from the St. James Club. Its membership was cosmopolitan. Men of every walk in life passed in and out of its doors, professional men and businessmen, physicians, artists, merchants, authors, engineers, each stamped with the hallmark of the St. James, an innate gentleman. To receive a 2 weeks out-of-town visitor's card to the St. James was something to speak about, and men from Chicago, St. Louis, or San Francisco spoke of it with a sort of holier-than-thou air to fellow members of their own exclusive clubs at home again. Is there any doubt that Jimmie Dale was a gentleman, an innate gentleman? Jimmie Dale's father had been a member of the St. James Club, and one of the largest safe manufacturers of the United States, a prosperous, wealthy man, and at Jimmie Dale's birth he had proposed his son's name for membership. It took some time to get into the St. James. There was a long waiting list that neither money, influence, nor pull could alter by so much as one iota. Men proposed their sons' names for membership when they were born, as religiously as they entered them upon the city's birth register. At 21, Jimmie Dale was elected to membership, and incidentally that same year graduated from Harvard. It was Mr. Dale's desire that his son should enter the business and learn it from the ground up, and Jimmie Dale, for 4 years thereafter, had followed his father's wishes. Then his father died. Jimmie Dale had leanings toward more artistic pursuits than business. He was credited with sketching a little, writing a little, and he was credited with having received a very snug amount from the combine to which he sold out his safe manufacturing interests. He lived a bachelor life. His mother had been dead many years, in the house that his father had left him on Riverside Drive, kept a car or two, and enough servants to run his menage smoothly, and serve a dinner exquisitely when he felt hospitably inclined. Could there be any doubt that Jimmie Dale was innately a gentleman? It was evening, and Jimmie Dale sat at a small table in the corner of the St. James Club dining-room. Opposite him sat Herman Carruthers, a young man of his own age, about 26, a leading figure in the newspaper world, whose rise from reporter to managing editor of the morning news Argus, within the short space of a few years, had been almost meteoric. They were at coffee and cigars, and Jimmie Dale was leaning back in his chair, his dark eyes fixed interestedly on his guest. Carruthers, intently engaged in trimming his cigar ash on the edge of the Limoges china saucer of his coffee set, looked up with an abrupt laugh. "No, I wouldn't care to go on record as being an advocate of crime," he said whimsically. "That would never do. But I don't mind admitting quite privately that it's been a positive regret to me that he has gone." "Made too good copy to lose, I suppose," suggested Jimmie Dale quizzically. "Too bad, too, after working up a theatrical name like that for him. The Gray Seal. Rather unique. Who stuck that on him? You?" Carruthers laughed, then, grown serious, leaned toward Jimmie Dale. "You don't mean to say, Jimmy, that you don't know about that, do you?" he asked incredulously. "Why, up to a year ago the papers were full of him." "I never read your beastly agony columns," said Jimmie Dale, with a cheery grin. "Well," said Carruthers, "you must have skipped everything but the stock reports, then." "Granted," said Jimmie Dale. "So go on, Carruthers, and tell me about him. I dare say I may have heard of him, since you are so distressed about it, but my memory isn't good enough to contradict anything you may have to say about the estimable gentleman, so you're safe." Carruthers reverted to the Limoges saucer and the tip of his cigar. "He was the most puzzling, bewildering, delightful crook in the annals of crime," said Carruthers reminiscently, after a moment's silence. "Jimmy, he was the kingpin of them all. Clever isn't the word for him, or daredevil isn't either. I used to think sometimes his motive was more than half for the pure deviltry of it, to laugh at the police and pull the noses of the rest of us that were after him. I used to dream nights about those confounded Gray Seals of his. That's where he got his name. He left every job he ever did with a little gray paper affair, fashioned diamond shape, stuck somewhere where it would be the first thing your eyes would light upon when you reached the scene, and—" "Don't go so fast," smiled Jimmie Dale. "I don't quite get the connection. What did you have to do with this Gray Seal fellow? Where do you come in?" I had a good deal to do with him," said Carruthers grimly. "I was a reporter when he first broke loose, and the ambition of my life, after I began really to appreciate what he was to get him, and I nearly did, half a dozen times, only—" "Only you never quite did, eh?" cut in Jimmie Dale slyly. "How near did you get, old man? Come on now, no bluffing. Did the Gray Seal ever even recognize you as a factor in the hare and hound game?" "You're flicking on the raw, Jimmy," Carruthers answered, with a wry grimace. "He knew me all right, confound him. He favored me with several sarcastic notes. I'll show 'em to you some day, explaining how I'd fallen down and how I could have got him if I'd done something else." Carruthers' fist came suddenly down on the table. "And I would have got him, too, if he had lived." "Lived!" ejaculated Jimmie Dale. "He's dead, then?" "Yes," averted Carruthers. "He's dead." Said Jimmie Dale facetiously. "I hope the size of the wreath you sent was an adequate tribute of your appreciation." "I never sent any wreath," returned Carruthers, "for the very simple reason that I didn't know where to send it, or when he died. I said he was dead because for over a year now he hasn't lifted a finger." "Rotten poor evidence, even for a newspaper," commented Jimmie Dale. "Why not give him credit for having, say, reformed?" Carruthers shook his head. "You don't get it at all, Jimmy," he said earnestly. "The Gray Seal wasn't an ordinary crook. He was a classic. He was an artist, and the art of the thing was in his blood. A man like that could no more stop than he could stop breathing and live. He's dead. There's nothing to it but that he's dead. I'd bet a year's salary on it." "Another good man gone wrong, then," said Jimmie Dale capriciously. "I suppose, though, that at least you discovered the woman in the case." Carruthers looked up quickly, a little startled, then laughed shortly. "What's the matter?" inquired Jimmie Dale. "Nothing," said Carruthers. "You kind of got me for a moment, that's all. That's the way those infernal notes from the Gray Seal used to end up. 'Find the lady, old chap, and you'll get me.' He had a damned patronizing familiarity that would make you squirm." "Poor old Carruthers," grinned Jimmie Dale. "You did take it to heart, didn't you?" "I'd have sold my soul to get him, and so would you if you had been in my boots," said Carruthers, biting nervously at the end of his cigar. "And been sorry for it afterward," supplied Jimmie Dale. "Yes, by Jove, you're right," admitted Carruthers. "I suppose I should. I actually got to love the fellow. It was the game, really, that I wanted to beat." "Well, and how about this woman?" "Keep on the straight and narrow path, old man," prodded Jimmie Dale. "The woman?" Carruthers smiled. "Nothing doing. I don't believe there was one. He wouldn't have been likely to egg the police and reporters on to finding her if there had been, would he? It was a blind, of course. He worked alone, absolutely alone. That's the secret of his success, according to my way of thinking. There was never so much as an indication that he had had an accomplice in anything he ever did." Jimmie Dale's eyes traveled around the club's homelike, perfectly appointed room. He nodded to a fellow member here and there, then his eyes rested musingly on his guest again. Carruthers was staring thoughtfully at his coffee cup. "He was the prince of crooks and the father of originality," announced Carruthers abruptly, following the pause that had ensued. "Half the time there wasn't any more getting at the motive for the curious things he did than there was getting at the Gray Seal himself." "Carruthers," said Jimmie Dale with a quick little nod of approval, "you're positively interesting tonight. But so far you've been kind of scouting around the outside edges without getting into the thick of it. Let's have some of your experiences with the Gray Seal in detail. They ought to make ripping fine yarns." "Not tonight, Jimmie," said Carruthers. "It would take too long." He pulled out his watch mechanically as he spoke, glanced at it, and pushed back his chair. "Great Scott!" he exclaimed. "It's nearly 9:30. I'd no idea we had lingered so long over dinner. I'll have to hurry. We're a morning paper, you know, Jimmie." "What, really? Is it as late as that?" Jimmie Dale rose from his chair as Carruthers stood up. "Well, if you must." "I must," said Carruthers with a laugh. "All right, old slave," Jimmie Dale laughed back, and slipped his hand, a trick of their old college days together, through Carruthers' arm as they left the room. He accompanied Carruthers downstairs to the door of the club, and saw his guest into a taxi. Then he returned inside, sauntered through the billiard room, and from there into one of the card rooms, where, pressed into a game, he played several rubbers of bridge before going home. It was therefore well on toward midnight when Jimmie Dale arrived at his house on Riverside Drive and was admitted by an elderly manservant. "Hello, Jason," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "You still up?" "Yes, sir," replied Jason, who had been valet to Jimmie Dale's father before him. "I was going to bed, sir, at about 10 o'clock, when a messenger came with a letter. Begging your pardon, sir, a young lady, and—" "Jason!" Jimmie Dale flung out the interruption, sudden, quick, imperative. "What did she look like?" Why, I don't exactly know as I could describe her, sir," stammered Jason, taken aback. "Very ladylike, sir, in her dress and appearance, and what I would call, sir, a beautiful face." "Hair and eyes? What color?" demanded Jimmie Dale crisply. "Nose, lips, chin, what shape?" "Why, sir," gasped Jason, staring at his master, "I don't rightly know. I wouldn't call her fair or dark, something between. I didn't take particular notice, and it wasn't over light outside the door." "It's too bad you weren't a younger man, Jason," commented Jimmie Dale, with a curious tinge of bitterness in his voice. "I'd have given a year's income for your opportunity tonight, Jason." "Yes, sir," said Jason helplessly. "Well, go on," prompted Jimmie Dale. "You told her I wasn't home, and she said she knew it, didn't she? And she left a letter that I was on no account to miss receiving when I got back, though there was no need of telephoning me to the club. When I returned would do, but it was imperative that I should have it then, eh?" "Good Lord, sir!" ejaculated Jason. His jaw dropped. "That's exactly what she did say." "Jason," said Jimmie Dale grimly, "listen to me. If ever she comes here again, inveigle her in. If you can't inveigle her in, use force. Capture her, pull her in, do anything. Do anything, do you hear? Only don't let her get away from you until I've come." Jason gazed at his master as though the other had lost his reason. "Use force, sir?" he repeated weakly, and shook his head. You can't mean that, sir." "Can't I?" inquired Jimmie Dale with a mirthless smile. "I mean every word of it, Jason, and if I thought there was the slightest chance of her giving you the opportunity, I'd be more imperative still. As it is, where's the letter?" "On the table in your studio, sir," said Jason mechanically. Jimmie Dale started toward the stairs, then turned and came back to where Jason, still shaking his head heavily, had been gazing anxiously after his master. Jimmie Dale laid his hand on the old man's shoulder. "Jason," he said kindly, with a swift change of mood, "you've been a long time in the family, first with my father and now with me. You'd do a good deal for me, wouldn't you?" "I'd do anything in the world for you, Master Jim," said the old man earnestly. "Well, then, remember this," said Jimmie Dale slowly, looking into the other's eyes. "Remember this. Keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. It's my fault. I should have warned you long ago, but I never dreamed that she would ever come here herself. There have been times when it was practically a matter of life and death to me to know who that woman is that you saw tonight. That's all, Jason. Now go to bed." "Master Jim," said the old man simply, "thank you, sir. Thank you for trusting me. I've dandled you on my knee when you were a baby, Master Jim. I don't know what it's about, and it isn't for me to ask. I thought, sir, that maybe you were having a little fun with me. But I know now, and you can trust me, Master Jim, if she ever comes again." "Thank you, Jason," said Jimmie Dale, his hand closing with an appreciative pressure on the other's shoulder. "Good night, Jason." Upstairs on the first landing, Jimmie Dale opened a door, closed and locked it behind him, and the electric switch clicked under his fingers. A glow fell softly from a cluster of shaded ceiling lights. It was a large room, a very large room, running the entire depth of the house, and the effect of apparent disorder in the arrangement of its appointments seemed to breathe a sense of charm. There were great, cozy, deep, leather-covered lounging chairs, a huge, leather-covered davenport, and an easel or two with half-finished sketches upon them. The walls were panelled, the panels of exquisite grain and matching. In the center of the room stood a flat-topped rosewood desk. Upon the floor was a dark, heavy velvet rug, and perhaps most inviting of all, there was a great, old-fashioned fireplace at one side of the room. For an instant Jimmie Dale remained quietly by the door, as though listening. 6 feet he stood, muscular in every line of his body, like a well-trained athlete with no single ounce of superfluous fat about him. The grace and ease of power in his poise. His strong, clean-shaven face, as the light fell upon it now, was serious, a mood that became him well. The firm lips closed, the dark, reliant eyes a little narrowed, a frown on the broad forehead, the square jaw clamped. Then abruptly he walked across the room to the desk, picked up an envelope that lay upon it, and turning again, dropped into the nearest lounging chair. There had been no doubt in his mind, none to dispel. It was precisely what he had expected from almost the first word Jason had spoken. It was the same handwriting, the same texture of paper, and there was the same old haunting, rare, indefinable fragrance about it. Jimmie Dale's hands turned the envelope now this way, now that, as he looked at it. Wonderful hands were Jimmie Dale's, with long, slim, tapering fingers, whose sensitive tips seemed now as though they were striving to decipher the message within. He laughed suddenly, a little harshly, and tore open the envelope. 5 closely written sheets fell into his hand. He read them slowly, critically, read them over again. And then, his eyes on the rug at his feet, he began to tear the paper into minute pieces between his fingers, depositing the pieces as he tore them upon the arm of his chair. The 5 sheets demolished, his fingers dipped into the heap of shreds on the arm of the chair, tore them until they were scarcely larger than bits of confetti, tore at them absently and mechanically, his eyes never shifting from the rug at his feet. Then, with a shrug of his shoulders, as though rousing himself to present reality, a curious smile flickering on his lips, He brushed the pieces of paper into one hand, carried them to the empty fireplace, laid them down in a little pile, and set them on fire. Lighting a cigarette, he watched them burn until the last glow had gone from the last charred scrap. Then he crunched and scattered them with the brass-handled fender brush, and, retracing his steps across the room, flung back a portiere from where it hung before a little alcove, and dropped on his knees in front of a round, squat, barrel-shaped safe, one of his own design and planning in the years when he had been with his father. His slim, sensitive fingers played for an instant among the knobs and dials that studded the door, guided, it seemed, by the sense of touch alone, and the door swung open. Within was another door, with locks and bolts as intricate and massive as the outer one. This, too, he opened, and then from the interior took out a short, thick, rolled-up leather bundle tied together with thongs. He rose from his knees, closed the safe, and drew the portiere across the alcove again. With the bundle under his arm, he glanced sharply around the room, listened intently, then, unlocking the door that gave on the hall, he switched off the lights and went to his dressing-room that was on the same floor. Here, divesting himself quickly of his dinner clothes, he selected a dark tweed suit with loose-fitting sack coat from his wardrobe and began to put it on. Dressed, all but his coat and vest, he turned to the leather bundle that he had placed on a table, untied the thongs, and carefully opened it out to its full length, and again that curious, cryptic smile tinged his lips. Rolled the opposite way from that in which it had been tied up, the leather strip made a wide belt that went on somewhat after the fashion of a life-preserver, the thongs being used for shoulder straps. A belt once on, the vest would hide completely, and fitting close left no telltale bulge in the outer garments. It was not an ordinary belt. It was full of stout-sewn, upright little pockets all the way around, and in the pockets grimly lay an array of fine, blue-steeled, highly tempered instruments, a compact, powerful burglar's kit. The slim, sensitive fingers passed with almost a caressing touch over the vicious little implements, and from one of the pockets extracted a thin, flat metal case. This Jimmie Dale opened and glanced inside. Between sheets of oil paper lay little rows of gray, adhesive, diamond-shaped seals. Jimmie Dale snapped the case shut, returned it to its recess, and from another took out a black silk mask. He held it up to the light for examination. "Pretty good shape after a year," muttered Jimmie Dale, replacing it. He put on the belt, then his vest and coat. From the drawer of his dresser he took out an automatic revolver and an electric flashlight, slipped them into his pocket, and went softly downstairs. From the hat stand he chose a black slouch hat, pulled it well over his eyes, and left the house. End of Part 1, Chapter 1A. Chapter 1B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 1B. The Gray Seal. Jimmie Dale walked down a block, then hailed a bus and mounted to the top. It was late, and he found himself the only passenger. He inserted his dime in the conductor's little resonant belt cash receiver, and then settled back on the uncomfortable, bumping, cushionless seat. On rattled the bus. It turned across town, past the Circle, and headed for Fifth Avenue. But Jimmie Dale, to all appearances, was quite oblivious of its movements. It was a year since she had written him. Jimmie Dale did not smile. His lips were pressed hard together. Not a very intimate or personal appellation, that, but he knew her by no other. It was a woman, surely. The handwriting was feminine, the diction eminently so, and had she not come herself that night to Jason? He remembered the last letter, apart from the one tonight, that he had received from her. It was a year ago now, and the letter had been hardly more than a note. The police had worked themselves into a frenzy over the Gray Seal, the papers had grown absolutely maudlin, and she had written, in her characteristic way, "Things are a little too warm, aren't they, Jimmy? Let's let them cool for a year." Since then until tonight he had heard nothing from her. It was a strange compact that he had entered into, so strange that it could never have known, could never know a parallel. Unique, dangerous, bizarre, it was all that and more. It had begun really through his connection with his father's business, the business of manufacturing safes that should defy the cleverest criminals. When his brains, turned into that channel, had been pitted against the underworld, against the methods of 1,000 different crooks from Maine to California, the report of whose every operation had reached him in the natural course of business, and every one of which he had studied in minutest detail. It had begun through that, but at the bottom of it was his own restless, adventurous spirit. He had meant to set the police by the ears, using his Gray Seal device both as an added barb, and that no innocent bystander of the underworld, innocent for once, might be involved. He had meant to laugh at them and puzzle them to the verge of madness, for in the last analysis they would find only an abortive attempt at crime, and he had succeeded. And then he had gone too far, and he had been caught by her. That string of pearls which, to study whose effect facetiously, he had so idiotically wrapped around his wrist, and which, so ironically, he had been unable to loosen in time, and had been forced to carry with him in his sudden, desperate dash to escape from Marx's the big jewelers in Maiden Lane, whose strong room he had toyed with one night, had been the lever which, at first, she had held over him. The bus was on Fifth Avenue now, and speeding rapidly down the deserted thoroughfare. Jimmie Dale looked up at the lighted windows of the St. James Club as they went by, smiled whimsically, and shifted in his seat, seeking a more comfortable position. She had caught him. How, he did not know. He had never seen her, did not know who she was, though time and again he had devoted all his energies, for months at a stretch, to a solution of the mystery. The morning following the Maiden Lane affair, indeed, before he had breakfasted, Jason had brought him the first letter from her. It had started by detailing his every move of the night before, and it had ended with an ultimatum. The cleverness, the originality of the Gray Seal as a crook lacked but one thing, she had naively written, and that one thing was that his crookedness required a leading string to guide it into channels that were worthy of his genius. In a word, she would plan the coups, and he would act at her dictation and execute them, or else how did 20 years in Sing Sing for that little Maiden Lane affair appeal to him? He was to answer by the next morning, a simple yes or no in the personal column of the Morning News Argus. A threat to a man like Jimmie Dale was like flaunting a red rag at a bull, and a rage ungovernable had surged upon him. Then cold reason had come. He was caught, there was no question about that. She had taken pains to show him that he need make no mistake there. Innocent enough in his own conscience as far as actual theft went, for the pearls would in due course be restored in some way to the possession of their owner. He would have been unable to make even his own father, who was alive then, believe in his innocence, let alone a jury of peers. Dishonor, shame, ignominy, a long prison sentence stared him in the face, and there was but one alternative: to link hands with this unseen, mysterious accomplice. Well, he could at least temporize, he could always queer a game in some spacious manner if he were pushed too far. And so, in the next morning's News Argus, Jimmie Dale had answered yes. And then had followed those years in which there had been no temporizing, in which every plan was carried out to the last detail, those years of curious, unaccountable, bewildering affairs that Carruthers had spoken of, one on top of another, that had shaken the old headquarters of Mulberry Street to its foundations, until Gray Seal had become a name to conjure with. And yes, it was quite true, he had entered into it all, gone the limit with an eagerness that was insatiable. The bus had reached the lower end of Fifth Avenue, passed through Washington Square, and stopped at the end of its run. Jimmie Dale clambered down from the top, threw a pleasant good night to the conductor, and headed briskly down the street before him. A little later he crossed into West Broadway, and his pace slowed to a leisurely stroll. Here, at the upper end of the street, was a conglomerate business section of rather inferior class, catering doubtless to the poor foreign element that congregated west of Broadway proper and to the south of Washington Square. The street was, at first glance, deserted. It was dark and dreary, with stores and lofts on either side. An elevated train roared by overhead, with a thunderous, deafening clamor. Jimmie Dale, on the right-hand side of the street, glanced interestedly at the dark store windows as he went by, and then, a block ahead, on the other side, his eyes rested on an approaching form. As the other reached the corner and paused, and the light from the street lamp glinted on brass buttons, Jimmie Dale's eyes narrowed a little under his slouch hat. The policeman, although nonchalantly swinging a nightstick, appeared to be watching him. Jimmie Dale went on half a block farther, stooped to the sidewalk to tie his shoe, glanced back over his shoulder. The policeman was not in sight, and slipped like a shadow into the alleyway beside which he had stopped. It was another Jimmie Dale now, the professional Jimmie Dale, quick as a cat, active, lithe. He was over a 6-foot fence in the rear of a building in a flash, and crouched a black shape against the back door of an unpretentious, unkempt, dirty second-hand shop that fronted on West Broadway, the last place certainly in all New York that the managing editor of the News Argus, or anyone else for that matter, would have picked out as the setting for the second debut of the Gray Seal. From the belt around his waist, Jimmie Dale took the black silk mask and slipped it on, and from the belt too came a little instrument that his deft fingers manipulated in the lock. A curious snipping sound followed. Jimmie Dale put his weight gradually against the door. The door held fast. "Bolted," said Jimmie Dale to himself. The sensitive fingers traveled slowly up and down the side of the door, seeming to press and feel for the position of the bolt through an inch of plank. Then from the belt came a tiny saw, thin and pointed at the end, that fitted into the little handle drawn from another receptacle in the leather girdle beneath the unbuttoned vest. Hardly a sound it made as it bit into the door. Half a minute passed. There was the faint fall of a small piece of wood. Into the aperture crept the delicate, tapering fingers. Came a slight rasping of metal. Then the door swung back. The dark shadow that had been Jimmie Dale vanished, and the door closed again. A round white beam of light glowed for an instant and disappeared. A miscellaneous, lumbering collection of junk and odds and ends blocked the entry, leaving no more space than was sufficient for bare passageway. Jimmie Dale moved cautiously, and once more the flashlight in his hand showed the way for an instant. Then darkness again. The cluttered accumulation of second-hand stuff in the rear gave place to a little more orderly arrangement as he advanced toward the front of the store. Like a huge firefly, the flashlight twinkled, went out, twinkled again, and went out. He passed a sort of crude, partitioned-off apartment that did duty for the establishment's office, a sort of little boxed-in place it was, about in the middle of the floor. Jimmie Dale's light played on it for a moment, but he kept on toward the front door without any pause. Every movement was quick, sure, accurate, with not a wasted second. It had been barely a minute since he had vaulted the back fence. It was hardly a quarter of a minute more before the cumbersome lock of the front door was unfastened, and the door itself pulled imperceptibly ajar. He went swiftly back to the office now, and found it even more of a shaky, cheap affair than it had at first appeared. more like a box stall with windows around the top than anything else, the windows doubtless to permit the occupant to overlook the store from the vantage point of the high stool that stood before a long, battered, wobbly desk. There was a door to the place, too, but the door was open and the key was in the lock. The ray of Jimmie Dale's flashlight swept once around the interior and rested on an antique, ponderous safe. Under the mask, Jimmie Dale's lips parted in a smile that seemed almost apologetic as he viewed the helpless iron monstrosity that was little more than an insult to a trained cracksman. Then from the belt came the thin metal case and a pair of tweezers. He opened the case and with the tweezers lifted out one of the gray-colored, diamond-shaped seals. Holding the seal with the tweezers, he moistened the gummed side with his lips, then laid it on a handkerchief which he took from his pocket, and clapped the handkerchief against the front of the safe, sticking the seal conspicuously into place. Jimmie Dale's insignia bore no fingerprints. The microscopes and magnifying glasses at headquarters had many a time regretfully assured the police of that fact. And now his hands and fingers seemed to work like lightning. Into the soft iron bit a drill, bit in and through again. It was dark, pitch black, and silent. Not a sound, save the quick, dull rasp of the ratchet, like the distant gnawing of a mouse. Jimmie Dale worked fast. Another hole went through the face of the old-fashioned safe, and then suddenly he straightened up to listen, every faculty tense, alert and strained, his body thrown a little forward. What was that? From the alleyway leading from the street without, through which he himself had come, sounded the stealthy crunch of feet. Motionless in the utter darkness, Jimmie Dale listened. There was a scraping noise in the rear. Someone was climbing the fence that he had climbed. In an instant the tools in Jimmie Dale's hands disappeared into their respective pockets beneath his vest, and the sensitive fingers shot to the dial on the safe. "Too bad," muttered Jimmie Dale plaintively to himself. "I could have made such an artistic job of it. I swear I could have cut Carruthers' profile in the hole in less than no time. To open it like this is really taking the poor old thing at a disadvantage." He was on his knees now, one ear close to the dial, listening as the tumblers fell, while the delicate fingers spun the knob unerringly, the other ear strained toward the rear of the premises. Came a footstep, a ray of light, a stumble, nearer. The newcomer was inside the place now, and must have found out that the back door had been tampered with. Nearer came the steps, still nearer, and then the safe door swung open under Jimmie Dale's hand, and Jimmie Dale, that he might not be caught like a rat in a trap, darted from the office. But he had delayed a little too long. From around the cluttered piles of junk and miscellany swept the light, full on Jimmie Dale. Hesitation for the smallest fraction of a second would have been fatal, but hesitation was something that in all his life Jimmie Dale had never known. Quick as a panther in its spring, he leapt full at the light and the man behind it. The rough voice, in surprising exclamation at the sudden discovery of the quarry, died in a gasp. There was a crash as the two men met, and the other reeled back before the impact. On to him Jimmie Dale sprang, and his hands flew for the other's throat. It was an officer in uniform. Jimmie Dale had felt the brass buttons as they locked. In the darkness there was a queer smile on Jimmie Dale's tight lips. It was no doubt the officer whom he had passed on the other side of the street. The other was a smaller man than Jimmie Dale, but powerful for his build, and he fought now with all his strength. This way and that the two men reeled, staggered, swayed, panting and gasping, and then they had lurched back close to the office door. With a sudden swing, every muscle brought into play for a supreme effort, Jimmie Dale hurled the other from him, sending the man sprawling back to the floor of the office, and in the winking of an eye had slammed shut the door and turned the key. There was a bull-like roar, the shrill "jeep, jeep, jeep" of the patrolman's whistle, and a shattering crash as the officer flung his body against the partition. Then the bark of a revolver shot, the tinkle of breaking glass as the man fired through the office window. And past Jimmie Dale, speeding now for the front door, a bullet hummed viciously. Out on the street dashed Jimmie Dale, whipping the mask from his face, and glanced like a hawk around him. For all the racket, the neighborhood had not yet been aroused. No one was in sight. From just overhead came the rattle of a downtown elevated train. In a 100-yard sprint, Jimmie Dale raced it half a block to the station, tore up the steps, and a moment later dropped nonchalantly into a seat and pulled an evening newspaper from his pocket. Jimmie Dale got off at the second station down, crossed the street, mounted the steps of the elevated again, and took the next train uptown. His movements appeared to be somewhat erratic. He alighted at the station next above the one by which he had made his escape. Looking down the street, it was too dark to see much of anything, but a confused noise, as of a gathering crowd, reached him from what was about the location of the second-hand store. He listened appreciatively for a moment. "Isn't it a perfectly lovely night?" said Jimmie Dale amiably to himself. "And to think of that cop running away with the idea that I didn't see him when he hid in a doorway after I passed the corner. Well, well, strange, isn't it?" With another glance down the street, a whimsical lift of his shoulders, he headed west into the dilapidated tenement quarter that huddled for a handful of blocks nearby, just south of Washington Square. It was a little after 1 o'clock in the morning now, and the pedestrians were casual. Jimmie Dale read the street signs on the corners as he went along, turned abruptly into an intersecting street, counted the tenements from the corner as he passed, and, for the eye of anyone who might be watching, opened the street door of one of them quite as though he were accustomed and had a perfect right to do so, and went inside. It was murky and dark within, hot, unhealthy, with lingering smells of garlic and stale cooking. He groped for the stairs and started up. He climbed one flight, then another, and one more to the top. Here, treading softly, he made an examination of the landing, with a view, evidently, to obtaining an idea of the location and the number of doors that opened off from it. His selection fell on the third door from the head of the stairs. There were 4 all told, 2 apartments of 2 rooms each. He paused for an instant to adjust the black silk mask, tried the door quietly, found it unlocked, opened it with a sudden, quick, brisk movement, and stepping inside, leaned with his back against it. "Good morning," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. It was a squalid place, a miserable hole, in which a single flickering yellow gas jet gave light. It was almost bare of furniture. There was nothing but a couple of cheap chairs, a rickety table, unpawnable. A boy, he was hardly more than that, perhaps 22, from a posture in which he was huddled across the table with head buried in outflung arms, sprang with a startled cry to his feet. "Good morning," said Jimmie Dale again. "Your name's Hagan, Bert Hagan, isn't it? And you work for Isaac Brolsky in the second-hand shop over West Broadway, don't you?" The boy's lips quivered, and the gaunt, hollow, half-starved face, white, ashen white now, was pitiful. I guess you got me," he faltered. I suppose you're a plain-clothes man, though I never knew dicks wore masks." "They don't generally," said Jimmie Dale coolly. "It's a fad of mine, Bert Hagan." The lad, hanging to the table, turned his head away for a moment, and there was silence. Presently Hagan spoke again. "I'll go," he said numbly. "I won't make any trouble. Would you mind not speaking loud? I wouldn't like her to know." "Her?" said Jimmie Dale softly. The boy tiptoed across the room, opened a connecting door a little, peered inside, opened it a little wider, and looked over his shoulder at Jimmie Dale. Jimmie Dale crossed to the boy, looked inside the other room, and his lips twitched queerly as the sight sent a quick, hurt throb through his heart. A young woman, younger than the boy, lay on a tumble-down bed, a rag of clothing over her, her face with a death-like pallor upon it, as she lay in what appeared to be a stupor. She was ill, critically ill, It needed no trained eye to discern a fact all too apparent to the most casual observer. The squalor, the glaring poverty here, was even more pitifully in evidence than in the other room. Only here upon a chair beside the bed was a cluster of medicine bottles and a little heap of fruit. Jimmie Dale drew back silently as the boy closed the door. Hagan walked to the table and picked up his hat. I'm ready," he said brokenly. "Let's go." "Just a minute," said Jimmie Dale. "Tell us about it." "'Twon't take long," said Hagan, trying to smile. "She's my wife. The sickness took all we had. I kinder got behind in the rent and things. They were going to fire us out of here tomorrow, and there wasn't any money for the medicine and the things she had to have. Maybe you wouldn't have done it, but I did. I couldn't see her dying there for the want of something a little money'd buy, and I couldn't—" he caught his voice in a little sob. "I couldn't see her thrown out on the street like that." "And so," said Jimmie Dale, "instead of putting old Isaac's cash in the safe this evening when you locked up, you put it in your pocket instead, eh? Didn't you know you'd get caught?" "What did it matter?" said the boy. He was twirling his misshapen hat between his fingers. "I knew they'd know it was me in the morning when old Isaac found it gone, because there wasn't anybody else to do it. But I paid the rent for 4 months ahead tonight, and I fixed it so she'd have medicine and things to eat. I was going to beat it before daylight myself. He brushed his hand hurriedly across his cheek. "I didn't want to go, to leave her till I had to." "Well, say," there was wonderment in Jimmie Dale's tones, and his English lapsed into ungrammatical, reassuring vernacular. "Ain't that queer? Say, I'm no detective. Gee, kid, did you think I was? Say, listen to this. I cracked old Isaac's safe half an hour ago, and I guess there won't be any idea going around that you got the money and I pulled a lemon. Say, I ain't superstitious, but it looks like luck meant you to have another chance, don't it?" The hat dropped from Hagan's hands to the floor, and he swayed a little. You ain't a dick?" he stammered. "Then how'd you know about me and my name when you found the safe empty? Who told you?" A wry grimace spread suddenly over Jimmie Dale's face beneath the mask, and he swallowed hard. Jimmie Dale would have given a good deal to have been able to answer that question himself. "Oh, that," said Jimmie Dale. "That's easy. I knew you worked there. Say, it's the limit, ain't it? Talk about your luck being in. Why, all you've got to do is to sit tight and keep your mouth shut, and you're safe as a church. Only say, what are you going to do about the money, now you've got a 4-month start and are kind of landed on your feet?" "Do?" said the boy. "I'll pay it back, little by little. I meant to. I ain't no—" He stopped abruptly. "Crook," supplied Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Spit it right out, kid. You won't hurt my feelings none. Well, I'll tell you, you're talking the way I'd like to hear you. You pay that back. Slide it in without his knowing it, a bit at a time, whenever you can, and you'll never hear a yip out of me. But if you don't, why, it kind of looks as though I have a right to come down your street and get my share or know the reason why, eh?" "Then you never get any share," said Hagan, with a catch in his voice. "I pay it back as fast as I can." "Sure," said Jimmie Dale. "That's right. That's what I said. Well, so long, Hagan." And Jimmie Dale had opened the door and slipped outside. An hour later, in his dressing room in his house on Riverside Drive, Jimmie Dale was removing his coat as the telephone, a hand instrument on the table, rang. Jimmie Dale glanced at it, and leisurely proceeded to remove his vest. Again the telephone rang. Jimmie Dale took off his curious pocketed leather belt as the telephone repeated its summons. He picked out the little drill he had used a short while before, and inspected it critically, feeling its point with his thumb, as one might feel a razor blade. Again the telephone rang insistently. He reached languidly for the receiver, took it off its hook, and held it to his ear. "Hello," said Jimmie Dale with a sleepy yawn. "Hello, hello. Why the deuce don't you yank a man out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning and have done with it, and eh? Oh, that you, Carruthers?" "Yes," came Carruthers' voice excitedly. "Jimmie, listen, listen! The Gray Seal's come to life. He's just pulled a break on West Broadway." "Good Lord!" gasped Jimmie Dale. "You don't say!" End of Part 1, Chapter 1B. Part 1, Chapter 2A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rohde. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 2A. By Proxy. The most puzzling, bewildering, delightful crook in the annals of crime, Herman Carruthers, the editor of the Morning News Argus, had called the Gray Seal, and Jimmie Dale smiled a little grimly now as he recalled the occasion of a week ago at the St. James Club over their after-dinner coffee. That was before his second debut, with Isaac Brolsky's poverty-stricken premises over on West Broadway as a setting for the break. She had written, "Things are a little too warm, aren't they, Jimmy? Let's let them cool for a year." Well, they had cooled for a year, and Carruthers, as a result, had been complacently satisfied in his own mind that the Gray Seal was dead. Until the break at Isaac Brolsky's over on West Broadway. Jimmie Dale's smile was tinged with whimsicality now. The only effect of the year's inaction had been to usher in his renewed activity with a furor compared to which all that had gone before was insignificant. Where the newspapers had been maudlin, they now raved in editorials and raved in headlines. It was an impossible, untenable, unbelievable condition of affairs that this Gray Seal, for all his incomparable cleverness, should flaunt his crimes in the faces of the citizens of New York. One could actually see the editors writhing in their swivel chairs as their fiery denunciations dripped from their pens. What was the matter with the police? Were the police children, or worse still, imbeciles? Or still worse again, was there someone higher up who was profiting by this rogue's work? New York would not stand for it. New York would most decidedly not, and the sooner the police realized that fact the better. If the police were helpless, or tools, the citizens of New York were not, and it was time the citizens were thoroughly aroused. There was a way, too, to arouse the citizens that was both good business from the newspaper standpoint and efficacious as a method. Carruthers of the Morning News Argus had initiated it. The Morning News Argus offered $25,000 reward for the capture of the Gray Seal. Other papers immediately followed suit in varying amounts. The authorities, state and municipal, goaded to desperation, did likewise, and the 5,000,000 men, women, and children of New York were automatically metamorphosed into embryonic sleuths. New York was aroused. Jimmie Dale, alias the Gray Seal, member of the ultra-exclusive St. James Club, the latter fact sufficient in itself to guarantee his social standing, graduate of Harvard, inheritor of his deceased father's immense wealth amassed in the manufacture of burglar-proof safes, some of the most ingenious patents on which were due to Jimmie Dale himself, figured with a pencil on the margin of the newspaper he had been reading, using the arm of the big, luxurious, leather-upholstered lounging chair as a support for the paper. The result of his calculations was $85,000. He brushed the paper onto the Turkish rug, dove into the pocket of his dinner jacket for his cigarettes, and began to smoke as his eyes strayed around the room, his own particular den in his fashionable Riverside Drive residence. $85,000 reward. Jimmie Dale blew meditative rings of cigarette smoke at the fireplace. What would she say to that? Would she decide it was too hot again and call it off? It added quite a little hazard to the game, quite a little. If he only knew who she was. It was a strange partnership, the strangest partnership that had ever existed between two human beings. He turned a little in his chair as a step sounded in the hallway without. That is, Jimmie Dale caught the sound, muffled though it was by the heavy carpet. Came then a knock upon the door. "Come in," invited Jimmie Dale. It was old Jason, the butler. The old man was visibly excited as he extended a silver tray on which lay a letter. Jimmie Dale's hand reached quickly out. The long, slim, tapering fingers closed upon the envelope, but his eyes were on Jason significantly, questioningly. "Yes, Master Jim," said the old man. "I recognized it on the instant, sir. After what you said, sir, last week, honoring me, I might say, to a certain extent with your confidence, though I'm sure I don't know what it all means. Who brought it this time, Jason?" inquired Jimmie Dale quietly. "Not the young person begging your pardon, not the young lady, sir. A chauffeur in a big automobile. 'Your master at once,' he says, and shoves the letter into my hand, and was off." "Very good, Jason," said Jimmie Dale. "You may go." The door closed. Yes, it was from her. It was the same texture of paper. There was the same rare, haunting fragrance clinging to it. He tore the envelope open and extracted a folded sheet of paper. What was it this time? To call the partnership off again until the present furor should have subsided once more, or the skillfully sketched outline of a new adventure? Which? He glanced at the few lines written on the sheet, and lunged forward from his chair to his feet. It was neither one nor the other. It was... Jimmie Dale's face was set, and an angry red surge swept his cheeks. His lips moved, muttering audibly fragments of the letter as he stared at it. "Incredible that you... a heinous thing... act instantly... this is ruin..." For an instant, a rare occurrence in Jimmie Dale's life, he stood like a man stricken, still staring at the sheet in his hand. Then mechanically his fingers tore the paper into little pieces, and the little pieces into tiny shreds. Anger fled, and a sickening sense of impotent dismay took its place. The red left his cheeks, and in its stead a grayness came. Act instantly. The words seemed to leap at him, drum at his ears with constant repetition. Act instantly. But how? How? Then his brain, that keen, clear master brain, sprang from stunned inaction into virility again. Of course, Carruthers. It was in Carruthers' line. He stepped to the desk and paused with his hand extended to pick up the telephone. How explain to Carruthers that he, Jimmie Dale, already knew what Carruthers might not yet have heard of, even though Carruthers would naturally be among the first to be in touch with such affairs? No, that would never do. Better get there himself at once and trust to... The telephone rang. Jimmie Dale waited until it rang again, then lifted the receiver from the hook. "Hello," he said. "Hello? Hello? Jimmie?" came a voice. "This is Carruthers. That you, Jimmie?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, and sat down limply in the desk chair. "It's the Gray Seal again. I promised you I'd let you in on the ground floor next time anything happened. So come on down here quick if you want to see some of his work at first hand." Jimmie Dale flirted a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Carruthers," said Jimmie languidly, "you newspaper chaps make me tired with your Gray Seal. I'm just going to bed." "Bed nothing!" spluttered Carruthers from the other end of the wire. "Come down, I tell you. It's worth your while. Half the population of New York would give the toes off their feet for the chance. Come down, you blast idiot. The Gray Seal has gone the limit this time. It's murder." Jimmie Dale's face was haggard. "Oh," he said peevishly, "sounds interesting. Where are you?" "I guess maybe I'll jog along." "I should think you would," snapped Carruthers. "You know the palace on the Bowery?" "Yes. Well, meet me on the corner there as soon as you can. Hustle. Good—" "Oh, say, Carruthers," interposed Jimmie Dale. "Yes?" demanded Carruthers. "Thanks awfully for letting me know, old man." "Don't mention it," returned Carruthers sarcastically. "You always were a grateful beast, Jimmie. Hurry up." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver on the city phone, and took down the receiver of another, a private house installation, and rang twice for the garage. "The light car at once, Benson," he ordered curtly. "At once." Jimmie Dale worked quickly then. In his dressing room he changed from dinner clothes to tweeds, spent a second or so over the contents of a locked drawer in the dresser, from which he selected a very small but serviceable automatic, and a very small but highly powerful magnifying glass whose combination of little round lenses worked on a pivot, and closed over one another were about the compass of $1/4. In 3 minutes he was outside the house and stepping into the car just as it drew up at the curb. "Benson," he said tersely to his chauffeur, "drop me 1 block this side of the palace on the Bowery, and forget there was ever a speed law enacted. Understand?" "Very good, sir," said Benson, touching his cap. "I'll do my best, sir." Jimmie Dale in the tonneau stretched out his legs under the front seat and dug his hands into his pockets. And inside the pockets his hands were clenched and knotted fists. Murder! At times it had occurred to him that there was a possibility that some crook of the underworld would attempt to cover his tracks and take refuge from pursuit by foisting himself on the authorities as the Gray Seal. That was a possibility, a risk always to be run. But that murder should be laid to the Gray Seal's door! Anger, merciless and unrestrained, surged over Jimmie Dale. There was peril here, live and imminent. Suppose that some day he should be caught in some little affair, recognized and identified as the Gray Seal. There would be the charge of murder hanging over him, and the electric chair to face. But the peril was not the only thing. Even worse to Jimmie Dale's artistic and sensitive temperament was the vilification, the holding up to loathing, contumely, and abhorrence of the name, the stainless name of the Gray Seal. It was stainless. He had guarded it jealously, as a man guards the woman's name he loves. Affairs that had mystified and driven the police distracted with impotence there had been, many of them, and on the face of them, crimes, but no act ever committed had been in reality a crime, none without the highest of motives, the righting of some outrageous wrong, the protection of some poor stumbling fellow human. That had been his partnership with her. How, by what amazing means, by what power that smacked almost of the miraculous, she came in touch with all these things and supplied him with the data on which to work he did not know, only that, thanks to her, there were happier hearts and happier homes since the Gray Seal had begun to work. Dear philanthropic crook, she often called him in her letters, and now it was murder. Take Carruthers, for instance. For years, as a reporter before he had risen to the editorial desk, he had been one of the keenest on the scent of the Gray Seal, but always for the sake of the game, always filled with admiration, as he said himself, for the daring, the originality of the most puzzling, bewildering, delightful crook in the annals of crime. Carruthers was but an example. Carruthers now would hunt the Gray Seal like a mad dog. The Gray Seal, to Carruthers and everyone else, would be the vilest name in the land, a synonym for murder. On the car flew, and upon Jimmie Dale's face, as though chiseled in marble, was a look that was not good to see, and a mirthless smile set, frozen on his lips. "I'll get the man that did this," gritted Jimmie Dale between his teeth. "I'll get him, and when I get him, I'll wring a confession from him if I have to swing for it." The car swept from Broadway into Astor Place, on down the Bowery, and presently stopped. Jimmie Dale stepped out. "I shall not want you any more, Benson," he said. "You may return home." Jimmie Dale started down the block. A nonchalant Jimmie Dale now, if anything, bored a little. Near the corner, a figure, back turned, was lounging at the edge of the sidewalk. Jimmie Dale touched the man on the arm. "Hello, Carruthers," he drawled. "Ah, Jimmie!" Carruthers turned with an excited smile. "That's the boy. You've made mighty quick time." "Well, you told me to hurry," grumbled Jimmie Dale. "I'm doing my best to please you tonight. Came down in my car and got summoned for 3 fines tomorrow." Carruthers laughed. "Come on," he said, and linking his arm in Jimmie Dale's, turned the corner and headed west along the cross street. "This is going to make a noise," he continued, a grim note creeping into his voice. "The biggest noise the city has ever heard. I take back all I said about the Gray Seal. I'd always pictured his cleverness as being inseparable with at least a decent sort of man, even if he was a rogue and a criminal. But I'm through with that. He's a rotter, and a hound of the rankest sort. I didn't think there was anything more vulgar or brutal than murder, but he's shown me that there is. A gutter snipe's got more decency. To murder a man and then boastfully label the corpse is— Say, Carruthers," said Jimmie Dale plaintively, suddenly hanging back, "I say, you know, it's all right for you to mess up in this sort of thing. It's your beastly business, but I'm awfully damned thankful to you for giving me a look in. But isn't it, rather infra dig for me? A bit morbid, you know, and all that sort of thing? I'd never hear the end of it at the club. You know what the St. James is. Couldn't I be Meredith Stanley Anstruther or something like that? One of your new reporters or something like that, you know?" Carruthers chuckled. "Sure, Jimmie," he said. "You're the latest addition to the staff of the News Argus. Don't worry. The incomparable Jimmie Dale won't figure publicly in this." "It's awfully good of you," said Jimmie gratefully. "I have to have a notebook or something, don't I?" Carruthers from his pocket handed him one. "Thanks," said Jimmie Dale. A little way ahead, a crowd had collected on the sidewalk before a doorway, and Carruthers pointed with a jerk of his hand. "It's in Moriarty's place, a gambling hell," he explained. "I haven't got the story myself yet, though I've been inside and had a look around. Inspector Clayton discovered the crime and reported it at headquarters. I was at my desk in the office when the news came, and as you know the interest I've taken in the Gray Seal, I decided to cover it myself. When I got here, Clayton hadn't returned from headquarters, so as you seemed so keenly interested last week, I telephoned you. If Clayton's back now, we'll get the details. Clayton's a good fellow with the press, and he won't hold anything out on us. Now here we are. Keep close to me and I'll pass you in." They shouldered through the crowd and up to an officer at the door. The officer nodded, stepped aside, and Carruthers, with Jimmie Dale following, entered the house. End of Part 1, Chapter 2A. Chapter 2B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 2B. By Proxy. Continued. They climbed one flight and then another. The The card rooms, the faro, stud and roulette layouts were deserted, save for policemen here and there on guard. Carruthers led the way to a room at the back of the hall, whose door was open and from which issued a hubbub of voices. One voice rose above the others, heavy and gratingly complacent. "Clayton's back," observed Carruthers. They stepped over the threshold, and the heavy voice greeted them. "Ah, here's Carruthers now. H'are ye, Carruthers? They told me you'd been here and were coming back, so I've been keeping the boys waiting before handing out the dope. You've had a look at that, eh?" He flung out a fat hand toward the bed. The voices rose again, all directed at Carruthers now. "Bubbles burst, eh, Carruthers? What about the Prince of Crooks? Artistry in crime, wasn't it, you said?" They were quoting from his editorials of bygone days, a half-dozen reporters of rival papers, grinning and joshing him good-naturedly, seemingly quite unaffected by what lay within arm's reach of them upon the bed. Carruthers smiled a little wryly, shrugged his shoulders, and presented Jimmie Dale to Inspector Clayton. "Mr. Matthewson, a new man of ours, Inspector." "Glad to know you, Mr. Matthewson," said the inspector. Jimmie Dale found his hand grasped by another that was flabby and unpleasantly moist, and found himself looking into a face that was red, with heavy rolls of unhealthy fat terminating in a double chin and a thick, apoplectic neck, a huge, round face, with rat's eyes. Clayton dropped Jimmie Dale's hand and waved his own in the air. Jimmie Dale remained modestly on the outside of the circle as the reporters gathered around the police inspector. "Now then," said Clayton coarsely, "the guy that's croaked there is Metzer, Jake Metzer. Get that?" Jimmie Dale, scribbling hurriedly in his notebook like all the rest, turned a little toward the bed, and his lower jaw crept out the fraction of an inch. Both gas jets in the room were turned on full, giving ample light. A man fully dressed, a man of perhaps 40, lay upon his back on the bed, one arm outflung across the bedspread, the other dangling, with fingers just touching the floor, the head at an angle and off the pillow. It was as though he had been carried to the bed and flung upon it after the deed had been committed. Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted and swept the room. Yes, everything was in disorder, as though there had been a struggle. A chair upturned, a table canted against the wall, broken pieces of crockery from the washstand on the carpet, and "Metzer was a stool pigeon, see?" went on Clayton. "And he lived here. Moriarty wasn't on to him. Metzer stood in thick with the wider circle of crooks than any other snitch in New York." Jimmie Dale, still scribbling as Clayton talked, stepped to the bed and leaned over the murdered man. The murder had been done with a blackjack, evidently, a couple of blows. The left side of the temple was crushed in. Right in the middle of the forehead, pasted there, a gray-colored, diamond-shaped paper seal flaunted itself, the device of the Gray Seal. In Jimmie Dale's hand, hidden as he turned his back, the tiny combination of powerful lenses was focused on the seal. Clayton guffawed. "That's right," he called out. "Take a good look. That's a bright young man you've got, Carruthers." Jimmie Dale looked up a little sheepishly, and got a grin from the assembled reporters, and a scowl from Carruthers. "Now then," continued Clayton, "here's the facts, as much of 'em as I can let you boys print at present. You know I'm stretching a point to let you in here. Don't forget that when you come to write up the case. Honor where honor's due, you know. Well, me and Metzer there was getting ready to close down on a big piece of game, and I was over here in this room talking to him about it early this afternoon. We had it framed to get our man tonight, see? I left Metzer, say, about 3 o'clock, and he was to show up over at headquarters with another little bit of evidence we wanted at 8 o'clock tonight." Jimmie Dale was listening to every word. but he stooped now again over the murdered man's head deliberately, though he felt the inspector's rat's eyes upon him, stooped, and, with his fingernail, lifted back the right-hand point of the diamond-shaped seal where it bordered a faint thread of blood on the man's forehead. There was a bull-like roar from the inspector, and he burst through the ring of reporters and grabbed Jimmie Dale by the shoulder. "Here, you! What in hell are you doing?" he spluttered angrily. Embarrassed and confused, Jimmie Dale drew back, glanced around, and smiled again a little sheepishly as his eyes rested on the red-flushed jowl of the inspector. I wanted to see how it was stuck on," he explained inanely. "Stuck on!" bellowed Clayton. "I'll show you how it's stuck on if you monkey around here. Don't you know any better than that? Where were you drugged up anyway? The coroner hasn't been here yet. You're a hot cub of a reporter, you are." He turned to Carruthers. "You ought to get out printed instructions for 'em before you turn 'em loose," he snapped. Carruthers' face was red with mortification. There was a grin expanded on the faces of the others. "Stand away from that bed," roared Clayton at Jimmie Dale, "and if you go near it again I'll throw you out of here bodily." Jimmie Dale edged away, and, eyes lowered, fumbled nervously with the leaves of his notebook. Clayton grunted, glared at Jimmie Dale for an instant viciously, and resumed his story. "I was saying," he said, "that Metzer was to come to headquarters at 8 o'clock this evening. Well, he didn't show up. That looked queer. It was mighty important business. We was after one of the biggest hauls we'd ever pulled off. I waited till 9 o'clock, an hour ago, and I was getting nervous. Then I started over here to find out what was the matter. When I got here I asked Moriarty if he'd seen Metzer. Moriarty said he hadn't since I was here before. He was a little suspicious that I had something on Metzer, see? Well, by pumping Moriarty, he admitted that Metzer had had a visitor about an hour after I left." "Who was it? Know what his name is, Inspector?" asked one of the reporters quickly. Inspector Clayton winked heavily. "Don't be greedy, boys," he grinned. "You mean you've got him?" burst out another one of the men excitedly. Sure I've got him." Inspector Clayton waved his fat hand airily. "Or I will have before morning, but I ain't saying anything more till it's over." He smiled significantly. "Well, that's about all. You've got the details right around you. I left Moriarty downstairs and came up here and found just what you see, Metzer laying on the bed there, and the gray seal stuck on his forehead, and—" he ended abruptly. "I'll have the gray seal himself behind the bars by morning." A chorus of ejaculations rose from the reporters, while their pencils worked furiously. Then Jimmie Dale appeared to have an inspiration. Jimmie Dale turned a leaf in his notebook and began to sketch rapidly, cocking his head now on one side, now on the other. With a few deft strokes he had outlined the figure of Inspector Clayton. The reporter beside Jimmie Dale leaned over to inspect the work, and another did likewise. Jimmie Dale drew in Clayton's face most excellently, if somewhat flatteringly, and then, with a little flourish of pride, wrote under the drawing, "The man who captured the Gray Seal." "That's a cracking good sketch," pronounced the reporter at his side. "Let the inspector see it." "What is it?" demanded Clayton, scowling. Jimmie Dale handed him the notebook modestly. Inspector Clayton took it, looked at Jimmie Dale. Then his scowl relaxed into a self-sufficient and pleased smile, and he grunted approvingly. "That's the stuff to put over," he said. "Mabbe you're not much of a reporter, but you can draw. You're all right, sport. You're all right. Forget what I said to you a while ago." Jimmie Dale smiled too, deprecatingly, and put the notebook in his pocket. An officer entered the room hurriedly, and, drawing Clayton aside, spoke in an undertone. A triumphant and malicious grin settled on Clayton's features, and he started with a rush for the door. "Come around to headquarters in 2 hours, boys," he called as he went out, "and I'll have something more for you." The room cleared, the reporters tumbling downstairs to make for the nearest telephones to get their copy into their respective offices. On the street, a few doors up from the house where they were free from the crowd, Carruthers halted Jimmie Dale. "Jimmie," he said reproachfully, "you certainly made a mark of us both. There wasn't any need to play the cub so egregiously. However, I'll forgive you for the sake of the sketch. Hand it over, Jimmie. I'm going to reproduce it in the first edition." "It wasn't drawn for reproduction, Carruthers. At least not yet," said Jimmie Dale quietly. Carruthers stared at him. "Eh?" he asked blankly. "I've taken a dislike to Clayton," said Jimmie Dale whimsically. "He's too patently after free advertising, and I'm not going to help along his boost. You can't have it, old man, so let's think about something else. What'll they do with that bit of paper that's on the poor devil's forehead up there, for instance?" "Say," said Carruthers, "does it strike you that you're acting queer? You haven't been drinking, have you, Jimmie?" "What'll they do with it?" persisted Jimmie Dale. "Well," said Carruthers, smiling a little tolerantly, "they'll photograph it and enlarge the photograph and label it Exhibit A or Exhibit B or something like that, and file it away in the archives with the 50 or more just like it that are already in their collection." "That's what I thought," observed Jimmie Dale. He took Carruthers by the lapel of the coat. "I'd like a photograph of that. I'd like it so much that I've got to have it. Know the chap that does that work for the police?" "Yes," admitted Carruthers. "Very good," said Jimmie Dale crisply. "Get an extra print of the enlargement from him then. For a consideration. Whatever he asks. I'll pay for it." "But what for?" demanded Carruthers. "I don't understand." "Because," said Jimmie Dale very seriously, "put it down to imagination or whatever you like, I think I smell something fishy here." "You what?" exclaimed Carruthers in amazement. "You're not joking, are you, Jimmie?" Jimmie Dale laughed shortly. "It's so far from a joke," he said in a low tone, "that I want your word you'll get that photograph into my hands by tomorrow afternoon, no matter what transpires in the meantime. And look here, Carruthers, don't think I'm playing the silly thickhead and trying to mystify you. I'm no detective or anything like that. I've just got an idea that apparently hasn't occurred to anyone else, and, of course, I may be all wrong. If I am, I'm not going to say a word even to you, because it wouldn't be playing fair with someone else. If I'm right, the Morning News Argus gets the biggest scoop of the century. Will you go in on that basis?" Carruthers put out his hand impulsively. "If you're in earnest, Jimmie, you bet." "Good," returned Jimmie Dale. "The photograph by tomorrow afternoon, then. And now," said Carruthers, "I've got to hurry over to the office and get a write-up man at work. Will you come along or meet me at headquarters later? Clayton said in 2 hours he'd—" "Neither," said Jimmie Dale. "I'm not interested in headquarters. I'm going home." "Well, all right then," Carruthers returned. "You can bank on me for tomorrow. Good night, Jimmie." "Good night, old man," said Jimmie Dale, and turning, walked briskly toward the Bowery. But Jimmie Dale did not go home. He walked down the Bowery for 3 blocks, crossed to the east side, and turned down a cross street. 2 blocks more he walked in this direction, and halfway down the next. Here he paused an instant. The street was dimly lighted, almost dark, deserted. Jimmie Dale edged close to the houses until his shadow blended with the shadows of the walls, and slipped suddenly into a pitch-black areaway. He opened a door, stepped into an unlighted hallway where the air was close and evil-smelling, mounted a stairway, and halted before another door on the first landing. There was the low clicking of a lock, 3 times repeated, and he entered a room, closing and fastening the door behind him. Jimmie Dale called it his sanctuary. In one of the worst neighborhoods of New York, where no questions were asked as long as the rent was paid, it had the further advantage of 3 separate exits, one by the areaway where he had entered, one from the street itself, and another through a backyard with an entry into a saloon that fronted on the next street. It was not often that Jimmie Dale used his sanctuary, but there had been times when it was no more nor less than exactly what he called it, a sanctuary. He stepped to the window, assured himself that the shade was down, and lighted the gas, blinking a little as the yellow flame illuminated the room. It was a rough place, dirty, uninviting, a bedroom furnished in the most scanty fashion. Neither, apparently, was there anything suspicious about it to reward one curious enough to break in during the owner's absence. Some rather disreputable clothes hanging on the wall and flung untidily across the bed. That was all. Alone now, Jimmie Dale's face was strained and anxious, and occasionally, as he undressed himself, his hands clenched until his knuckles grew white. The gray seal on the murdered man's forehead was a genuine gray seal, one of Jimmie Dale's own. There was no doubt of that. He had satisfied himself on that point. Where had it come from? How had it been obtained? Jimmie Dale carefully placed the clothes he had taken off under the mattress, pulled a disreputable collarless flannel shirt over his head, and pulled on a disreputable pair of boots. There were only 2 sources of supply, his own and the collection that the police had made, which Carruthers had referred to. Jimmie Dale lifted a corner of the oilcloth in a corner of the room, lifted a piece of the flooring, lifted out a little box which he placed upon the rickety table, and sat down before a cracked mirror. Who was it that would have access to the gray seals in the possession of the police, since obviously it was one of those that was on the dead man's forehead? The answer came quick enough, came with the sudden outthrust of Jimmie Dale's lower jaw. One of the police themselves, no one else. Clayton's heavy, cunning face, Clayton's shifty eyes, Clayton's sudden rush when he had touched the dead man's forehead, pictured themselves in a red flash of fury before Jimmie Dale. There was no mask now, no facetiousness, no acted part, only a merciless rage, and the muscles of Jimmie Dale's face quivered and twitched. Murder, foisted, shifted upon another, upon the gray seal, making of that name a calumny, ruining forever the work that she and he might do. And then Jimmie Dale smiled mirthlessly, with thinning lips. The box before him was open. His fingers worked quickly. A little wax behind the ears, in the nostrils, under the upper lip. Deftly placed hands, wrists, neck, throat, and face received their quota of stain, applied with an artist's touch. And then the spruce, muscular Jimmie Dale, transformed into a slouching, vicious-featured denizen of the underworld, replaced the box under the flooring, pulled a slouch hat over his eyes, extinguished the gas, and went out. End of Part 1, Chapter 2, B. Part 1, Chapter 2, C, of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 2, C, by proxy concluded. Jimmie Dale's range of acquaintanceship was wide, from the upper strata of the St. James Club to the elite of New York's gangland, and, adored by the one, he was trusted implicitly by the other, not understood perhaps by the latter, for he had never allied himself with any of their nefarious schemes, but trusted implicitly through long years of personal contact. It had stood Jimmie Dale in good stead before, this association, where, in a sort of strange, carefully guarded exchange, the news of the underworld was common property to those without the law. To New York in its millions, the murder of Metzer the stool pigeon would be unknown until the city rose in the morning to read the sensational details over the breakfast table. Here it would already be the topic of whispered conversations. Here it had probably been known long before the police had discovered the crime. Especially would it be expected to be known to Pete Lazanis, commonly called the Runt, who was a power below the deadline, and, more pertinent still, one in whose confidence Jimmie Dale had rejoiced for years. Jimmie Dale, as Larry the Bat, a euphonious moniker bestowed possibly because this particular world knew him only by night, began a search for the Runt. From one resort to another he hurried, talking in the accepted style through one corner of his mouth to hard-visaged individuals behind dirty, reeking bars that were reared on equally dirty and foul-smelling, sawdust-strewn floors, visiting dance halls, secretive back rooms, and certain Chinese pipe joints. But the Runt was decidedly elusive. There had been no news of him, no one had seen him, and this after fully an hour had passed since Jimmie Dale had left Carruthers in front of Moriarty's. The possibilities, however, were still legion, numbered only by the numberless dives and dens sheltered by that quarter of the city. Jimmie Dale turned into Chatham Square, heading for the Pagoda dance hall. A man loitering at the curb shot a swift, searching glance at him as he slouched by. Jimmie Dale paused in the doorway of the Pagoda and looked up and down the street. The man he had passed had drawn a little closer. Another man in an apparently aimless fashion lounged a few yards away. "Something's up," muttered Jimmie Dale to himself. "Lansing of headquarters, and the other looks like Milray." Jimmie Dale pushed in through the door of the Pagoda. A bedlam of noise surged out at him. A tin-pan piano and a mandolin were going furiously from a little raised platform at the rear. In the center of the room a dozen couples were in the throes of the tango and the bunny hug. Around the sides, at little tables, men and women laughed and applauded and thumped time on the table-tops with their beer mugs, while waiters, with beer-stained aprons and unshaven faces, juggled marvelous handfuls of glasses and mugs from the bar beside the platform to the patrons at the tables. Jimmie Dale's eyes swept the room in a swift, comprehensive glance, fixed on a little fellow, loudly dressed, who shared a table halfway down the room with a woman in a picture hat. And a smile of relief touched his lips. The Runt at last! He walked down the room, caught the Runt's eyes significantly as he passed the table, kept on to a door between the platform and the bar, opened it, and went out into a lighted hallway, at one end of which a door opened onto the street, and at the other a stairway led above. The Runt joined him. "What's de row, Larry?" inquired the Runt. "Nothin' much," said Jimmie Dale. "Only I thought I'd let youse know. I was passin' Moriarty's and got a tip. Say, some guys croaked Jake Metzer dere." "Aw, forget it," observed the Runt airily. "Dat's stale. Was wise to dat hours ago." Jimmie Dale's face fell. "But I just came from dere," he insisted, "and de harness bulls only just found it out." "Mabbe," grunted the Runt, "but Metzer got his early in de afternoon, see?" Jimmie Dale looked quickly around him, and then leaned toward the Runt. "What's de lay, Runt?" he whispered. The Runt pulled down one eyelid, and with his knowing grin, the cigarette, clinging to his upper lip, sagged down in the opposite corner of his mouth. Jimmie Dale grinned, too. In a flash, inspiration had come to Jimmie Dale. "Say, Runt," he jerked his head toward the street door, "what's de fly cops doing out dere?" The grin vanished from the Runt's lips. He stared for a second wildly at Jimmie Dale, and then clutched at Jimmie Dale's arm. "De what?" he said hoarsely. "De fly cops," Jimmie Dale repeated in well-simulated surprise. "Dey was dere when I come in. Lansing and Milray and—" The Runt shot a hurried glance at the stairway, and licked his lips as though they had gone suddenly dry. "My God, he gasped, and shrank hastily back against the wall beside Jimmie Dale. The door from the street had opened noiselessly, instantly. Black forms bulked there, then a rush of feet, and at the head of half a dozen men, the face of Inspector Clayton loomed up before Jimmie Dale. There was a second's pause in the rush, and in the pause, Clayton's voice, in a vicious undertone: "You two gings open your traps and I'll run you both in." And then the rush passed, and swept on up the stairs. Jimmie Dale looked at the runt. The cigarette dangled limply. The runt's eyes were like a hunted beast's. "Dey got him," he mumbled. "It's Stace Morse. He come to me after croakin' Metzer, and he's been hidin' up dere all afternoon." Stace Morse, known in gangland as a man with every crime in the calendar to his credit, and prominent because of it. Something seemed to go suddenly queer inside of Jimmie Dale. Stace Morse! Was he wrong after all? Jimmie Dale drew closer to the runt. "You're givin' me a steer, ain't youse?" he spoke again from the corner of his mouth, almost inaudibly. "Are you sure it was Stace croaked Metzer? What fer? How'd yer know?" The runt was listening, his eyes strained toward the stairs. The hall to the street was closed, but both were quite well aware that there was an officer on guard outside. "He told me," whispered the runt. "Metzer was fixin' their snitch on him tonight. They've got de goods on Stace, too. He made a bum job of it." "Why didn't he get out of the country then when he had a chance, instead of hanging around here all afternoon?" demanded Jimmie Dale. "He was broke," the runt answered. "We was gettin' de coin fer him to fade away with her tonight, and—" A revolver shot from above cut short his words. Came then the sound of a struggle, oaths, the shuffling tread of feet, but in the dance hall the piano still rattled on, the mandolin twanged, voices sang and applauded, and beer mugs thumped time. They were on the stairs now, the officers half carrying, half dragging someone between them, and the man they dragged cursed them with utter abandon. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Jimmie Dale caught sight of the prisoner's face. Not a prepossessing one, villainous, low-browed, contorted, with a mixture of fear and rage. "It's a lie! A lie! A lie!" the man shrieked. "I never seen him in me life, blast you! Curse you! D'yer hear?" Inspector Clayton caught Jimmie Dale and the runt by the collars. "There's nothing to interest you around here," he snapped maliciously. "Go on now, beat it!" and he pushed them toward the door. They had heard the disturbance in the dance hall now, and the occupants were swarming to the sidewalk. A patrol wagon came around the corner. In the crowd, Jimmie Dale slipped away from the runt. Was he wrong after all? A fierce passion seized him. It was Stace Morse who had murdered Metzer, the runt had said. In Jimmie Dale's brain the words began to reiterate themselves in a sing-song fashion. It was Stace Morse. It was Stace Morse. Then his lips drew tight together. Was it Stace Morse? He would have given a good deal for a chance to talk to the man, even for a minute. But there was no possibility of that now. Later, tomorrow perhaps, if he was wrong after all. Jimmie Dale returned to the sanctuary, removed from his person all evidences of Larry the Bat, and from the sanctuary went home to Riverside Drive. In his den there, in the morning after breakfast, Jason, the butler, brought him the papers. 3-inch headlines in red ink screamed, exulted, and shrieked out the news that the Gray Seal, in the person of Stace Morse, fence, yeggman, and murderer, had been captured. The public, if it had held any private admiration for the one-time mysterious crook, could now once and forever disillusion itself. The Gray Seal was Stace Morse, and Stace Morse was one of the dregs of the city's scum, a pariah, an outcast, with no single redeeming trait to lift him from the ruck of mire and slime that had strewn his life from infancy. The face of Inspector Clayton, blandly self-complacent, leaped out from the paper to meet Jimmie Dale's eyes, and with it a column and a half of perfervid eulogy. Something at first like dismay, the dismay of impotency, filled Jimmie Dale, and then cold, leaving him unnaturally calm. The old, merciless rage took its place. There was nothing to do now but wait. Wait until Carruthers should send that photograph. Then, if after all he were wrong, then he must find some other way. But was he wrong? The notebook that Carruthers had given him, open at the sketch he had made of Clayton, lay upon the desk. Jimmie Dale picked it up. He had already spent quite a little time over it before breakfast, and examined it again minutely, even resorting to his magnifying glass. He put it down as a knock sounded at the door, and Jason entered with a silver card tray. From Carruthers already? Jimmie Dale stepped quickly forward, and then Jimmie Dale met the old man's eyes. It wasn't from Carruthers. It was from her. "The same shuffer brought it, Master Jim," said Jason. Jimmie Dale snatched the envelope from the tray and waved the other from the room. As the door closed, he tore open the letter. There was just a single line. "Jimmie, Jimmie, you haven't failed, have you?" Jimmie Dale stared at it. Failed? Failed her? The haggard look was in his face again. It was the bond between them that was at stake, the gray seal, the bond that had come, he knew, for all time in that instant, to mean his life. "God knows," he muttered hoarsely, and flung himself into a lounging chair, still staring at the note. The hours dragged by. Luncheon time arrived and passed, and then by special messenger the little package from Carruthers came. Jimmie Dale started to undo the string, then laid the package down, and held out his hands before him for inspection. They were trembling visibly. It was a strange condition for Jimmie Dale either to witness or experience, unlike him, foreign to him. "This won't do, Jimmie," he said grimly, shaking his head. He picked up the package again, opened it, and from between two pieces of cardboard took out a large photographic print. A moment, two. Jimmie Dale examined it, used the magnifying glass again, and then a strange gleam came into the dark eyes, and his lips moved. "I've won," said Jimmie Dale, with ominous softness. "I've won." He was standing beside the rosewood desk, and he reached for the phone. Carruthers would be at home now. He called Carruthers there. After a moment or two he got the connection. "This is Jimmie, Carruthers," he said. "Yes, I got it. Thanks." "Yes. Listen, I want you to get Inspector Clayton and bring him up here at once." "What? No, no. How? Why, tell him you're going to run a full page of him in the Sunday edition, and you want him to sit for a sketch. He'd go anywhere for that." "Yes. Half an hour. Yes. Good-bye." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver, and hastily now began to write upon a pad that lay before him on the desk. The minutes passed. As he wrote, he scored out words and lines here and there, substituting others. At the end he had covered 3 large pages, with, to anyone but himself, an indecipherable scrawl. These he shoved aside now, and very carefully, very legibly, made a copy on fresh sheets. As he finished, he heard a car draw up in front of the house. Jimmie Dale folded the copied sheets neatly, tucked them in his pocket, lighted a cigarette, and was lolling lazily in his chair as Jason announced, "Mr. Carruthers, sir, and another gentleman to see you." "Show them up, Jason," instructed Jimmie Dale. Jimmie Dale rose from his chair as they came in. Jason, well-trained servant, closed the door behind them. "Hello, Carruthers. Hello, Inspector," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly, and waved them to seats. "Take this chair, Carruthers." He motioned to one at his elbow. "Glad to see you, Inspector. Try that one in front of the desk. You'll find it comfortable." Carruthers, trying to catch Jimmie Dale's eye for some sort of a cue and failing, sat down. Inspector Clayton stared at Jimmie Dale. "Oh, it's you, eh?" His eyes roved around the room, fastened for an instant on some of Jimmie Dale's work on an easel, came back finally to Jimmie Dale, and he plumped himself down in the chair indicated. "Thought you was more'n a cub reporter," he remarked with a grin. "You were too slick with your pencil. Pretty fine studio you got here. Carruthers says you're going to draw me." Jimmie Dale smiled, not pleasantly, and leaned suddenly over the desk. "Yes," he said slowly, a grim intonation in his voice. "Going to draw you, true to life." With an exclamation, Clayton slewed around in his chair, half rose, and his shifty eyes, small and cunning, bored into Jimmie Dale's face. "What d'ye mean by that?" he snapped out. "Just exactly what I say," replied Jimmie Dale curtly. "No more, no less. But first, not to be too abrupt, I want to join with the newspapers in congratulating you on the remarkable, shall I call it celebrity or acumen, with which you solved the mystery of Metzer's death and placed the murderer behind the bars. It is really remarkable, Inspector, so remarkable, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. Don't you think so? No? Well, that's what Mr. Carruthers was good enough to bring you up here to talk over, in an intimate and confidential way, you know." Inspector Clayton surged up from his chair to his feet, his fists clenched, the red sweeping over his face, and then he shook one fist at Carruthers. "So that's your game, is it?" he stormed. "Trying to crawl out of that 25,000 reward, eh? And as for you," he turned on Jimmie Dale, "you've rigged up a nice little plant between you, eh? Well, it won't work, and I'll make you squirm for this, both of you, damn you, before I'm through." He glared from one to the other for a moment, then swung on his heel. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," he sneered, as he started for the door. He was halfway across the room before Jimmie Dale spoke. "Clayton?" Clayton turned. Jimmie Dale was still leaning over the desk, but now one elbow was propped upon it, and in the most casual way a revolver covered Inspector Clayton. "If you attempt to leave this room," said Jimmie Dale, without raising his voice, "I assure you that I shall fire with as little compunction as though I were aiming at a mad dog, and I apologize to all mad dogs for coupling your name with them." His voice rang suddenly cold. "Come back here and sit down in that chair." The color ebbed slowly from Clayton's face. He hesitated, then sullenly retraced his steps, hesitated again as he reached the chair, and finally sat down. What do you mean by this?" he stammered, trying to bluster. "Just this," said Jimmie Dale, "that I accuse you of the murder of Jake Metzer. It was you who murdered Metzer." "Good God!" burst suddenly from Carruthers. "You lie!" yelled Clayton, and again he surged up from his chair. "That is what Stace Morse said Jimmie Dale coolly. "Sit down." Then Clayton tried to laugh. You're having a joke, ain't you? It was Stace. I can prove it. Come down to headquarters and I can prove it. I got the goods on him all the way. I tell you," his voice rose shrilly, "it was Stace Morse." "You are a despicable hound," said Jimmie Dale through set lips. "Here," he handed the revolver over to Carruthers. "Keep him covered, Carruthers. You're going to the chair for this, Clayton," he said in a fierce monotone. "The chair! You can't send another there in your place this time. Shall I draw you now, true to life? You've been grafting for years on every disreputable den in your district. Metzer was going to show you up, and so, Metzer being in the road, you removed him. And you seized on the fact of Stace Morse having paid a visit to him this afternoon to fix the crime on Stace Morse. Proofs? Oh, yes, I know you've manufactured proofs enough to convict him, if there weren't stronger proofs to convict you. Convict me? Clayton's lower jaw hung loosely, but still he made an effort to bluster. You haven't a thing on me, not a thing, not a thing. Jimmie Dale smiled again, unpleasantly. You are quite wrong, Clayton. See here. He took a sheet of paper from the drawer of his desk. Clayton reached for it quickly. What is it? He demanded. Jimmie Dale drew it back out of reach. Just a minute, he said softly. You remember, don't you, that in the presence of Carruthers here, of myself, and of half a dozen reporters, you stated that you had been alone with Metzer in his room at 3 o'clock yesterday, and that it was you, alone, who found the body later on at 9 o'clock? Yes? I mention this simply to show that from your own lips the evidence is complete that you had an opportunity to commit the crime. Now you may look at this, Clayton. He handed over the sheet of paper. Clayton took it, stared at it, turning it over from first one side to the other. Then a sort of relief seemed to come to him, and he gulped. Nothing but a damned piece of blank paper. Jimmie Dale reached over and took back the sheet. You're wrong again, Clayton, he said calmly. It was quite blank before I handed it to you, but not now. I noticed yesterday that your hands were generally moist. I am sure they are more so now. Excitement, you know. Carruthers, see that he doesn't interrupt. From a drawer, Jimmie Dale took out a little black bottle, the notebook he had used the day before, and the photograph Carruthers had sent him. On the sheet of paper Clayton had just handled, Jimmie Dale sprinkled a little powder from the bottle. Lampblack, explained Jimmie Dale. He shook the paper carefully, allowing the loose powder to fall on the desk blotter, and held out the sheet toward Clayton. Rather neat, isn't it? A very good impression, too. Your thumbprint, Clayton. Now don't move. You may look, not touch. He laid the paper down on the desk in front of Clayton. Beside it he placed the notebook, opened at the sketch, a black thumbprint now upon it. You recall handling this yesterday, I'm sure, Clayton. I tried the same experiment with the lampblack on it this morning. You see? And this. Beside the notebook he placed the police photograph. That, too, in its enlargement, showed, sharply defined, a thumbprint on a diamond-shaped background. You will no doubt recognize it as an official photograph, enlarged, taken of the gray seal on Metzer's forehead, and the thumbprint of Metzer's murderer. You have only to glance at the little scar at the edge of the center loop to satisfy yourself that the three are identical. Of course, there are a dozen other points of similarity equally indisputable, but Jimmie Dale stopped. Clayton was on his feet, rocking on his feet. His face was deathlike in its pallor. Moisture was oozing from his forehead. I didn't do it! I didn't do it! He cried out wildly. My God, I tell you, I didn't do it! And that would send me to the chair! Yes, said Jimmie Dale coldly. And that's precisely where you're going, to the chair. The man was beside himself now, racked to the soul by a paroxysm of fear. I'm innocent, innocent, he screamed out. Oh, for God's sake, don't send an innocent man to his death. It was Stace Morse. Listen, listen, I'll tell you the truth. He was clawing with his hands piteously over the desk at Jimmie Dale. When the big rewards came out last week, I stole one of the gray seals from the bunch at headquarters to use it the first time any crime was committed when I was sure I could lay my hands on the man who did it. Don't you see? Of course he'd deny he was the Gray Seal, just as he'd denied that he was guilty. But I'd have the proof both ways, and I'd collect the rewards, and The man collapsed into the chair. Carruthers was up from his seat, his hands gripping tight on the edge of the desk as he leaned over it. Jimmy, Jimmy, what does this mean? He gasped out. Jimmie Dale smiled, pleasantly now. That he has told the truth, said Jimmie Dale quietly. It is quite true that Stace Morse committed the murder. Shows up the value of circumstantial evidence, though, doesn't it? This would certainly have got him off, and convicted Clayton here before any jury in the land. But the point is, Carruthers, that Stace Morse isn't the Gray Seal, and the Gray Seal is not a murderer." Clayton looked up. You believe me?" he stammered eagerly. Jimmie Dale whirled on him in a sudden sweep of passion. "No, you cur!" he flashed. "It's not you I believe. I simply wanted your confession before witnesses." He whipped the 3 written sheets from his pocket. "Here, substantially, is that confession written out." He passed it to Carruthers. "Read it to him, Carruthers." Carruthers read it aloud. "Now," said Jimmie Dale grimly, "this spells ruin for you, Clayton. You don't deserve a chance to escape prison bars, but I'm going to give you one, for you're going to get it pretty stiff anyhow. If you refuse to sign this, I'll hand you over to the district attorney in half an hour, and Carruthers and I will swear to your confession. On the other hand, if you sign it, Carruthers will not be able to print it until tomorrow morning, and that gives you something like 14 hours to put distance between yourself and New York. Here is a pen. If you are quick enough to take us by surprise once you have signed, you might succeed in making a dash for that door and effecting your escape without forcing us to compound a felony. Understand?" Clayton's hand trembled violently as he seized the pen. He scrawled his name, looked from one to the other, wet his lips, and then, taking Jimmie Dale at his word, rushed for the door, and the door slammed behind him. Carruthers' face was hard. "What did you let him go for, Jimmie?" he said uncompromisingly. "Selfishness, pure selfishness," said Jimmie Dale softly. "They'd guy me unmercifully if they ever heard of it at the St. James Club. The honor is all yours, Carruthers. I don't appear on the stage. That's understood? Yes? Well, then," he handed over the signed confession. "Is the scoop big enough?" Carruthers fingered the sheets, but his eyes in a bewildered way searched Jimmie Dale's face. "Big enough?" he echoed as though invoking the universe. "It's the biggest thing the newspaper game has ever known. But how did you come to do it? What started you? Where did you get your lead?" "Why, from you, I guess, Carruthers," Jimmie Dale answered thoughtfully, with artfully puckered brow. "I remembered that you had said last week that the Gray Seal never left finger marks on his work, and I saw one on the seal on Metzer's forehead. Then, you know, I lifted one corner where the seal overlapped a thread of blood, and underneath the thread of blood wasn't in the slightest disturbed. So, of course, I knew the seal had been put on quite a long time after the man was dead. Not until the blood had dried thoroughly, to a crust, you know, so that even the damp surface of the sticky side of the seal hadn't affected it. And then I took a dislike to Clayton somehow, and put 2 and 2 together, and took a flyer in getting him to handle the notebook. I guess that's all. No other reason on earth. Jolly lucky, don't you think?" Carruthers didn't say anything for a moment. When he spoke, it was irrelevantly. "You saved me $25,000 on that reward, Jimmie." "That's the only thing I regret," said Jimmie Dale brightly. "It wasn't nice of you, Carruthers, to turn on the Gray Seal that way, and it strikes me you owe the chap, whoever he is, a pretty emphatic exoneration after what you said in this morning's edition." "Jimmie," said Carruthers earnestly, "you know what I thought of him before. It's like a new lease of life to get back one's faith in him. You leave it to me. I'll put the Gray Seal on a pedestal tomorrow that will be worthy of the immortals. You leave it to me." And Carruthers kept his word. Also, before the paper had been an hour off the press, Carruthers received a letter. It thanked Carruthers quite genuinely, even if couched in somewhat facetious terms, for his sweeping vindication, twitted him gently for his backsliding, begged to remain his gratefully, and in lieu of signature there was a gray-colored piece of paper shaped like this, a diamond shape, only there were no fingerprints on it. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 3A, The Mother Lode. It was the following evening, and they had dined together again at the St. James Club, Jimmie Dale and Carruthers of the Morning News Argus. From Clayton and a discussion of the Metzer murder, the conversation had turned, not illogically, upon the physiognomy of criminals in general. Jimmie Dale, lazily ensconced now in a lounging chair in one of the club's private library rooms, flicked a minute speck of cigar ash from the sleeve of his dinner jacket, and smiled whimsically across the table at his friend. "Oh, I dare say there's a lot in physiognomy, Carruthers," he drawled. "Never studied the thing, you know. That is, from the standpoint of crime. Personally, I've only got one prejudice. I distrust, on principle, the man who wears a perennial and pompous smirk, which isn't, of course, strictly speaking, physiognomy at all. You see, a man can't help his eyes being beady or his nose pronounced, but pomposity and a smirk, now." Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. Carruthers laughed, and then glanced ludicrously at Jimmie Dale as the door, ajar, was pushed open and a man entered. "Speaking of angels," murmured Jimmie Dale, and sat up in his chair. "Hello, Markel," he observed casually. "You've met Carruthers of the New Argus, haven't you?" Markel was fat and important. He had beady black eyes, fastidiously trimmed whiskers, and a pronounced smirk. Markel blew his nose vigorously, coughed asthmatically, and held out his hand. "Of course, certainly," said he effusively. "I've met Carruthers several times, used his sheet more than once to advertise a new bond flotation." The dominant note in Markel's voice was an ingratiating and unpleasant whine, and Carruthers nodded, not very cordially, and shook hands. Markel went back to the door, closed it carefully, and returned to the table. "Fact is," he smiled confidentially, "I saw you two come in here a few minutes ago, and I've got something that I thought Carruthers might be glad to have for his society column, say in the Sunday edition." He dove into the inside pocket of his coat, produced a large morocco leather jeweler's case, and, holding it out over the table between Carruthers and Jimmie Dale, suddenly snapped the cover open, and then, with a complacent little chuckle that terminated in another fit of coughing, spilled the contents on the table under the electric reading lamp. Like a thing of living, pulsing fire it rolled before their eyes. A magnificent diamond necklace, of wondrous beauty, gleaming and scintillating as the light rays shot back from 1,000 facets. For a moment both men gazed at it without a word. "Little surprise for my wife," volunteered Markel, with a debonair wave of his pudgy hand, and trying to make his voice sound careless. The case lay open, patently displaying the name of the most famous jewelry house in America. Jimmie Dale's eyes fixed on Markel's whiskers, where they were brushed outward in an ornate and fastidious gray-black sweep. "By Jove," he commented, "you don't do things by halves, do you, Markel?" $210,000 I paid for that little bunch of gewgaws," said Markel, waving his hand again. Then he clapped Carruthers heartily on the shoulder. "What do you think of it, Carruthers, eh? Say, a photograph of it, and one of Mrs. Markel, eh? Please her, you know. She's crazy on this society stunt. All flub-dub to me, of course. How's it strike you, Carruthers?" Carruthers very evidently liked neither the man nor his manners, but Carruthers, above everything else, was a gentleman. "To be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Markel," he said a little frigidly, "I don't believe in this sort of thing. It's all right from a newspaper standpoint, and we do it, but it's just in this way that owners of valuable jewelry lay themselves open to theft. It simply amounts to advising every crook in the country that you have $250,000 at his disposal, which he can carry away in his vest pocket, once he can get his hands on it, and you invite him to try." Jimmie Dale laughed. "And what Carruthers means, Markel, is that you'll have the Gray Seal down your street. Carruthers talks of crooks generally, but he thinks in terms of only one. He can't help it. He's been trying so long to catch the chap that it's become an obsession, eh, Carruthers?" Carruthers smiled seriously. "Perhaps," he admitted. "I hope, though, for Mr. Markel's sake, that the Gray Seal won't take a fancy to it. If he does, Mr. Markel can say good-bye to his necklace." "Poof!" coughed Markel arrogantly. "Overrated. His cleverness is all in the newspaper columns. If he knows what's good for him, he'll know enough to leave this alone." Jimmie Dale was leaning over the table, poking gingerly with the tip of his forefinger at the center stone in the setting, revolving it gently to and fro in the light. A very large stone, whose weight would hardly be less than 15 carats. Jimmie Dale lowered his head for a closer examination, and to hide a curious, mocking little gleam that crept into his dark eyes. "Yes, I should say you're right, Markel," he agreed judicially. "He ought to know better than to touch this. It would be too hard to dispose of." "I'm not worrying," declared Markel importantly. "No," said Jimmie Dale. "210,000, you said. Any special significance to the occasion, if the question's not impertinent? Birthday, wedding anniversary, or something like that?" "No, nothing like that." Markel grinned, winked secretively, and rubbed his hands together. "I'm feeling good, that's all. I'm going to make the killing of my life tomorrow." "Oh," said Jimmie Dale. Markel turned to Carruthers. "I'll let you in on that too, Carruthers, in a day or two, if you'll send a reporter around. Financial man, you know. It'll be worth your while. And now, how about this? What do you say to a little article in the photos next Sunday?" There was a slight hint of rising color in Carruthers' face. "If you'll send them to the society editor, I have no doubt he'll be able to use them," he said brusquely. "Right," said Markel, and coughed, and patted Carruthers' shoulder patronizingly again. "I'll just do that little thing." He picked up the necklace, dangled it till it flashed and flashed again under the light, then restored it very ostentatiously to its case, and the case to his pocket. "Thanks awfully, Carruthers," he said as he rose from his chair. "See you again, Dale. Good night." Carruthers glared at the door as it closed behind the man. "Say it," prodded Jimmie Dale sweetly. "Don't feel restrained because you are a guest. I absolve you in advance." "Rotter!" said Carruthers. "Well," said Jimmie Dale softly, "you see, Carruthers?" Carruthers' match crackled savagely as he lighted a cigar. "Yes, I see," he growled. "But I don't see, you'll pardon my saying so, how vulgarity like that ever acquired membership in the St. James Club." "Carruthers," said Jimmie Dale plaintively, "you ought to know better than that. You know, to begin with, since it seems he has advertised with you that he runs some sort of brokerage business in Boston. He's taken a summer home up here on Long Island, and some misguided chap put him on the club's visitors list. His card will not be renewed. Sleek customer, isn't he? Trifle familiar. I was only introduced to him last night." Carruthers grunted, broke his burned match into pieces, and began to toss the pieces into an ashtray. Jimmie Dale became absorbed in an inspection of his hands, those wonderful hands with long, slim, tapering fingers, whose clean, pink flesh masked a strength and power that was like to a steel vise. Jimmie Dale looked up. "Going to print a nice little story for him about the costliest and most beautiful necklace in America?" he inquired innocently. Carruthers scowled. "No," he said bluntly, "I am not. He'll read the News Argus a long time before he reads anything about that, Jimmie." But therein Carruthers was wrong. The News Argus carried the story of Markel's diamond necklace in 3-inch caps in red ink on the front page in the next morning's edition. And Carruthers gloated over it because the Morning News Argus was the only paper in New York that did. Carruthers was to hear more of Markel and Markel's necklace than he thought, though for the time being the subject dropped between the two men. It was still early, barely 10 o'clock, when Carruthers left the club and, preferring to walk to the newspaper offices, refused Jimmie Dale's offer of his limousine. It was but 5 minutes later when Jimmie Dale, after chatting for a moment or two with those about in the lobby, in turn sought the coat room, where Markel was being assisted into his coat. "Getting home early, aren't you, Markel?" remarked Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Yes," said Markel, and ran his fingers fussily, comb fashion, through his whiskers. "Quite a little run out to my place, you know, and with you-know-what, I don't care to be out too late." "No, of course," concurred Jimmie Dale, getting into his own coat. They walked out of the club together, and Markel climbed importantly into the tonneau of a big gray touring car. "Ah, home, Peters," he sniffed at his chauffeur, and then, with a grandiloquent wave of his hand to Jimmie Dale, "Night, Dale." Jimmie Dale smiled with his eyes, which were hidden by the brim of his bat. "Good night, Markel," he replied, and the smile crept curiously to the corners of his mouth as he watched the gray car disappear down the street. A limousine drew up, and Benson, Jimmie Dale's chauffeur, opened the door. "Home, Mr. Dale?" he asked cheerily, touching his cap. "Yes, Benson, home," said Jimmie Dale absently, and stepped into the car. It was a luxurious car, as everything that belonged to Jimmie Dale was luxurious, and he leaned back luxuriously on the cushions, extended his legs luxuriously to their full length, plunged his hands into his overcoat pockets. And then a change stole strangely slowly over Jimmie Dale. The sensitive fingers on his right hand in the pocket had touched and now played delicately over a sealed envelope that they had found there, played over it as though indeed by the sense of touch alone they could read the contents, and he drew his body gradually erect. It was another of those mysterious missives from her. The texture of the paper was invariably the same, like this one. How had it come there? Collusion with the coat boy at the club? That was hardly probable. Perhaps it had been there before he had entered the club for dinner. He remembered now that there had been several people passing, and that he had been jostled slightly in crossing the sidewalk. What, however, did it matter? It was there mysteriously, as scores of others had come to him mysteriously, with never a clue to her identity, to the identity of his, he smiled a little grimly, accomplice in crime. He took the envelope from his pocket and stared at it. His fingers had not been at fault, it was one of hers. The faint, elusive, exquisite fragrance of some rare perfume came to him as he held it. "I'd give," said Jimmie Dale wistfully to himself, "I'd give everything I own to know who you are, and some day, please God, I will know." Jimmie Dale tore the envelope very gently, as though the tearing almost were an act of desecration, and extracted the letter from within. He began to read aloud hurriedly and in snatches. "Dear Philanthropic Crook, Charlton Park Manor, Markel's house, is the second one from the gates on the right-hand side. Library leads off reception hall on left, door opposite staircase. Telephone in reception hall near vestibule entrance, left-hand side. Safe is one of your father's make, number 14321. Clothes closet behind the desk. Probably will be kept in cash box. 5 servants, 2 men, 3 maids. Quarters on top story. Markel and wife occupy room over library. French windows to dining room on opposite side of the house. Opening on the lawn. Get it tonight, Jimmy. Tomorrow would be too late. Dispose of it. See fit. Henry Wilbur, Marshall Building, Broadway, 5th story. Through the glass-paneled front of the car, Jimmie Dale could see his chauffeur's back, and the hand that held the letter dropped down to his side, and Jimmie Dale stared at his chauffeur's back. Then presently he read the letter again, as though committing it to memory now, and then, tearing the paper into tiny shreds, as he did with every one of her communications, he reached out of the window and allowed the little pieces to filter gradually from his hand. The Gray Seal, he smiled in his whimsical way. If it were ever known! He, Jimmie Dale, with his social standing, his wealth, his position, the Gray Seal. Not a police official, not a Secret Service bureau probably in the civilized world, but knew the name. Not a man, woman, or child, certainly in this great city around him, but to whom it was as familiar as their own. Danger? Yes. A battle of wits? Yes. His against everybody's, even against Carruthers, his old college chum. For even as a reporter, before he had risen to the editorial desk, and even now that he had, Carruthers had been one of the keenest on the scent of the Gray Seal. Danger? Yes. But it was worth it 1,000 times for the very lure of the danger itself. But worth it most of all for his association with her who, by some amazing means, verging indeed on the miraculous, came into touch with all these things, and supplied him with the data on which to work, that always some wrong might be righted, or gladness come where there had been gloom before, or hope where there had been despair, that into some fellow human's heart should come a gleam of sunshine. Yes, in spite of the howls of the police, the virulent diatribes of the press, an angry public screaming for his arrest, conviction, and punishment, there were those perhaps who even on their bended knees at night asked God's blessing on the Gray Seal. Was it strange then, after all, that the police, seeking a clue through motive, should have been driven to frenzy on every occasion in finding themselves forever confronted with what, from every angle they were able to view it, was quite a purposeless crime? On one point only they were right. The old dogma, the old cry, old as the institution of police, older than that, older since time immemorial, cherchez la femme. Quite right, but also quite purposeless. Jimmie Dale's eyes grew wistful. He had been hunting for the woman in the case himself now for months and years, indefatigably, using every resource at his command, quite purposelessly. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. Why go over all this tonight? There were other things to do. She had come to him again, and this time with a matter that entailed more than ordinary difficulty, more than usual danger, that would tax his wits and his skill to the utmost, not only to succeed, but to get out of it himself with the whole skin. Markel, eh? Jimmie Dale leaned back in his seat, clasped his hands behind his head, and his eyes, half closed now, were studying Benson's back again through the plate-glass front. He was still sitting in that position as the car approached his residence on Riverside Drive, but as it came to a stop and Benson opened the door, it was a very alert Jimmie Dale that stepped to the sidewalk. "Benson," he said crisply, "I am going downtown again later on, but I shall drive myself. Bring the touring car around and leave it in front of the house. I'll run it into the garage when I get back. You need not wait up." "Very good, sir," said Benson. In the hallway, Jason, the butler, who had been butler to Jimmie Dale's father before him, took Jimmie Dale's hat and coat. "It's a fine evening, Master Jim," said the privileged old man affectionately. Jimmie Dale took out his silver cigarette case, selected a cigarette, tapped it daintily on the cover of the case, and accepted the match from the old man hastily produced. "Yes, Jason," said Jimmie Dale, pleasantly facetious. "It's a fine night, a glorious night, moon and stars and a balmy breeze. Quite too fine, indeed, to remain indoors. In fact, you might lay out my gray ulster. I think I will go for a spin presently, when I have changed." "Yes, sir," said Jason. "Anything else, Master Jim?" "No, that's all, Jason. Don't sit up for me. You may go to bed now." "Thank you, sir," said the old man. Jimmie Dale went upstairs, opened the door of his own particular den on the right of the landing, stepped inside, closed the door, switched on the light, and Jimmie Dale's debonair nonchalance dropped from him as a mask instantly. And it was another Jimmie Dale, the professional Jimmie Dale. End of Part 1, Chapter 3A. Chapter 3B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 3B, The Mother Lode. Continued. Quick now in every action, he swung aside the portiere that curtained off the squat, barrel-shaped safe in the little alcove, opened the safe, took out that curious leather girdle with its kit of burglar's tools, added to it a flashlight and an automatic revolver, closed the safe, and passed into his dressing-room. Here he proceeded to divest himself rapidly of his evening clothes, selecting in their stead a suit of dark tweed. He heard Jason come up the stairs, pass along the hall, and mount the second flight to his own quarters. And presently came the sound of an automobile without. The dressing-room fronted on the drive. Jimmie Dale looked out. Benson was just getting out of the touring car. Slipping the leather girdle then around his waist, Jimmie Dale put on his vest, then his coat, and walked briskly downstairs. Jason had laid out a gray ulster on the hall stand. Jimmie Dale put it on, selected a leather cap with motor goggle attachment that pulled down almost to the tip of his nose, tucked a slouch hat into the pocket of the ulster, and leaving the house climbed into his car. He glanced at his watch as he started. It was 11:15. Jimmie Dale's lips pursed a little. "I guess it'll make a night of it, and a tight squeeze at that, to get back under cover before daylight," he muttered. "I'll have to do some tall speeding." But at first, across the city and through Brooklyn, for all his impatience, it was necessarily slow. After that, Jimmie Dale took chances, and once on the country roads of Long Island, the big, powerful car tore through the night like a greyhound whose leash is slipped. A half-hour passed, Jimmie Dale's eyes shifting occasionally from the gray thread of road ahead of him, under the glare of the dancing lamps, to the road map spread out at his feet, upon which from time to time he focused his pocket flashlight. And then finally he slowed the car to a snail's pace. He should be very near his destination, that very ultra-exclusive subdivision of Charlton Park Manor. On either side of the road now was quite a thickly set stretch of wooded land, rising slightly on the right, and this Jimmie Dale scrutinized sharply. In fact, he stopped for an instant as he came opposite to a wagon track. It seemed to be little more than that led in through the trees. "If it's not too far from the seat of war," commented Jimmie Dale to himself as he went on again, "it will do admirably." And then, 100 yards farther on, Jimmie Dale nodded his head in satisfaction. He was passing the rather ornate stone pillars that marked the entrance to Charlton Park Manor, and on which the initial promoters of the subdivision, the real estate people, had evidently deemed it good advertising policy to expend a small fortune. Another 100 yards farther on, Jimmie Dale turned his car around and returned past the gates to the wagon track again. The road was deserted. Not a car nor a vehicle of any description was in sight. Jimmie Dale made sure of that. And in another instant Jimmie Dale's own car, every light extinguished, had vanished. He had backed it up the wagon track, just far enough in for the trees to screen it thoroughly from the main road. Nor did Jimmie Dale himself appear again on the main road until just as he emerged close to the gates of Charlton Park Manor from a short cut through the woods. Also, he was without his ulster now, and the slouch hat had replaced the motor cap. Jimmie Dale, in the moonlight, took stock of his surroundings as he passed in at a businesslike walk through the gates. It was a large park, if that name could properly be applied to it at all, and the houses, he caught sight of one set back from the driveway on the right, were quite far apart, each in its own rather spacious grounds among the trees. The second house on the right, her letter had said. Jimmie Dale had already passed the first one. The next would be Markel's then, and it loomed ahead of him now, black and shadowy and unlighted. Jimmie Dale shot a glance around him. There was stillness, quiet everywhere, no sign of life, no sound. Jimmie Dale's face became tense, his lips tight, and he stepped suddenly from the sidewalk in among the trees. They were not thick here, of course, the trees, and the turf beneath his feet was well kept, and therefore soundless. He moved quickly now, but cautiously, from tree to tree, for the moonlight, flooding the lawn and house, threw all objects into bold relief. A minute, 2, 3 went by, and a shadow flitted here and there across the light greensward, like the moving of the trees swaying in the breeze. And then Jimmie Dale was standing close up against one side of the house, hidden by the protecting black shadows of the walls. But here, for a moment, Jimmie Dale seemed little occupied with the house itself. He was staring down past its length to where the woods made a heavy, dark background at the rear. Then he turned his head to face directly to the main road, then back again slowly, as though measuring an angle. Jimmie Dale had no intention of making his escape by the roundabout way in which he had been forced to come, in order to make certain of locating the right house, the second one from the gates, and he was getting the bearings of his car and the wagon track now. "I guess that'll be about right," Jimmie Dale muttered finally. "And now for—" He slipped along the side of the house and halted where, almost on a level with the ground, the French windows of the dining room opened on the lawn. Jimmie Dale tried them gently. They were locked. An indulgent smile crept to Jimmie Dale's lips, and his hand crept in under his vest. It came out again, not empty, and Jimmie Dale leaned close against the window. There was a faint, almost inaudible scratching sound, then a slight, brittle crack, and Jimmie Dale laid a neat little 4-inch square of glass on the ground at his feet. Through the aperture he reached in his hand, turned the key that was in the lock, turned the bolt rod handle, pushed the door silently open, wide open, left them open, and stepped into the room. He could see quite well within, thanks to the moonlight. Jimmie Dale produced a black silk mask from one of the little leather pockets, adjusted it carefully over his face, and crossed the room to the hall door. He opened this, wide open, left it open, and entered the hall. Here it was dark, a pitch blackness. He stood for a moment, listening. Utter silence. And then, alert, strained, tense in an instant, Jimmie Dale crouched against the wall, and then he smiled a little grimly. It was only someone coughing upstairs. Markel. In his sleep, perhaps, or perhaps in wakefulness. "I'm a fool," confided Jimmie Dale to himself, as he recognized the cough that he had heard at the club. "And yet, I don't know. One's nerves get sort of taut. Pretty stiff business. If I'm ever caught, the penitentiary sentence I get will be the smallest part of what's to pay." A round button of light played along the wall from the flashlight in his hand, just for an instant, and all was blackness again. But in that instant Jimmie Dale was across the hall, and his fingers were tracing the telephone connection from the instrument to where the wires disappeared in the baseboard of the floor. Another instant, and he had severed the wires with a pair of nippers. Again the quick firefly gleam of light to locate the staircase and the library door opposite to it, and, moving without the slightest noise, Jimmie Dale's hand was on the door itself. Again he paused to listen. All was silence now. The door swung under his hand, and, left open behind him, he was in the room. The flashlight winked once, suspiciously. Then he snapped its little switch, keeping the current on, and the ray dodged impudently here and there all over the apartment. The safe was set in a sort of clothes closet behind the desk, she had said. Yes, there it was, the door at least. Jimmie Dale moved toward it, and paused as his light swept the top of the intervening desk. A mass of papers, books, and correspondence littered it untidily. The yellow sheet of a telegram caught Jimmie Dale's eye. He picked it up and glanced at it. It read: "Vein uncovered today. Undoubtedly mother lode. Enormously rich. Put the screws on at once. Thurl." Under the mask, Jimmie Dale's lips twitched. "I think, Markel, you miserable hound," said he softly, "that God will forgive me for depriving you of a share of the profits. 210,000, I think it was, you said the sparklers cost." A curious little sound came from Jimmie Dale's lips, like a chuckle. Jimmie Dale tossed the telegram back on the desk, moved on behind the desk, opened the door of the closet that had been metamorphosed into a vault, and the white light traveled slowly, searchingly, critically over the shining black enameled steel, the nickeled knobs and dials of a safe that confronted him. Jimmie Dale nodded at it, familiarly, grimly. "It's a number 14321, all right," he murmured, "and one of the best we ever made. Pretty tough. But I've done it before. Say, half an hour of gentle persuasion. It would be too bad to crack it with soup. Besides, that's crude. Carruthers would never forgive the Gray Seal for that." The light went out. Blackness fell. Jimmie Dale's slim, sensitive fingers closed on the dial's knob. His head touched the steel front of the safe as he pressed his ear against it for the tumbler's fall. And then silence. It seemed to grow heavier, that silence, with each second, to palpitate through the quiet house, to grow pregnant, premonitory of dread, of fear. It seemed to throb in long undulations, and the stillness grew loud. A moonbeam filtered in between the edge of the drawn shade and the edge of the window. It struggled across the floor in a wavering path, strayed over the desk, and died away, shadowy and formless, against the blackness of the opened recessed door, against the blackness of the great steel safe, the blackness of a huddled form crouched against it. Only now and then, in a strange, projected, wraith-like effect, the moon ray glinted timidly on the tip of a nickel dial, and, ghost-like, disclosed a human hand. Upstairs, Markel coughed again. Then from the safe a whisper, heavy-breathed as from great exertion. "Missed it." The dial whirled with faint, musical, little metallic clicks, then began to move slowly again, very, very slowly. The moonbeam, as though petulant at its own abortive attempt to satisfy its curiosity, retreated back across the floor and faded away. Blackness. Time passed. Then from the safe again, but now in a low gasp, a pant of relief. Ah! The ear might barely catch the sound. It was as of metal sliding in well-oiled grooves, of metal meeting metal in a padded thud. The massive door swung outward. Jimmie Dale stood up, easing his cramped muscles, and flirted the sweat beads from his forehead. After a moment he knelt again. There was still the inner door, but that was a minor matter to Jimmie Dale compared with what had gone before. Stillness once more. A long period of it. And then again that cough from above. A prolonged paroxysm of it this time, that went racketing through the house. Jimmie Dale, in the act of swinging back the inner door of the safe, paused to listen, and little furrows under his mask gathered on his forehead. The coughing stopped. Jimmie Dale waited a moment, still listening. Then his flashlight bored into the interior of the safe. "The cash box, probably," quoted Jimmie Dale, beneath his breath, and picked it up from where it lay in the bottom compartment of the safe. The lock snipped under the insistent probe of a delicate little blue-steeled instrument, and Jimmie Dale lifted the cover. There was a package of papers and documents on top, held together with elastic bands. Jimmie Dale spent a moment or two examining these, then his fingers dived down underneath, and the next minute, under the flashlight, the morocco leather case open, the diamond necklace was sparkling and flashing on its white satin bed. "A tempting little thing, isn't it?" said Jimmie Dale gently. "It was really thoughtful of you, Markel, to buy that this afternoon." Jimmie Dale replaced the necklace in the cash box, set the cash box on the floor, closed the inner door of the safe, and swung the outer door a little inward, but left it flauntingly ajar. Then, from a pocket of the leather girdle beneath his vest, he produced his small, thin, flat metal case. From this, from between sheets of oil paper, with the aid of a pair of tweezers, he lifted out a gray, diamond-shaped seal. Jimmie Dale was apparently fastidious. He held the seal with the tweezers as he moistened the adhesive side with his tongue, laid the seal on his handkerchief, and pressed the handkerchief firmly against the safe. As usual, Jimmie Dale's insignia bore no fingerprints as it lay neatly capping the knob of the dial. He reached down, picked up the cash box, and then, for the second time that night, held suddenly tense, alert, listening, his every muscle taut. A door opened upstairs. There came a murmur of voices, then a momentary lull. Jimmie Dale listened. Like a statue he stood there in the black, absolutely motionless, his head a little forward and to one side. Nothing, not a sound. Then a very low, curious, swishing noise, and a faint creak. Somebody was coming down the stairs. Jimmie Dale moved stealthily from the recess and noiselessly to the desk. Very faintly, but distinctly now, came a pad of either slippered or bare feet on the stairway carpet. Like a cat, soundless in his movements, Jimmie Dale crept toward the door of the room. Down the stairs came that pad of feet. Occasionally came that swishing sound. Nearer the door crept Jimmie Dale, and his lips were thinned now, his jaws clamped. How near were they together, he and this night prowler? At times he could not hear the other at all, and besides, the heavy carpet made the judgment of distance an impossibility. If he could gain the hall, and in the darkness elude the other, the way of escape through the dining room was open. And then, within a few feet of the door, Jimmie Dale halted abruptly, as a woman's voice rose querulously from the hallway above. "You are making a perfect fool of yourself, Theodore Markel. Come back here to bed." Jimmie Dale's face hardened like stone. The answer came almost from the very threshold in front of him. "I can't sleep, I tell you." It was Markel's voice in a disgruntled snarl. "I was a fool to bring the confounded thing home. I'm going to take the library couch for the rest of the night." It happened quick then, quick as the winking of an eye. Two sharp, almost simultaneous clicks of the electric light buttons pressed by Markel, and the hall and library were a flood of light. And Jimmie Dale leaped forward to where, in dressing gown and pajamas, blankets and bedding over one arm, a revolver dangling in the other hand, Markel stood full before the door in the hallway without. There was a wild yell of terror and surprise from Markel, then a deafening roar and a spit of flame from his revolver, a bitter, smothered exclamation from Jimmie Dale, as the cash box crashed to the floor from his left hand, and he was upon the other like a tiger. With the impact, both men went to the floor, grappled, and rolled over and over. Half mad with fear, shock, and surprise, Markel fought like a maniac, and his voice in gasping shouts rang through the house. A minute, too, passed, and the men rolled about the hall floor. Markel, over middle age and unhealthily fat, against Jimmie Dale's 6 feet of muscle. Only Jimmie Dale's left hand, dripping a red stream now, was almost useless. From above came wild confusion. women's voices in little shrieks, men's voices shouting in excitement, doors opening, running feet. And then Jimmie Dale had snatched the revolver from the floor where Markel had dropped it in the scuffle, and was pressing it against Markel's forehead. And Markel, terror-stricken, had collapsed in a flabby, pliant heap. Jimmie Dale, still covering Markel with the weapon, stood up. The frightened faces of women protruded from the banisters above. The two manservants, at best none too enthusiastically on the way down, stopped as though stunned as Jimmie Dale swung the revolver upon them. Then Jimmie Dale spoke, to Markel, pointing the weapon at Markel again. "I don't like you, Markel," he said with cold impudence. "The only decent thing you'll ever do will be to die. If those men of yours on the stairs move another step, it will be your death warrant. Do you understand? I would suggest that you request them to stay where they are." Cold sweat was on Markel's face as he stared into the muzzle of the revolver, and his teeth chattered. "Go back!" he screamed hysterically at the servants. "Go back! Sit down! Don't move! Do what he tells you!" "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "Now get up yourself." Markel got up. Jimmie Dale backed to the library door, picked up the cash box, tucked it under his left armpit, and faced those on the stairs. "Mr. Markel and I are going out for a little walk," he announced coolly. "If one of you make a move or raise an alarm before your master comes back, I shall be obliged, in self-defense, to shoot Mr. Markel. Mr. Markel quite understands that, I am sure. Do you not, Mr. Markel?" "Helen!" screamed Markel to his wife. "Don't let him move! For God's sake, do as he says!" Jimmie Dale's lips, just showing beneath the edge of his mask, broadened in a pleasant little smile. "Will you lead the way, Mr. Markel?" he requested with an ironic deference. "Through the dining room, please. Yes, that's right." Markel walked weakly into the dining room, and Jimmie Dale followed. A prod in the back from the revolver muzzle, and Markel stepped through the French windows and out on the lawn. Jimmie Dale faced the other toward the woods at the rear of the house. "Go on!" Jimmie Dale's voice was curt now, uncompromising. "And step lively." End of Part 1, Chapter 3B. Part 1, Chapter 3C of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 3C, The Mother Lode. Concluded. They passed on along the side of the house and in among the trees. 50 yards or so more, and Jimmie Dale halted. He backed Markel up against a large tree, not over gently. I say," Markel's teeth were going like castanets, "you'll oblige me by keeping your mouth shut," observed Jimmie Dale politely, and he whipped the cord of Markel's dressing-gown loose and began to tie the man to the tree. "You have many unpleasant characteristics, Markel. Your voice is one of them. Shall I repeat that I do not like you?" He stepped to the back of the tree. "Pardon me if I draw this uncomfortably tight. I don't think you can reach around to the nut. No? The trunk is too large? Quite so." He stepped around to face Markel again. The man was thoroughly frightened. His face was livid, his jaw sagged weakly, and his eyes followed every movement of the revolver in Jimmie Dale's hand in a sort of miserable fascination. Jimmie Dale smiled unhappily. "I am going to do something, Markel, that I should advise no other man to do. I am going to put you on your honor. For the next 15 minutes you are not to utter a sound. Do you understand?" Yes," said Markel hoarsely. "No," said Jimmie Dale sadly, "I don't think you do. Let me be painfully explicit. If you break your vow of silence by so much as a second, then tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after, At my convenience, Markel, you and I will meet again for the last time. There can be no possible misapprehension on your part now, Markel." "No," Markel could scarcely chatter out the word. "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale, in velvet tones. He stood for an instant looking at the other with cool insolence. Then, "Good night, Markel." And 5 minutes later a great touring car was tearing New Yorkward over the Long Island roads at express speed. It was 1 o'clock in the morning as Jimmie Dale swung the car into a cross street off Lower Broadway, and drew up at the curb beside a large office building. He got out, snuggled the cash box under his ulster, went around to the Broadway entrance, glanced up to note that a light burned in a fifth-story window, and entered the building. The hallway was practically in darkness. 1 or 2 incandescents only threw a dim light about. Jimmie Dale stopped for a moment at the foot of the stairs, beside the elevator well, to listen. If the watchman was making rounds, it was in another part of the building Jimmie Dale began to climb. He reached the 5th floor, turned down the corridor, and halted in front of a door, through the ground glass panel of which a light glowed faintly, as though coming from an inner office beyond. Jimmie Dale drew the black silk mask from his pocket, adjusted it, tried the door, found it unlocked, opened it noiselessly, and stepped inside. Across the room, through another door, half open, the light streamed into the outer office where Jimmie Dale stood. Jimmie Dale stole across the room, crouched by the door to look into the inner office, and his face went suddenly rigid. "Good God!" he whispered. "As bad as that?" But it was a nonchalant Jimmie Dale, to all outward appearances, that, on the instant, stepped unconcernedly over the threshold. An elderly man, white-haired, kindly-faced, kindly-eyed, save now that the face was drawn and haggard, the eyes full of weariness, was standing behind a flat-topped desk, his fingers twitching nervously on a revolver in his hand. He whirled with a startled cry at Jimmie Dale's entrance, and the revolver clattered from his fingers to the floor. "I am afraid," said Jimmie Dale, smiling pleasantly, "that you were going to shoot yourself. Your name is Wilbur, Henry Wilbur, isn't it?" Unmanned, trembling, the other stood, and nodded mechanically. "It's really not a nice thing to do," said Jimmie Dale confidentially. "Makes a mess, you see, too." He was pulling off his motor gauntlet, his ulster, his jacket, and, having set the cash box on the desk, was rolling back his sleeve as he spoke. "Had a little experience myself this evening." He held out his hand that, with the forearm, was covered with blood. "A little above the wrist, fortunately only a flesh wound, a little memento from a chap named Markel, and—" "Markel!" the word burst quivering from the other's lips. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale imperturbably. "Do you mind if I wash a bit, and could you oblige me with a towel or something that would do for a bandage?" The man seemed dazed. In a subconscious way he walked from the desk to a little cupboard and took out 2 towels. Jimmie Dale stooped while the other's back was turned, picked up the revolver from the floor, and slipped it into his trousers pocket. "Markel," said Wilbur again, the same trembling anxiety in his voice, as he handed Jimmie Dale the towels and motioned toward a washstand in the corner of the room. "Did you say Markel? Theodore Markel?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, examining his wound critically. "You had trouble? A fight with him? Is he dead?" "No," said Jimmie Dale, smiling a little grimly. "He's pretty badly hurt, though, I imagine, but not in a physical way." "Strange," whispered Wilbur, in a numbed tone to himself, and he went back and sank down in his desk chair. "Strange that you should speak of Markel. Strange that you should have come here tonight." Jimmie Dale did not answer. He glanced now and then at the other as he deftly dressed his wrist. The man seemed on the verge of collapse, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Jimmie Dale swore softly to himself. Wilbur was too old a man to be called upon to stand against the trouble and anxiety that was mirrored in the misery in his face that had brought him to the point of taking his own life. Jimmie Dale put on his coat again, walked over to the desk, and picked up the phone. "If I may?" he inquired courteously, and confided a number to the mouthpiece of the instrument. There was a moment's wait during which Wilbur, in a desperate sort of way, seemed to be trying to rally himself, to piece together a puzzle, as it were. And for the first time he appeared to take a personal interest in the masked figure that leaned against his desk. He kept passing his hands across his eyes, staring at Jimmie Dale. Then Jimmie Dale spoke into the phone. "Morning News Argus office? Mr. Carruthers, please. Thank you." Another wait, then Jimmie Dale's voice changed its pitch and register to a pleasant and natural, though quite unrecognizable bass. "Mr. Carruthers, yes, I thought it might interest you to know that Mr. Theodore Markel purchased a very valuable diamond necklace this afternoon." "Oh, you knew that, did you? Well, so much the better. You'll be all the more keenly interested to know that it is no longer in his possession." "I beg pardon?" "Oh, yes, I quite forgot. This is the Gray Seal speaking." "Yes, the Gray Seal. I have just come from Mr. Markel's country house, and if you hurry a man out there you ought to be able to give the public an exclusive bit of news. A scoop, I believe you call it. You see, Mr. Carruthers, I am not ungrateful for, I might say, the eulogistic manner in which the Morning News Argus treated me in that last affair, and I trust I shall be able to do you many more favors. I am deeply in your debt. And oh, yes, tell your reporter not to overlook the detail of Mr. Markel in his pajamas and dressing gown tied to a tree in his park. Mr. Markel might be inclined to be reticent on that point, and it would be a pity to deprive the public of any atmosphere in the story, you know. What? No, I am afraid Mr. Markel's phone is out of order. Yes, and by the way, speaking of phones, Mr. Carruthers, between gentlemen, I know you will make no effort under the circumstances to discover the number I am calling from. Good night, Mr. Carruthers." Jimmie Dale hung the receiver abruptly on the hook. "You see," said Jimmie Dale, turning to Wilbur, and then he stopped. The man was on his feet, swaying there, his face positively gray. "My God!" Wilbur burst out. "What have you done? 1,000 times better if I had shot myself, as I would have done in another moment if you had not come in. I was only ruined then. I am disgraced now. You have robbed Markel's safe. I am the one man in the world who would have a reason above all others for doing that, and Markel knows it. He will accuse me of it. He can prove I had a motive. I have not been home tonight. Nobody knows I am here. I cannot prove an alibi. What have you done?" "Really," said Jimmie Dale almost plaintively, swinging himself up on the corner of the desk and taking the cash box on his knee, "really, you are alarming yourself unnecessarily. But Wilbur stopped him. "You don't know what you are talking about," Wilbur cried out in a choked way. Then, his voice steadying, he rushed on. "Listen, I am a ruined man, absolutely ruined, and Markel has ruined me. I did not see through his trick until too late. Listen, for years, as a mining engineer, I made a good salary, and I saved it. 2 years ago I had nearly $70,000. It represented my life work. I bought an abandoned mine in Alaska for next to nothing. I was certain it was rich. A man by the name of Thurl, Jason T. Thurl, another mining engineer, a steamer acquaintance, was out there at the time. He was a partner of Markel's, though I didn't know it then. I started to work the mine. It didn't pan out. I dropped nearly every cent. Then I struck a small vein that temporarily recouped me and supplied the necessary funds with which to go ahead for a while. Thurl, who had tried to buy the mine out from under my option in the first place, repeatedly then tried to buy it from me at a ridiculous figure. I refused. He persisted. I refused. I was confident. I knew I had one of the richest properties in Alaska. Wilbur paused. A little row of glistening drops had gathered on his forehead. Jimmie Dale, balancing Markel's cash box on one knee, drummed softly with his fingertips on the cover. "The vein petered out," Wilbur went on, "but I was still confident. I sank all the proceeds of the first strike, and sank them fast, for unaccountable accidents that crippled me both financially and in the progress of the work began to happen." Wilbur flung out his hands impotently. "Oh, it's a long story, too long to tell. Thurl was at the bottom of those accidents. He knew as well as I did that the mine was rich. Better than I did, for that matter, for we discovered before we ran him out of Alaska that he had made secret borings on the property. But what I did not know until a few hours ago was that he had actually uncovered what we uncovered only yesterday, the mother lode. He was driving me as fast as he could into the last ditch for Markel. I didn't know until yesterday that Markel had anything to do with it. I struggled on out there, hoping every day to open a new vein. I raised money on everything I had, except my insurance and the mine, and sank it in the mine. No one out there would advance me anything on a property that looked like a failure, that had once already been abandoned. I have always kept an office here, and I came back east with the idea of raising something on my insurance. Markel, quite by haphazard as I then thought, was introduced to me just before we left San Francisco on our way to New York. On the run across the continent we became very friendly. Naturally, I told him my story. He played sympathetic good fellow and offered to lend me $50,000 on a demand note. I did not want to be involved for a cent more than was necessary, and as I said, I hoped from day to day to make another strike. I refused to take more than $10,000. I remember now that he seemed strangely disappointed. Again Wilbur stopped. He swept the moisture from his forehead, and his fists, clenched, came down upon the desk. "You see the game?" There was bitter anger in his voice now. "You see the game? He wanted to get me in deep enough so that I couldn't wriggle out, deeper than $10,000 that I could get at any time on my insurance. He wanted me where I couldn't get away, and he got me. The first $10,000 wasn't enough. I went to him for a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, hoping always that each would be the last. Each time a new note, a demand note for the total amount, was made, canceling the former one. I didn't know his game, didn't suspect it. I blessed God for giving me such a friend. Until this, or rather yesterday afternoon, when I received a telegram from my manager at the mine saying that he had struck what looked like a very rich vein, the mother lode, and—" Wilbur's fist curled until the knuckles were like ivory in their whiteness. "He added in the telegram that Thurl had wired the news of the strike to a man in New York by the name of Markel. Do you see? I hadn't had the telegram 5 minutes when a messenger brought me a letter from Markel curtly informing me that I would have to meet my note tomorrow morning. I can't meet it. He knew I couldn't. With wealth in sight, I'm wiped out. A demand note, a call loan. Do you understand? And with a few months in which to develop the new vein, I could pay it readily. As it is, I default the note. Markel attaches all I have left, which is the mine. The mine is sold to satisfy my indebtedness. Markel buys it illegally, upheld by the law, and acquires, robs me of it, and so," said Jimmie Dale musingly, "you were going to shoot yourself?" Wilbur straightened up, and there was something akin to pathetic grandeur in the set of the old shoulders as they squared back. "Yes," he said in a low voice. "And shall I tell you why? Even if, which is not likely, there was something reverting to me over the purchase price, it would be a paltry thing compared with the mine. I have a wife and children. If I have worked for them all my life, could I stand back now at the last and see them robbed of their inheritance by a black-hearted scoundrel, when I could still lift a hand to prevent it? I had one way left. What is my life? I am too old a man to cling to it where they are concerned. I have referred to my insurance several times. I have always carried heavy insurance." He smiled a little curious, mirthless smile. "That has no suicide clause." He swept his hand over the desk, indicating the papers scattered there. "I have worked late tonight getting my affairs in order. My total insurance is $52,000, though I couldn't borrow anywhere near the full amount on it. But at my death, paid in full, it would satisfy the note. My executors, by instruction, would pay the note, and no dollar from the mine, no single grain of gold, not an ounce of quartz, would Markel ever get his hands on, and my wife and children would be saved. That is—" His words ended abruptly, with a little gasp. Jimmie Dale had opened the cash box and was dangling the necklace under the light, a stream of fiery, flashing, sparkling gems. Then Wilbur spoke again, a hard, bitter note in his voice, pointing his hand at the necklace. "But now, on top of everything, you have brought me disgrace. Because you broke into his safe tonight, for that, he would and will accuse me. I have heard of you, the Gray Seal. You have done a pitiful night's work in your greed for that thing there. For this?" Jimmie Dale smiled ironically, holding the necklace up. Then he shook his head. "I didn't break into Markel's safe for this. It wouldn't have been worth while. It's only paste." "Paste!" exclaimed Wilbur in a slow way. "Paste," said Jimmie Dale placidly, dropping the necklace back into its case. "Quite in keeping with Markel, isn't it? To make a sensation on the cheap." "But that doesn't change matters," Wilbur cried out sharply, after a numbed instant's pause. "You still broke into the safe, even if you didn't know then that the necklace was paste." "Ah, but you see, I did know then," said Jimmie Dale softly. "I am really, you must take my word for it, a very good judge of stones, and I had seen these before." Wilbur stared, bewildered, confused. "Then why, what was it that—" "A paper," said Jimmie Dale, with a little chuckle, and produced it from the cash box. It read like this: "On demand. I promise to pay—" "My note!" It came in a great surging cry from Wilbur, and he strained forward to read it. "Of course," said Jimmie Dale, "of course, your note. Did you think that I had just happened to drop in on you? Now then, see here, you just buck up and smile. There isn't even a possibility of you being accused of the theft. In the first place, Markel saw quite enough of me to know that it wasn't you. Secondly, neither Markel nor anyone else would ever dream that the break was made for anything else but the necklace, with which you have no connection. The papers were in the cash box and were just taken along with it. Don't you see? And besides, the police, with my very good friend Carruthers at their elbows, will see very thoroughly to it that the Gray Seal gets full and ample credit for the crime. But," Jimmie Dale pulled out his watch and yawned under his mask, "it's getting to be an unconscionable hour, and you've still a letter to write." "A letter?" Wilbur's voice was broken, his lips quivering. "To Markel," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Write him in reply to his letter of the afternoon, and post it before you leave here, just as though you had written it at once, promptly on receipt of his. He will still get it on the morning delivery. State that you will take up the note immediately on presentation at whatever bank he chooses to name. That's all. Seeing that he hasn't got it, he can't very well present it, can he? Eventually, having no use for the fake diamonds, I shall return the necklace, together with the papers in his cash box here, including your note." Eventually, uncomprehendingly, stumblingly, Wilbur repeated the word. "In a month or 2 or 3, as the case may be," explained Jimmie Dale brightly. "Whenever you insert a personal in the News Argus to the effect that the mother lode has given you the cash to meet it." He replaced the note in the cash box, slipped down to his feet from the desk, and then he choked a little. Wilbur, the tears streaming down his face, unable to speak, was holding out his hands to Jimmie Dale. Good night," said Jimmie Dale hurriedly, and stepped quickly from the room. Halfway down the first flight of stairs he paused. Steps, running after him, sounded along the corridor above, and then Wilbur's voice. "Don't go, not yet," cried the old man. "I don't understand. How did you know? Who told you about the note?" Jimmie Dale did not answer. He went on noiselessly down the stairs. His mask was off now, and his lips curved into a strange little smile. "I wish I knew," said Jimmie Dale wistfully to himself. End of Part 1, Chapter 3C. Part 1, Chapter 4A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rohde. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 4A, The Counterfeit Five. It was still early in the evening, but a little after 9 o'clock. The Fifth Avenue bus wended its way, jouncing its patrons, particularly those on the top seats, across town and turned into Riverside Drive. A short distance behind the bus, a limousine rolled down the cross street leisurely, silently. As the lights of passing craft on the Hudson and a myriad scintillating, luminous points dotting the west shore came into view, Jimmie Dale rose impulsively from his seat on the top of the bus, descended the little circular iron ladder at the rear, and dropped off into the street. It was only a few blocks farther to his residence on the drive, and the night was well worth the walk. Besides, restless, disturbed, and perplexed in mind, the walk appealed to him. He stepped across the sidewalk and proceeded slowly along. A month had gone by and he had not heard a word from her. The break on West Broadway, the murder of Metzer in Moriarty's gambling hell, the theft of Markel's diamond necklace, had followed each other in quick succession, and then this month of utter silence, with no sign of her, as though, indeed, she had never existed. But it was not this temporary silence on her part that troubled Jimmie Dale now. In the years that he had worked with this unknown, mysterious accomplice of his, whom he had never seen, there had been longer intervals than a bare month in which he had heard nothing from her. It was not that. It was the failure, total, absolute, and complete, that was the only result for the month of ceaseless, unremitting, doggedly expended effort, even as it had been the result many times before, in an attempt to solve the enigma that was so intimate and vital a factor in his own life. If he might lay any claims to cleverness, his resourcefulness, at least he was forced to admit, was no match for hers. She came, she went without being seen, and behind her remained, instead of clues to her identity, only an amazing, intangible mystery that left him at times appalled and dismayed. How did she know about those conditions in West Broadway? How did she know about Metzer's murder? How did she know about Markel and Wilbur? How did she know about 100 other affairs of the same sort that had happened since that night, years ago now, when out of pure adventure he had tampered with Marx's, the jeweler's strong-room in Maiden Lane, and she had, mysteriously then too, solved his identity, discovered him to be the Gray Seal? Jimmie Dale, wrapped up in his own thoughts, entirely oblivious to his surroundings, traversed another block. There had never been since the world began, and there would never be again, so singular and bizarre a partnership as this, of hers and his. He, Jimmie Dale, with his strange double life, one of New York's young bachelor millionaires, one whose social status was unquestioned, and she, who what? That was just it. Who what? What was she? What was her name? What one personal, intimate thing did he know about her? And what was to be the end? Not that he would have severed his association with her, not for worlds, though every time that, by some new and curious method, one of her letters found its way into his hands, outlining some fresh coup for him to execute, his peril and danger of discovery was increased in staggering ratio. Today the police hunted the Gray Seal as they hunted a mad dog. The papers stormed and raved against him. In every detective bureau of 2 continents he was catalogued as the most notorious criminal of the age, and yet, strangely paradoxed, no single crime had ever been committed. Jimmie Dale's strong, fine-featured face lighted up. Crime! Thanks to her, there were those who blessed the name of the Gray Seal, those into whose lives had come joy, relief of misery, escape from death even, and their blessings were worth 1,000-fold the risk and peril of disaster that threatened him at every minute of the day. "Thank God for her," murmured Jimmie Dale softly. But if I could only find her, see her, know who she is, talk to her, and hear her voice." Then he smiled a little wanly. "It's been a pretty tough month, and nothing to show for it." It had. It had been one of the hardest months through which Jimmie Dale had ever lived. The St. James, that most exclusive club, his favorite haunt, had seen nothing of him. The easel in his den that was his hobby had been untouched. There had been days even when he had not crossed the threshold of his home. Every resource at his command he called into play in an effort to solve the mystery. For nearly the entire month, following first this lead and then that, he had lived in the one disguise that he felt confident she knew nothing of. That was Sanctuary, that miserable and disreputable room in a tenement on the East Side, a tenement that had 3 separate means of entrance and exit. He had emerged day after day as Larry the Bat, a character as well known and as well liked in the exclusive circles of the underworld as was Jimmie Dale in the most exclusive strata of New York's society and fashion. It had been useless, all useless. Through his own endeavors, through the help of his friends of the underworld, the lives of half a dozen men, Bert Hagan's on West Broadway, for instance, Markel's, and others, had been laid bare to the last shred, but nowhere could be found the one vital point that linked their lives with hers, that would account for her intimate knowledge of them, and so furnish him with the clue that would then with certainty lead him to a solution of her identity. It was baffling, puzzling, unbelievable, bordering indeed on the miraculous. Herself, everything about her, her acts, her methods, her cleverness, intangible in one sense, were terrifically real in another. Jimmie Dale shook his head. The miraculous and this practical, everyday life were wide and far apart. There was nothing miraculous about it. It was only that the key to it was, so far, beyond his reach. And then suddenly Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders, in consonance with a whimsical change in both mood and thought. "Larry the Bat is a hard taskmaster," he muttered facetiously. "I'm afraid I'm not very presentable this evening. No bath this morning, and no shave, and after nearly a month of make-up, that beastly grease paint gets into the skin creases in a most intimate way." He chuckled as the thought of old Jason, his butler, came to him. I saw Jason, torn between two conflicting emotions, shaking his head over the black circles under my eyes last night. He didn't know whether to worry over the first signs of a galloping decline, or break his heart at witnessing the young master he had dandled on his knees going to the damnation bow-wows and turning into a confirmed roo. I guess I'll have to mind myself, though. Even Carruthers detached his mind far enough from his editorial desk and the hope of exclusively publishing the news of the Gray Seal's capture in the Morning News Argus to tell me I was looking seedy. It's wonderful the way a little paint will metamorphose a man. Well, anyway, here's for a good hot tub tonight and a fresh start. He quickened his pace. There were still 3 blocks to go, and here was no hurrying, jostling crowd to impede his progress. Indeed, as far as he could see up the drive, there was not a pedestrian in sight. And then, as he walked involuntarily, insistently, his mind harked back into the old groove again. "I've tried to picture her," said Jimmie Dale softly to himself. "I've tried to picture her 100, yes, 1,000 times, and—" A bus, rumbling cityward, went by him, squeaking, creaking, and rattling in its uneasy joints, and out of the noise, almost at his elbow it seemed, a voice spoke his name, and in that instant intuitively he knew, and it thrilled him, stopped the beat of his heart as, dulcet, soft, clear as the note of a silver bell, it fell, and only one word: "Jimmie." He whirled around. A limousine, wheels just grazing the curb, was gliding slowly and silently past him, and from the window a woman's arm, white-gloved and dainty, was extended, and from the fingers to the pavement fluttered an envelope, and the car leaped forward. For the fraction of a second Jimmie Dale stood dazed, immovable, a gamut of emotions, surprise, fierce exultation, amazement, a strange joy, a mighty uplift swirling upon him. And then, snatching up the envelope from the ground, he sprang out into the road after the car. It was the one chance he had ever had, the one chance she had ever given him, and he had seen a white-gloved arm. He could not reach the car, it was speeding away from him like an arrow now, but there was something else that would do just as well, something that with all her cleverness she had overlooked: the car's number dangling on the rear axle, the rays of the little lamp playing on the enameled surface of the plate. Gasping, panting, he held his own for a yard or more, and there floated back to him a little silvery laugh from the body of the limousine, and then Jimmie Dale laughed too, and stopped. It was number 15,836. He stood and watched the car disappear up the drive. What delicious irony! A month of grueling, ceaseless toil that had been vain, futile, useless, and the key, when he was not looking for it, unexpectedly, through no effort of his, was thrust into his hand, number 15,836. Jimmie Dale, the gently ironic smile still on his lips, those slim, supersensitive fingers of his, subconsciously noting that the texture of the envelope was the same as she always used, retraced his steps to the sidewalk. "Number 15,836, said Jimmie Dale aloud, and halted at the curb as though rooted to the spot. It sounded strangely familiar, that number. He repeated it over again slowly. 15836. And the smile left his lips, and upon his face came the look of a chastened child. She had used a duplicate plate. 15,836 was the number of one of his own cars, his own particular runabout. For a moment longer he stood there, undecided whether to laugh or swear, and then his eyes fastened mechanically on the envelope he was twirling in his fingers. Here, at least, was something that was not elusive, that, on the contrary, as 100 others in the past had done, outlined probably a grim night's work ahead for the Gray Seal. And, if it were as those others had been, every minute from the moment of its receipt was precious time. He stepped under the nearest street light and tore the envelope open. "Dear Philanthropic Crook," it began, and then followed 2 closely written pages. Jimmie Dale read them, his lips growing gradually tighter, a smoldering light creeping into his dark eyes, and once he emitted a short, low whistle of consternation. That was at the end, as he read the postscript that was heavily underscored. "Work quickly. They will raid tonight. Be careful. Look out for Kline. He is the sharpest man in the United States Secret Service." For a brief instant longer Jimmie Dale stood under the street lamp, his mind in a lightning-quick way cataloguing every point in her letter, viewing every point from a myriad angles, constructing, devising, mapping out a plan to dovetail into them. And then Jimmie Dale swung on a downtown bus. There was neither time nor occasion to go home now. That marvelous little kit of burglar's tools that peeped from their tiny pockets in that curious leather undervest, and that reposed now in the safe in his den, would be useless to him tonight. Besides, in the breast pocket of his coat, neatly folded, was a black silk mask, and relics of his role of Larry the Bat, an automatic revolver, an electric flashlight, a steel jimmy, and a bunch of skeleton keys were distributed among the other pockets of his smart tweed suit. Jimmie Dale changed from the bus to the subway, leaving behind him, strewn over many blocks, the tiny and minute fragments into which he had torn her letter. At Astor Place he left the subway, walked to Broadway, turned uptown for a block to 8th Street, then along 8th Street almost to 6th Avenue, and stopped. A rather shabby shop, a pitiful sort of a place, displaying in its window a heterogeneous conglomeration of cheap odds and ends, ink bottles, candy, pencils, cigarettes, pens, toys, writing pads, marbles, and a multitude of other small wares, confronted him. Within, a little old, sweet-faced, gray-haired woman stood behind the counter, pottering over the rearrangement of some articles on the shelves. "My word," said Jimmie Dale softly to himself, "you wouldn't believe it, would you? And I've always wondered how these little stores manage to make both ends meet. Think of that old soul making $15,000 or $20,000 from a layout like this, even if it has taken her a lifetime." Jimmie Dale had halted nonchalantly and unconcernedly by the curb, not too near the window, busied apparently in an effort to light a refractory cigarette, and then, about to enter the store, he gazed aimlessly across the street for a moment instead. A man came briskly around the corner from 6th Avenue, opened the store door, and went in. Jimmie Dale drew back a little and turned his head again as the door closed, and a sudden, quick, alert, and startled look spread over his face. The man who had entered bent over the counter and spoke to the old lady. She seemed to listen with a dawning terror creeping over her features, and then her hands went piteously to the thin hair behind her ears. The man motioned toward a door at the rear of the store. She hesitated, then came out from behind the counter, and swayed a little as though her limbs would not support her weight. Jimmie Dale's lips thinned. "I'm afraid," he muttered slowly, "I'm afraid that I'm too late even now." And then, as she came to the door and turned the key on the inside, "Pray heaven she doesn't turn the light out, or somebody might think I was trying to break in." But in that respect Jimmie Dale's fears were groundless. She did not turn out either of the gas jets that lighted the little shop. Instead, in a faltering, reluctant sort of manner, she led the way directly through the door in the rear, and the man followed her. The shop was empty, and Jimmie Dale was standing against the door on the outside. His position was perfectly natural. 100 passers-by would have noted nothing but a most commonplace occurrence, a man in the act of entering a store. And if he appeared to fumble and have trouble with the latch, what of it? Jimmie Dale, however, was not fumbling. Hidden by his back that was turned to the street, those wonderful fingers of his, in whose tips seemed embodied and concentrated every one of the human senses, were working quickly, surely, accurately, without so much as the wasted movement of a single muscle. A faint tinkle, and the key within fell from the lock to the floor. A faint click, and the bolt of the lock slipped back. Jimmie Dale restored the skeleton keys and a little steel instrument that had accompanied them to his pocket, and quietly opened the door. He stepped inside, picked up the key from the floor, inserted it into the lock, closed the door behind him, and locked it again. "To guard against interruption," observed Jimmie Dale, a little quizzically. He was perhaps 30 seconds behind the others. He crossed the shop noiselessly, cautiously, and passed through the door at the rear. It opened into a sort of passage that, after a few feet, gave on a sort of corridor at right angles. And down this latter, facing him, at the end, the door of a lighted room was open, and he could see the figure of the man who had entered the shop, back turned, standing on the threshold. Voices, indistinct, came to him. The corridor itself was dark, and Jimmie Dale, satisfied that he was fairly safe from observation, stole softly forward. He passed 2 doors on his left, and the curious arrangement of the building that had puzzled him for a moment became clear. The store made the front of an old tenement building, with apartments above, and the rear of the store was a sort of apartment, too, the old lady's living quarters. End of Part 1, Chapter 4a. Part 1, Chapter 4b of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 4b. The Counterfeit 5, continued. Step by step, testing each one against a possible creaking of the floor, Jimmie Dale moved forward, keeping close up against one wall. The man passed on into the room, and now Jimmie Dale could distinguish every word that was being spoken, and, crouched up in the dark corridor, in the angle of the wall and the door jamb itself, could see plainly enough into the room beyond. Jimmie Dale's jaw crept out a little. A young man, gaunt, pale, wrapped in blankets, half sat, half reclined in an invalid's chair. The old lady, on her knees, the tears streaming down her face, had her arms around the sick man's neck, while the other man, apparently upset at the scene, tugged vigorously at long gray mustaches. "Sammy, Sammy," sobbed the woman piteously. "Say you didn't do it, Sammy. Say you didn't do it." "Look here, Mrs. Matthews," said the man with the gray mustaches, gently. "Now don't you go to making things any harder. I've got to do my duty just the same, and take your son." The young man, a hectic flush beginning to burn on his cheeks, gazed wildly from one to the other. What is it?" he cried out. The man threw back his coat and displayed a badge on his vest. "I'm Kline of the Secret Service," he said gravely. "I'm sorry, Sammy, but I want you for that little job in Washington at the Bureau, before you left on sick leave." Sammy Matthews struggled away from his mother's arms, pulled himself forward in his chair, and his tongue licked dry lips. What job?" he whispered thickly. "You know, don't you?" the other answered steadily. He took a large, flat pocketbook from his pocket, opened it, and took out a $5 bill. He held this before the sick man's eyes, but just out of reach, one finger silently indicating the lower left-hand corner. Matthews stared at it for a moment, and the hectic flush faded to a grayish pallor, and a queer, impotent sound gurgled in his throat. "I see you recognize it," said the other quietly. "It's open and shut, Sammy. That little imperfection in the plate's got you, my boy." "Sammy, Sammy," sobbed the woman again. "Sammy, say you didn't do it." "It's a lie," said Matthews hoarsely. "It's a lie. That plate was condemned in the bureau for that imperfection. Condemned and destroyed." "Condemned to be destroyed," corrected the other, without raising his voice. "There's a little difference there, Sammy. About 20 years' difference, in the federal pen. But it wasn't destroyed. This note was printed from it by one of the slickest gangs of counterfeiters in the United States. But I don't need to tell you that. I guess you know who they are. I've been after them a long time, and I've got them now, just as tight as I've got you. Instead of destroying that plate, you stole it, and disposed of it to the gang. How much did they give you?" Matthew's face seemed to hold a dumb horror, and his fingers picked at the arms of the chair. His mother had moved from beside him now, and both hands were patting at the man's sleeve in a pitiful way, while again and again she tried to speak, but no words would come. "It's a lie," said Matthews again in a colorless, mechanical way. The man glanced at Mrs. Matthews as he put the $5 note back into his pocket, seemed to choke a little, shook his head, and all trace of the official sternness that had crept into his voice disappeared. "It's no good," he said in a low tone. "Don't do that, Mrs. Matthews. I've got to do my duty." He leaned a little toward the chair. "It's dead to rights, Sammy. You might as well make a clean breast of it. It was up to you and Al Gregor to see that the plate was destroyed. It wasn't destroyed. Instead, it shows up in the hands of a gang of counterfeiters that I've been watching for months. Furthermore, I've got the plate itself. And finally, though I haven't placed him under arrest yet, for fear you might hear of it before I wanted you to and make a getaway, I've got Al Gregor where I can put my hands on him, and I've got his confession that you and he worked the game between you to get that plate out of the bureau and disposed of it to the gang." "Oh, my God!" It came a wild cry from the sick man, and in a desperate, lurching way he struggled up to his feet. "Al Gregor said that? Then I'm done." He clutched at his temples. "But it's not true. It's not true. If the plate was stolen, and it must have been stolen or that note wouldn't have been found, it was Al Gregor who stole it. I didn't, I tell you. I knew nothing of it, except that he and I were responsible for it, and I left it to him. That's the only way I'm to blame. He's caught, and he's trying to get out of it with a light sentence by pretending to turn state's evidence, but I'll fight him. He can't prove it. It's only his word against mine, and—" The other shook his head again. "It's no good, Sammy," he said, a touch of sternness back in his tones again. "I told you it was open and shut. It's not only Al Gregor. One of the gang got weak knees when I got him where I wanted him the other night, and he swears that you are the one who delivered the plate to them. Between him and Gregor and what I know myself, I've got evidence enough for any jury against every one of the rest of you." Horror, fear, helplessness seemed to mingle in the sick man's staring eyes, and he swayed unsteadily upon his feet. "I'm innocent," he screamed out, "but I'm caught in a net, and I can't get out. They lied to you. But no one will believe it any more than you do, and it means 20 years for me. Oh, God, 20 years, and—" His hands went wriggling to his temples again, and he toppled back in a faint into the chair. You've killed him! You've killed my boy!" The old lady shrieked out piteously, and flung herself toward the senseless figure. The man jumped from the table across the room, on which was a row of bottles, snatched one up, drew the cork, smelled it, and ran back with the bottle. He poured a little of the contents into his cupped hand, held it under young Matthew's nostrils, and pushed the bottle into Mrs. Matthew's hands. "Bathe his forehead with this, Mrs. Matthews," he directed reassuringly. "He'll be all right again in a moment. There, see, he's coming around now." There was a long fluttering sigh, and Matthews opened his eyes, then a moment's silence, and then he spoke with an effort, with long pauses between the words. "Am I to go now?" The words seemed to ring absolute terror in the old lady's ears. She turned and dropped to her knees on the floor. "Mr. Kline, Mr. Kline," she sobbed out. "Oh, for God's love, don't take him. Let him off. Let him go. He's my boy, all I've got. You've got a mother, haven't you? You know—" The tears were streaming down the sweet old face again. "Oh, won't you, for God's dear name, won't you let him go? Won't—" "Stop!" the man cried huskily. He was mopping at his face with his handkerchief. "I thought I was case hardened. I ought to be. But I guess I'm not. But I've got to do my duty. You're only making it worse for Sammy there, as well as me." Her arms were around his knees now, clinging there. "Why can't you let him off?" she pleaded hysterically. "Why can't you? Why can't you? Nobody would know, and I'd do anything. I'd pay anything, anything. I'll give you $10,000–$15,000. "My poor woman," he said kindly, placing his hand on her head, "you are talking wildly. Apart altogether from the question of duty, even if I succeeded in hushing the matter up, I would probably at least be suspected and certainly discharged, and I have a family to support, and if I were caught I'd get 10 years in the federal prison for it. I'm sorry for this. I believe it's your boy's first offense, and if I could let him off I would." "But you can," she burst out, rocking on her knees, clinging tighter still to him, as though in a paroxysm of fear that he might somehow elude her. "It will kill him. It will kill my boy. And you can save him. And even if they discharged you, what would that mean against my boy's life? You wouldn't suffer. Your family wouldn't suffer. I'll take care of that. Perhaps I could raise a little more than 15,000. But oh, have pity, have mercy. Don't take him away." The man stared at her for a moment, stared at the white face on the reclining chair, and passed his hand heavily across his eyes. "You will! You will!" It came in a great surging cry of joy from the old lady. "You will! Oh, thank God! Thank God! I can see it in your face." I guess I'm soft," he said huskily, and stooped and raised Mrs. Matthews to her feet. "Don't cry any more. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. I'll fix it up somehow. I haven't made any arrests yet, and well, I'll take my chances. I'll get the plate and turn it over to you tomorrow. Only it's got to be destroyed in my presence." "Yes, yes," she cried, trying to smile through her tears, and then she flung her arms around her son's neck again. "And when you come tomorrow I'll be ready with the money to do my share, too, and—" But Sammy Matthews shook his head. "You're wrong, both of you," he said weakly. "You're a white man, Kline, but destroying that plate won't save me. The minute a single note printed from it shows up, they'll know back there in Washington that the plate was stolen and—" "No, you're safe enough there," the other interposed heavily. "Knowing what was up, you don't think I'd give the gang a chance to get them into circulation, do you? I got them all when I got the plate. And," he smiled a little anxiously, "I'll bring them here to be destroyed with the plate. It would finish me now as well as you, if one of them ever showed up. Say," he said suddenly, with the catch in his breath, "I don't think I know what I'm doing." Mrs. Matthews reached out her hands to him. "What can I say to you?" she said brokenly. "What—" Jimmie Dale drew back along the wall. A little way from the door he quickened his pace, still moving, however, with extreme caution. They were still talking behind him as he turned from the corridor into the passageway leading to the store, and from there into the store itself. And then, suddenly, in spite of caution, his foot slipped on the bare floor. It was not much, just enough to cause his other foot, poised tentatively in the air, to come heavily down, and a loud and complaining creak echoed from the floor. Jimmie Dale's jaw snapped like a steel trap. From down the corridor came a sudden, excited exclamation in the little old lady's voice, and then her step sounded running toward the store. In the fraction of a second Jimmie Dale was at the front door. "Clumsy, blundering fool!" he whispered fiercely to himself as he turned the key, opened the door noiselessly until it was just ajar, and turned the key in the lock again, leaving the bolt protruding out. One step backward, and he was rapping on the counter with his knuckles. "Isn't anybody here?" he called out loudly. "Isn't any— Oh," as Mrs. Matthews appeared in the back doorway, "a package of cigarettes, please." She stared at him, a little frightened, her eyes red and swollen with recent crying. How did you get in here?" she asked tremendously. "I beg your pardon?" inquired Jimmie in polite surprise. I locked the door, I'm sure I did," she said more to herself than to Jimmie Dale, and hurried across the floor to the door as she spoke. Jimmie Dale, still politely curious, turned to watch her. For a moment bewilderment and a puzzled look were in her face, and then a sort of surprised relief. "I must have turned the key in the lock without shutting the door tight," she explained, "for I knew I turned the key." Jimmie Dale bent forward to examine the lock, and nodded. "Yes," he agreed with a smile, "I should say so." Then, gravely courteous, "I'm sorry to have intruded." "It is nothing," she answered, and, evidently anxious to be rid of him, moved quickly around behind the counter. "What kind of cigarettes do you want?" "Egyptian, any kind," said Jimmie Dale, laying a bill on the counter. He pocketed the cigarettes and his change and turned to the door. "Good evening," he said pleasantly, and went out. Jimmie Dale smiled a little curiously, a little tolerantly. As he started along the street, he heard the door of the little shop close with a sort of super careful bang, the key turned, and the latch rattled to try the door. The little old lady was bent on making no mistake a second time. And then the smile left Jimmie Dale's lips. His face grew strained and serious, and he broke into a run down the block to 6th Avenue. Here he paused for an instant. There was the elevated, the surface cars, which would be the quicker? He looked up the avenue. There was no train coming. The nearest surface car was blocks away. He bit his lips in vexation, and then, with a jump, he was across the street and hailing a passing taxicab that his eyes had just lighted on. "Got a fare?" called Jimmie Dale. "No, sir," answered the chauffeur, bumping his car to an abrupt halt. "Good!" Jimmie Dale ran alongside and yanked the door open. "Do you know where the Palace Saloon on the Bowery is?" "Yes, sir," replied the man. Jimmie Dale held a $10 banknote up before the chauffeur's eyes. "Earn that in 4 minutes, then," he snapped, and sprang into the cab. The taxicab swerved around on a little better than 2 wheels, started on a mad dash down the avenue, and Jimmie Dale braced himself grimly in his seat. The cab swerved again, tore across Waverly Place, circuited Washington Square, crossed Broadway, and whirled finally into the upper end of the Bowery. Jimmie Dale spoke once, to himself, plaintively. "It's too bad I can't let old Carruthers in on this, for a scoop with his precious Morning News Argus, but if I get out of it alive myself, I'll do well. Wonder if the day'll ever come when he finds out that his very dear friend and old college pal, Jimmie Dale, is the gray seal that he's turned himself inside out for about 4 years now to catch, and that he'd trade his soul with the devil any time to lay hands on. Good old Carruthers! The most puzzling, bewildering, delightful crook in the annals of crime. Am I? The cab drew up at the curb. Jimmie Dale sprang out, shoved the bill into the chauffeur's hand, stepped quickly across the sidewalk, and pushed his way through the swinging doors of the Palace Saloon. Inside, leisurely and nonchalantly, he walked down past the length of the bar to a door at the rear. This opened into a passageway that led to the side entrance of the saloon on the cross street. Jimmie Dale emerged from the side entrance, crossed the street, retraced his steps to the Bowery, crossed over, and walked rapidly down that thoroughfare for 2 blocks. Here he turned east into the cross street, and here, once more, his pace became leisurely and unhurried. "It's a strange coincidence, though possibly a very happy one," said Jimmie Dale as he walked along, "that it should be on the same street as the Sanctuary. Ah, this ought to be the place." An alleyway corresponding to the one that flanked the tenement, where as Larry the Bat he had paid room rent as a tenant for several years, in fact the alleyway next above it, and but a short block away, intersected the street, narrow, black, and uninviting. Jimmie Dale, as he passed, peered down its length. "No light, that's good," commented Jimmie Dale to himself. Then, "Window opens on alleyway 10 feet from ground. Shoe store, Russian Jew, in basement. Go in front door, straight hallway, room at end, Russian Jew probably accomplice. Be careful that he does not hear you moving overhead." Jimmie Dale's mind, with that curious faculty of his, was subconsciously repeating snatches from her letter word for word, even as he noted the dimly lighted, untidy, and disorderly interior of what, from strings of leather slippers that decorated the cellar-like entrance, was evidently a cheap and shoddy shoe store in the basement of the building. The building itself was rickety and tumble down, 3 stories high, and given over undoubtedly to gregarious foreigners of the poorer class, a rabbit burrow, as it were, having a multitude of roomers and lodgers. There was nothing ominous or even secretive about it. Up the short flight of steps to the entrance, even the door hung carelessly half open. Jimmie Dale's slouch hat was pulled a little farther down over his eyes as he mounted the steps and entered the hallway. He listened a moment. A sort of subdued, querulous hubbub seemed to hum through the place, as voices, men's, women's, and children's, echoing out from their various rooms above, mingled together and floated down the stairways in a discordant medley. Jimmie Dale stepped lightly down the length of the hall and listened again, this time intently, with his ear to the keyhole of the door that made the end of the passage. There was not a sound from within. He tried the door, smiled a little as he reached for his keys, worked over the lock, and straightened up suddenly as his ear caught a descending step on the stairs. It was 2 flights up, however, and the door was unlocked now. Jimmie Dale opened it, and, like a shadow, slipped inside. And as he locked the door behind him, smiled once more. The door lock was but a paltry makeshift at best, but inside his fingers had touched a massive steel bolt that, when shot home, would yield when the door itself yielded, and not before. Without moving the bolt, he turned, and his flashlight for a moment swept the room. "Not much like the way they describe this sort of place in storybooks," murmured Jimmie Dale capriciously, "but I get the idea. Mr. Russian Jew downstairs makes a bluff at using it for a storeroom." Again the flashlight made a circuit. Here, there, and everywhere, seemingly without any attempt at order, were piles of wooden shipping cases. Only the center of the room was clear and empty. That, and a vacant space against the wall by the window. Jimmie Dale, moving without a sound, went to the window. There was a shade on it, and it was pulled down. He reached up underneath it, felt for the window fastening, and unlocked it, then cautiously tested the window itself by lifting it an inch or two. It slid easily in its grooves. He stood then for a moment, hard-faced, a frown gathering his forehead into heavy furrows, as the flashlight's ray again and again darted hither and thither. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in the room but wooden packing cases. He lifted the cover of the one nearest to him and looked inside. It was quite empty, except for some pieces of heavy cord and a few cardboard shoe boxes that in turn were empty too. "It's here, of course," said Jimmie Dale thoughtfully to himself. "Clever work, too. But I can't move 100 packing cases without that chap below hearing me. And I can't do it in 10 minutes, either, which, I imagine, is the outside limit of time. Fortunately, though, these cases are not without their compensation. A dozen men could hide here." He began to move about the room. And now he stooped before one pile of boxes and then another, curiously attempting to lift up the entire pile from the bottom. Some he could not move, others, by exerting all his strength, gave a little, and then, finally, over in one corner, he found a pile that appeared to answer his purpose. "These are certainly empty," he muttered. There was just room to squeeze through between them and the next stack of cases alongside. But once through, by the simple expedient of moving the cases out a little to take advantage of the angle made by the corner of the room, he obtained ample space to stand comfortably upright against the wall. But Jimmie Dale was not satisfied yet. Could he see out into the room? He experimented with his flashlight, and carefully shifted the screen of cases before him a little to one side, and yet still he was not satisfied. With a sort of ironical droop at the corners of his lips, as though suddenly there had flashed upon him the inspiration that fathered one of those whimsical ideas and fancies that were so essentially a characteristic of Jimmie Dale, he came out from behind the cases, went across the room to the case he had opened when he first entered, took out the cord and the cover of one of the cardboard shoe boxes, and with these returned to his hiding place once more. The sounds from the upper stories of the tenement now reached him hardly at all, but from below, directly under his feet almost, he could hear someone, the proprietor of the shoe store probably, walking about. Tense, every faculty now on the alert, his head turned in a strained, attentive attitude, Jimmie Dale threw on the flashlight's tiny switch, took that intimate and thin metal case from his pocket, extracted a diamond-shaped gray paper seal with the little tweezers, moistened the adhesive side, and stuck it in the center of the white cardboard box cover, then tore the edges of the cardboard down until the hole was just small enough to slip into his pocket. Through the cardboard he looped a piece of cord, placard fashion, and with his pencil printed the 4 words, "With the compliments of," above the gray seal. He surveyed the result with a grim, mirthless chuckle, and put the piece of cardboard in his pocket. "I'm taking the longest chances I ever took in my life," said Jimmie Dale very seriously to himself, as his fingers twisted and doubled and tied the remaining pieces of cord together, and finally fashioned a running noose in one end. The cord and the flashlight went into his pocket. The room was in darkness. The black mask was whipped from his breast pocket and adjusted to his face, and his automatic was in his hand. Came the creak of a footstep, as though on a ladder exactly below him, another and another, receding curiously in its direction, yet at the same time growing louder in sound, as if nearer the floor. Then a crack of light showed in the floor in the center of the room. This held for an instant, then expanded suddenly into a great luminous square, and through a trap door, opened wide now, a man's head appeared. End of Part 1, Chapter 4, B. Part 1, Chapter 4C of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 4C, The Counterfeit Five. Concluded. Jimmie Dale's eyes, fixed through the space between the piles of cases, narrowed. There was, indeed, little doubt but that the shoe store proprietor below was an accomplice. The store served a most convenient purpose in every respect, as a secret means of entry into the room, as a sort of guarantee of innocence for the room itself. Why not? To the superficial observer, to the man who might by some chance blunder into the room, it was but an adjunct of the store itself. The man in the trap doorway paused with his shoulders above the floor, looked around, listened, then drew himself up, walked across the floor and shot the heavy bolt on the door that led into the hallway of the house. He returned then to the trap door, bent over it, and whistled softly. Two more men, in answer to the summons, came up into the room. "The cap'll be along in a minute," one of them said. "Turn on the light." A switch clicked, flooding the room with sudden brilliancy from half a dozen electric bulbs. "Too many," grunted the same voice again. "We ain't working tonight. Turn out half of 'em." The sudden transition from the darkness for a moment dazzled Jimmie Dale's eyes, but the next moment he was searching the faces of the three men. There were few crooks, few denizens of the crime world below the now obsolete but still famous deadline that, as Larry the Bat, he did not know, at least by sight. "Moulton, Whitey Burns, and Marty Dean," confided Jimmie Dale softly to himself. "And I don't know of any worse except the Cap. And gunfighters, every one of them, too. Nice odds, to say nothing of—" "Here's the Cap now," announced one of the three. "Hello, Cap. Where'd you raise the mustache?" Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted to the trap door, and into them crept a contemptuous and sardonic smile. The man who was coming up now and hoisting himself to the floor was the man who, half an hour before, had threatened young Sammy Matthews with arrest. The Cap, alias Bert Malone, alias a score of other names, closed the trap door after him, pulled off his mustache and gray wig, tugged them in his pocket, and faced his companions brusquely. "Never mind about the mustache," he said curtly. "Get busy, the lot of you. Stir around and get the works out." "What for?" inquired Whitey Burns, a sharp, ferret-faced little man. "We got enough of the old stuff on hand now, and that bum break Gregor made when he pinched the cracked plate put the finish on that. Say, Cap—" "Close your face, Whitey, and get the works out," Malone cut in shortly. "We've only got the whole night ahead of us, but we'll need it all. We're going to run the queer off that cracked plate." One of the others, Marty Dean this time, a certain brutal aggressiveness in both features and physique, edged forward. "Say, what's the lay?" he demanded. "A joke? We printed 1 5 off that plate, and then we knew enough to quit. With that crack along the corner? You couldn't pass 'em on a blind man. And Gregor saying he thought we could patch the plate up enough to get by with gives me a pain. He's got jingles in his dome factory. Run them 5ers, eh? Say, are you cracked too?" "Aw, forget it," observed Malone caustically. "Who's running this gang?" Then, with a malicious grin, "I got a customer for those 5ers. $15,000 for all we can turn out tonight, see?" The others stared at him for a moment, incredulity and greed mingling in a curious half-hesitant, half-expectant look on their faces. Then Whitey Burns spoke, circling his lips with the tip of his tongue. "Do you mean it, Cap? Honest? What's the lay? How'd you work it?" Malone, unbending with the sensation he had created, grinned again. "Easy enough," he said offhandedly. "It was like falling off a log. Gregor said, didn't he, that the only way he had been able to get his claws on that plate was on account of young Matthews going away sick, eh? Well, the old Matthews woman, his mother, has got money, about 15,000. I guess she ain't got any more than that, or I'd have raised the ante. Aw, it was easy. She threw it at me. I framed one up on them, that's all. I'm Kline, of the Secret Service, see? I don't suppose they'd ever seen him, though they'd known his name fast enough, but I made up something like him. I showed them where I had a case against Sammy for pinching the plate that was strong enough to put 100 innocent men behind the bars. Of course, he knew well enough he was innocent, but he could see the 20 years I showed him with both eyes. Say, he mussed all over the place, and went and fainted like a girl. And then the old woman came across with an offer of 15,000 for the plate, and corrupted me." Malone's cunning, vicious face, now that the softening effects of the gray hair and mustache were gone, seemed accentuated diabolically by the grin broadening into a laugh as he guffawed. Marty Dean's hand swung with a bang to Malone's shoulder. "Say, Cap, say, you're all right," he exclaimed excitedly. "You're the boy. But what's the good of running anything off that plate before turning it over to him? The stuff's no good to us." "You got a wooden nut with sawdust for brains," said Malone sarcastically. "If he thought the gang of counterfeiters that was supposed to have bought the plate from him had run off only 1 fiver and then stopped because they said it wouldn't get by and weren't going to run any more, and just destroy the plate like it was supposed to have been destroyed to begin with, and it all end up with no one the wiser, where d'ye think we'd have banked that 15,000? I told him I had the whole run confiscated, and that the queer went with the plate. So we'll just make that little run tonight, and that's why I sent word around to you this morning." "By the jumping!" ejaculated Whitey Burns, heavy with admiration. "You got a head on you, Cap." "It's a good thing for some of you that I have," returned Malone complacently. "But don't stand jawing all night. Go on now, get busy." There was no surprise in Jimmie Dale's face. He had chosen his position behind a pile of cases that he had been extremely careful, as a man is careful when his life hangs in the balance, to assure himself were empty. None of the 4 came near or touched the pile behind which he stood, but here and there about the room they pulled this one and that one out from various stacks. In scarcely more than a moment the room was completely transformed. It was no longer a storeroom for surplus stock, for the storage of bulky and empty packing cases. From the cases the men had picked out, like a touch of magic, appeared a veritable printing plant, an elaborate engraver's outfit, a highly efficient foot-power press, rapidly being assembled by Whitey Burns, an electric dryer, inks, a pile of white silk-threaded banknote paper, a cutter, and a score of other appurtenances. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale very gently to himself. "Yes, quite so. But the plate, ah!" Malone was taking it out from the middle of a bundle of old newspapers, loosely tied together, that he had lifted from one of the cases. Jimmie Dale's eyes fastened on it, and from that instant never left it. A minute passed, 2, 3 of them. The 4 men were silently busy about the room. Malone was carefully cleaning the plate. "They will raid tonight. Look out for Kline. He is the sharpest man in the United States Secret Service." The warning in her letter was running through Jimmie Dale's mind. Kline, the real Kline, was going to raid the place tonight. When? At what time? It must be nearly 11 o'clock already, and... It came sudden, quick as the crack of doom. a terrific crash against the bolted door. But the door, undoubtedly to the surprise of those without, held fast, thanks to the bolt. The four men, white-faced, seemed for an instant turned to statues. Came another crash against the door, and a sharp, imperative order to those within to open it and surrender. "We're pinched! Beat it!" whispered Whitey Burns wildly, and dashed for the trap door. Like a rat for its hole, Marty Dean followed. Malone, farther away, dropped the plate on the floor and rushed, with Moulton beside him, after the others, but he never reached the trap door. Over the crashing blows, raining now in quick succession on the door of the room, over a startled commotion, as lodgers, roomers, and tenants on the floor above awoke into frightened activity. With shouts and cries came the louder crash of a pile of packing boxes hurled to the floor. And over them, vaulting those scattered in his way, Jimmie Dale sprang at Malone. The man reeled back with a cry. Moulton dashed through the trap door and disappeared. The short, ugly barrel of Jimmie Dale's automatic was between Malone's eyes. "You make a move," said Jimmie Dale in a low, sibilant way, "and I'll drop you where you stand. Put your hands behind your back, palms together." Malone, dazed, cowed, obeyed. A panel of the door split and rent down its length. The hinges were sagging. Jimmie Dale worked like lightning. The cord with the slip noose from his pocket went around Malone's wrists, jerked tight and knotted. The placard, his lips grim, with no sign of humor, Jimmie Dale dangled around the man's neck. "An introduction for you to Mr. Kline out there, that you seem so fond of," gritted Jimmie Dale. Then, working as he talked, "I've got no time to tell you what I think of you, you pitiful hound." He snatched up the plate from the floor and put it in his pocket. "20 years, I think you said, didn't you?" His hand shot into Malone's pocketbook and extracted the $5 note. "If you can open this with your toes, maybe you can get away." He wrenched the trap door over and slammed it shut. "Good night, Malone," and he leaped for the window. The door tottered inward from the top, ripping, tearing, smashing hinges, panels, and jamb. Jimmie Dale got a blurred vision of brass buttons, blue coats, and helmets, and in the forefront of a stocky, gray-mustached, gray-haired man in plain clothes. Jimmie Dale threw up the window, swung out, as with a rush the officers burst through into the room, and a revolver bullet hummed viciously past his ear and dropped to the ground, into encircling arms. "Oh, no, you don't, my bucko," snapped a hoarse voice in his ear. "Keep quiet now, or I'll crack your bean, understand?" But the officer, too heavy to be muscular, was no match for Jimmie Dale, who, even as he had dropped from the sill, had caught sight of the lurking form below. And now, with a quick, sudden, lithe move, he wriggled loose. His fist from a short-arm jab smashed upon the point of the other's jaw, sending the man staggering backward, and Jimmie Dale ran. A crowd was already collecting at the mouth of the alleyway, mostly occupants of the house itself, and into these, scattering them in all directions, eluding dexterously another officer who made a grab for him, Jimmie Dale charged at top speed, burst through, and headed down the street running like a deer. Yells went up, a revolver spat venomously behind him, came the shrill "jeep, jeep" of the police whistle, and heavy boots pounding the pavement in pursuit. Down the block Jimmie Dale raced. The yells augmented in his rear. Another shot, and this time he heard the bullet buzz, and then he swerved into the next alleyway that flanked the sanctuary. He had perhaps a 10 yards lead, just a little more than the distance from the street to the side door of the sanctuary that opened on the alleyway. And as he ran now, his fingers tore at his clothing, loosening his tie, unbuttoning coat, vest, collar, shirt, and undershirt. He leaped at the door, swung it open, flung himself inside, and then, sacrificing speed to silence, went up the stairs like a cat, cramming his mask now into his pocket. His room was on the first landing. In an instant he had unlocked the door, entered, and locked it again behind him. From outside an excited street urchin's voice shrilled up to him. "He went in that door! I seen him!" The police whistle chirped again, and then an authoritative voice. "Get around and watch the saloon back of this, Heaney. There's a way out through there from this joint." Jimmie Dale, divested of every stitch of clothing that he had worn, pulled a disreputable collarless flannel shirt over his head, pulled on a dirty and patched pair of trousers, and slipped into a threadbare and filthy coat. Jimmie Dale was working against seconds. They were at the lower door now. He lifted the oilcloth in the corner of the room, lifted up the loose piece of the flooring, shoved his discarded garments inside, and from a little box that was there smeared the hollow of his hand with some black substance, possessed himself of 2 little articles, replaced the flooring, replaced the oilcloth, and in bare feet stole across the room to the door. Against the door, without a sound, Jimmie Dale placed a chair, and on the chair seat he laid the 2 little articles he had been carrying in his hand. It was intensely black in the room, but Jimmie Dale needed no light here. From under the bed he pulled out a pair of woolen socks and a pair of Congress boots, both as disreputable as the rest of his attire, put them on, and very quietly, softly, cautiously stretched himself out on the bed. The officers were at the top of the stairs. A voice barked out, "Stand guard on this landing, Peters. Higgins, you take the one above. We'll start from the top of the house and work down. Allow no one to pass you." "Yes, sir, very good, Mr. Kline," was the response. Kline, the sharpest man in the United States Secret Service, she had said. Jimmie Dale's lips set. "I'm glad I had no shave this morning," said Jimmie Dale grimly to himself. His fingers were working with the black substance in the hollow of his hand, and the long, slim, tapering fingers, the shapely, well-cared-for hands grew unkempt and grimy, black beneath the fingernails, and a little, too, played its part on the day's growth of beard, a little around the throat and the nape of the neck, and a little across the forehead to meet the locks of straggling and disordered hair. Jimmie Dale wiped the residue from the hollow of his hand on the knee of his trousers, and lay still. An officer paced outside. Upstairs doors opened and closed. Gruff, harsh tones in commands echoed through the house. The search party descended to the second floor, and again the same sounds were repeated. And then, thumping down the creaking stairs, they stopped before Jimmie Dale's room. Someone tried the door, and, finding it locked, rattled it violently. "Open the door!" It was Kline's voice. Jimmie Dale's eyes were closed, and he was breathing regularly, though just a little slower than in natural respiration. "Break it down," ordered Kline tersely. There was a rush at it, and it gave. It surged inward, knocked against the chair, upset the ladder. Something tinkled to the floor, and 4 officers, with Kline at their head, jumped into the room. Jimmie Dale never moved. A flashlight played around the room and focused upon him. And then he was shaken roughly, only to fall inertly back on the bed again. "I guess this is all right, Mr. Kline," said one of the officers. "It's Larry the Bat, and he's doped to the eyes. There's the stuff on the floor we knocked off the chair." "Light the gas," directed Kline curtly, and, being obeyed, stooped to the floor and picked up a hypodermic syringe and a small bottle. He held the bottle to the light and read the label, "Liquor morphine." "Shake him again," he commanded. None too gently, a policeman caught Jimmie Dale by the shoulders and shook him vigorously. Again Jimmie Dale, once the other let go of his hold, fell back limply on the bed, breathing in that same slightly slowed way. "Larry the Bat, eh?" grunted Kline. Then, to the officer who had volunteered the information, "Who's Larry the Bat? What is he? And how long have you known him?" "I don't know who he is any more than what you can see there for yourself," replied the officer. "He's a dope fiend, and I guess a pretty tough case, though we've never had him up for anything. He's lived here ever since I've been on the beat, and that's 3 years or—" "All right," interrupted Kline crisply. "He's no good to us. You say there's an exit from this house into that saloon at the back?" "Yes, sir, but the fellow, whoever he is, couldn't get away from there. Heeney's been over on guard from the start." "Then he's still inside there," said Kline, clipping off his words. "We'll search the saloon. Nice night's work this is. One out of the whole gang, and that one with the compliments of the Gray Seal." The men went out and began to descend the stairs. "One," said Jimmie Dale to himself, still motionless, still breathing in that slow way so characteristic of the drug. "Two, three, four—" The minutes went by, a quarter of an hour, a half hour. Still Jimmie Dale lay there, still motionless, still breathing with slow regularity. His muscles began to cramp, to give him exquisite torture. Around him all was silence. Only distant sounds from the street reached him, muffled and at intervals. Another quarter of an hour passed, an eternity of torment. It seemed to Jimmie Dale, for all his will power, that he could not hold himself in check, that he must move, scream out even, in the torture that was passing all endurance. It was silent now, utterly silent. And then out of the silence, just outside his door, a footstep creaked, and a man walked to the stairs and went down. "5," said Jimmie Dale to himself. "The sharpest man in the United States Secret Service." And then for the first time Jimmie Dale moved, to wipe away the beads of sweat that had sprung out upon his forehead. End of Part 1, Chapter 4, concluded.
Part 1, Chapter 5a of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 5a, The Affair of the Pushcart Man. Larry the Bat shambled out of the side door of the tenement into the back alleyway, shambled along the black alleyway to the street, and smiled a little grimly as a shadow across the roadway suddenly shifted its position. The game was growing acute, critical, desperate even, and it was his move. Larry the Bat, disreputable denizen of the underworld, alias Jimmie Dale, millionaire's clubman, alias the Gray Seal, whom Carruthers of the Morning News Argus called the master criminal of the age, shuffled along in the direction of the Bowery. His hands plunged deep in the pocket of his frayed and tattered trousers, where his fingers, in a curious, wistful way, fondled the keys of his own magnificent residence on Riverside Drive. It was his move. And it was an impasse, ironical, sardonic, and it was worse. It was full of peril. True, he had outwitted Kline of the Secret Service 2 nights before, when Kline had raided the counterfeiter's den. True, he had no reason to believe that Kline suspected him specifically, but the man Kline wanted had entered the tenement that night, and since then the house had been shadowed day and night. The result was both simple and disastrous to Jimmie Dale. Larry the Bat, a known inmate of the house, might come and go as he pleased, but to emerge from the sanctuary in the person of Jimmie Dale would be fatal. Kline had been outwitted, but Kline had not acknowledged final defeat. The tenement had been searched from top to bottom, unostentatiously. His own room on the first landing had been searched the previous afternoon when he was out, but they had failed to find the cunningly contrived opening in the floor under the oilcloth in the corner, an impromptu wardrobe that would proclaim Larry the Bat and Jimmie Dale to be one and the same person. That would inevitably lead further to the establishment of his identity as the Gray Seal. In time, of course, the surveillance would cease, but he couldn't wait. That was the monumental irony of it. The factor that, all unknown to Kline, was forcing the issue hard now. It was his move. Since years ago now, as the Gray Seal, he had begun to work with her, that unknown, mysterious accomplice of his, and the police, stung to madness both by the virulent and constant attacks of the press and by the humiliating prod of their own failures, sought daily, high and low, with every resource at their command for the Gray Seal. He had never been in quite so strange and perilous a plight as he found himself at that moment. To preserve inviolate the identity of Larry the Bat was absolutely vital to his safety. It was the one secret that even she, who so strangely appeared to know all else about him, he was sure had not discovered. And it was just that, in a way, that had brought the present impossible situation to pass. In the month previous, in a lull between those letters of hers, he had set himself doggedly and determinedly to the renewed task of what had become so dominantly now a part of his very existence, the solving of her identity. And for that month, as the best means to the end, means, however, that only resulted as futilely as the attempts that had gone before, he had lived mostly as Larry the Bat, returning to his home in his proper person only when occasion and necessity demanded it. He had been going home that evening 2 nights before, walking along Riverside Drive, when from the window of the limousine she had dropped the letter at his feet that had plunged him into the affair of the counterfeit 5, and he had not gone home. Eventually, to save himself, he had, in the sanctuary, performing the transformation in desperate haste, again been forced to assume the role of Larry the Bat. That was really the gist of it. And yesterday morning he had remembered, to his dismay, that he had had little or no money left the night before. He had intended, of course, to replenish his supply when he got home. Only he hadn't gone home. And now he needed money, needed it badly, desperately. With thousands in the bank, with abundance even in his safe, in his own den at home, a supply kept there always for an emergency, he was facing actual want. He rattled 2 dimes, a nickel, and a few odd pennies thoughtfully against the keys in his pocket. To a certain extent, old Jason, his butler, could be trusted. Jason even knew that mysterious letters of tremendous secretive importance came to the house, and the old man always meant well, but he dared not trust even Jason with the secret of his dual personality. What was he to do? He needed money imperatively, at once. Thanks to Kline, for the time being, at least, he could not rid himself of the personality of Larry the Bat by the simple expedient of slipping into the clothes of Jimmie Dale. He must live, act, and remain Larry the Bat until the Secret Service officer gave up the hunt. How bridge the gulf between Jimmie Dale and Larry the Bat in old Jason's eyes? Nor was that all. There was still another matter, and one that, in order to counteract it, demanded at once a serious inroad to the extent of a telephone call upon his slender capital. A too prolonged and unaccounted for absence from home, and old Jason, in his anxious, blundering solicitude, would have the fat in the fire at the end, and the city and the social firmament thereof would be humming with the startling news of the disappearance of a well-known millionaire. The complications that would then ensue, with himself powerless to lift a finger, Jimmie Dale did not care to think about. Such a contretemps must at all hazards be prevented. Jimmie Dale reached the corner of the street where it intersected the Bowery and paused languidly by the curb. No one appeared to be following. He had not expected that there would be, but it was well to be sure. He walked then a few steps along the Bowery and slipped suddenly into a doorway from where he could command a view of the street corner that he had just left. At the end of 10 minutes, satisfied that no one had any concern in his immediate movements, he shambled on again down the Bowery. There was a saloon 2 blocks away that boasted a private telephone booth. Jimmie Dale made that his destination. Larry the Bat was a very well-known character in that resort, and the bullet-headed dispenser of drinks behind the bar nodded unctuously to him over the heads of those clustered at the rail as he entered. Larry the Bat, as befitted one of the elite of the underworld, was graciously pleased to acknowledge the proletariat's salutation with a curt nod. He walked down to the end of the room, entered the telephone booth, and was carelessly careful to close the door tightly behind him. He gave the number of his residence on Riverside Drive and waited for the connection. After some delay, Jason's voice answered him. "Jason," said Jimmie Dale in matter-of-fact tones, "I shall be out of the city for another 3 or 4 days, possibly a week, and—" He stopped abruptly as a sort of gasp came to him over the wire. "Oh, thank God that's you, sir!" exclaimed the old butler wildly. "I've been near mad, sir, all day." "Don't get excited, Jason," said Jimmie Dale a little sharply. "The mere matter of my absence for the last 2 days is nothing to cause you any concern. And while I am on the subject, Jason, let me say now that I shall be glad if you will bear the fact in mind in future." "Yes, sir," stammered Jason. "But, sir, it ain't that. Good Lord, Master Jim, it ain't that, sir. It's one of them letters." Something like a galvanic shock seemed to jerk the disreputable, loose-jointed frame of Larry the Bat suddenly erect, and a strained whiteness crept over the dirty, unwashed face. "Go on, Jason," said Jimmie Dale, without a quiver in his voice. "It came this morning, sir. That chauffeur with his automobile left it. I'd just time to say you weren't at home, sir, and he was gone. And then, sir, there ain't been an hour gone by all through the day that a woman, sir, a lady, begging your pardon, Master Jim, hasn't rung up on the telephone, asking if you were back and if I could get you and where you were, and half frantic, sirs, half sobbing sometimes, sir, and saying there was a life hanging on it, Master Jim." Larry the Bat, staring into the mouthpiece of the instrument, subconsciously passed his hand across his forehead and subconsciously noted that his fingers, as he drew them away, were damp. "Where's the letter now, Jason?" inquired Jimmie Dale coolly. "Here on your desk, Master Jim. Shall I bring it to you?" Bring it to him? How? When? Where? Bring it to him? The ghastly irony of it. Jimmie Dale tried to think, prodding, spurring desperately that keen, lightning brain of his that had never failed him yet. How bridge the gulf between Larry the Bat and Jimmie Dale in Jason's eyes? Not just for the replenishing of funds now, but with a life at stake. "No, I think not, Jason," said Jimmie Dale calmly. "Just leave it where it is. And if she telephones again, say that you have told me. That will be sufficient to satisfy any further inquiries. And, Jason?" "Yes, sir." "If she telephones again, try and find out where the call comes from." "I haven't forgotten what you said once, Master Jim, sir," said the old man eagerly, "and I've been trying that, sir, all day. They've all come from different pay stations, sir." A mirthless little smile tinged Jimmie Dale's lips. Of course, he might have known. It was always that way, always the same. He was as near to the solution of her identity at that moment as he had been years ago. when she, in some mysterious way, alone of all the world, had identified him as the Gray Seal. "Very good, Jason," he said quietly. "Don't bother about it any more. It will be all right. You can expect me when you see me. Good night." He hung the receiver on the hook, walked out of the booth, and mechanically reached the street. All right? It was far from all right. Very far from it. It was no trivial thing, that letter. They never had been trivial things, those letters of hers, that involved so often a matter of life and death, as this one now, perhaps, as her actions would seem to indicate, involved life and death more urgently than any that had gone before. It was far from all right, at a moment when his own position, his own safety, was at best but a desperate chance, when his every energy, brain, wit, and cunning were taxed to the utmost to save himself. And yet, somehow, some way, at any cost, he must get that letter, and at any cost he must act upon it. To fail her was to fail utterly in everything that failure in its most miserable, its widest sense implied. Failure in that which rose paramount to every other consideration in life. Fail her? Jimmie Dale's lips thinned into a hard drawn line, and then parted slowly in a curiously whimsical smile. It would be a strange burglary that he had decided upon, in order that he might not fail her. Stranger than any the Gray Seal had ever committed, and, in some respects, even more perilous. He started along the Bowery, walking briskly now toward the nearest subway station at Astor Place, his mind for the moment electing to face the situation in a humor as whimsical as his smile. Supposing that as Larry the Bat he were caught and arrested during the next hour in Jimmie Dale's residence on Riverside Drive. With his arrest as Larry the Bat, Jimmie Dale would automatically disappear. Would follow then the suspicion that Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, had met with foul play, and as time went on, and Jimmie Dale, being then in prison as Larry the Bat, did not reappear, the assurance of it. Then the certainty that suspicion would focus on Larry the Bat as being connected with the millionaire's death, since Larry the Bat had been caught in Jimmie Dale's home, and he would be accused of his own murder. It was quite humorous, of course, quite grotesquely bizarre, but it was equally an exceedingly grim possibility. There were drawbacks to a dual personality. "In a word," confided Jimmie Dale softly to himself, and a serious light crept into the dark, steady eyes, "I'm in a bit of a nasty mess." At Astor Place he entered the subway. At 14th Street he changed to an express, and at 96th Street he got out. It was but a short walk west to Riverside Drive, and from there his house was only a few blocks farther on. Jimmie Dale did not slouch now, and for all his disreputable attire, incongruous as it was in that neighborhood, few people that he passed paid any attention to him. None gave him more than a casual glance. Jimmie Dale swung along upright, with no attempt to make himself inconspicuous, hurrying a little as one intent upon a definite errand. As he neared his house he slowed his pace a little until a couple, who were passing in front of it, had gone on. Then he went up the steps, but noiselessly as a shadow now, to the front door, opened it softly, closed it softly behind him, and crouched for a moment in the vestibule. Through the monogrammed lace of the plate glass of the inner doors he could see, a little indistinctly, into the reception hall beyond. The hall was empty. Jason, for that matter, would be the only one likely to be about. The other servants would have no business there in any case, and whether in their quarters above or below, they had their own stairs at the rear. Jimmie Dale inserted the key in the spring lock and opened the door a cautious fraction of an inch to listen. There was no sound. Yes, a subdued murmur. The servants were downstairs in the basement. He slipped inside, slipped in a flash across the hall, and, treading like a cat, went up the stairs. He scarcely seemed to breathe until, with a little sigh of relief, He stood inside his den on the first floor, with the door shut behind him. "I must speak to Jason about being a little more watchful," muttered Jimmie Dale facetiously. "Here's all my property at the mercy of Larry the Bat." An instant he stood by the door, looking about him. In the bright moonlight streaming in through the side windows, the room's appointments stood out in soft shadows. The huge davenport, the great, luxurious easy chairs, an easel with a half-finished canvas as he had left it, the big, flat-topped rosewood desk, the open fireplace, and then, his steps silent on the thick velvet rug underfoot, he walked quickly to the desk. Yes, there it was, the letter. He placed it hurriedly in his pocket. The moonlight was not strong enough to read by, and he dared not turn on the lights. And now, money, funds. In the alcove behind the portiere, Jimmie Dale dropped on his knees before the squat barrel-shaped safe and opened it. He reached inside, took out a package of banknotes, placed the bills in his pockets, and hesitated a moment. What else would he require? What act did that letter call upon the Gray Seal to perform in the next few hours? Jimmie Dale stared thoughtfully into the interior of the safe. Whatever it was, it must be performed in the role of Larry the Bat, for though he could get into his dressing room now and become Jimmie Dale again, there were still those watchers outside the sanctuary. They must not become suspicious. And if Larry the Bat disappeared mysteriously, Larry the Bat would be the man that Kline and the Secret Service of the United States would never cease hunting for. And that would mean that he could never reassume a character that was as necessary for his protection as breath was to life, so long as the Gray Seal worked. True, he could change now to Jimmie Dale, but he would have to change back again and return to the sanctuary before morning as Larry the Bat, and remain there until Kline, beaten, called off his human bloodhounds. No, a change was not to be thought of. What then would he require? That compact little kit of burglar tools, rolled in its leather jacket, that unrolled slipped about his body like a close-fitting undervest? As well to take it anyway. He removed his coat and vest, took out the leather bundle from the safe, untied the thongs that bound it together, unrolled it, passed it around his body, lifebelt fashion, secured the thongs over his shoulders, and put on his coat and vest again. A revolver? A flashlight? He had both at the sanctuary, under the flooring, but there were duplicates here. He slipped them into his pockets. Anything else to forestall and provide for any possible contingency? He hesitated again for a moment, thinking, then slowly closed the inner door of the safe, locked it, swung the outer door shut, and in the act of twirling the knobs, sprang suddenly to his feet. Sharp, shrill in the stillness of the room, the telephone bell on the desk rang out clamorously. Jimmie Dale's face set hard as he leaped out from behind the curtain. Had Jason heard it? It rang again before he could reach the desk, was ringing as he snatched the receiver from the hook. "Yes, yes," he called in a low, guarded, hasty way into the mouthpiece. "Hello? What is it?" And then one hand, resting on the desk, closed around the edge and tightened until the skin over the knuckles grew ivory white. It was she. It was her voice. He had only heard it once in all his life, that night 2 nights before, in a silvery laugh from the limousine as it had sped away from him down the road. But he knew. It thrilled him now with a mad rhapsody, robbing him for the moment of every thought save that she was living, real, existent, that it was her voice. "It is you," he said hoarsely. "Oh, Jimmie, you at last!" It came in a little gasping cry of relief. "The letter!" "Yes, I've got it. It's all right. It's all right." The words would not seem to come fast enough in his desperate haste. "But it is you now. Listen, listen," he pleaded. "Tell me, who are you? My God, how I've tried to find you, and—" That rippling silvery laugh again, but now too it seemed to his eager ear with just the faintest note of wistfulness in it. "Some day, Jimmy. That letter now, it—" Jimmie Dale straightened up suddenly. Jason's steps running sounded outside the room along the corridor. There was not an instant to lose. "Hang up! Goodbye! Danger! Don't ring again!" he whispered hurriedly, and with a miserable smile, replacing the receiver bitterly on the hook, he jumped for the curtain. He reached it none too soon. The door opened, an electric light switch clicked, and the room was flooded with light. Jason, still running, headed for the desk. "It'll be her again," Jimmie Dale heard the old man mutter as from the edge of the portiere he watched the other's actions. Jason picked up the telephone. "Hello? Hello?" he called, then began to click impatiently with the receiver hook. "Hello? Who? Central? I don't want any number. Somebody was calling here. What? Nobody on the wire?" He set the telephone back on the desk with a bewildered air. "Oh, that's queer!" he exclaimed. "I could have sworn I heard it ring twice, and—" He stopped abruptly and, leaning across the desk, hung there wide-eyed, staring, while a sickly pallor began to steal into his face. "The letter!" he mumbled wildly. "The letter! Master Jim's letter! The letter is gone!" Trembling, excited, the old man began to search the desk, then down on his knees on the floor under it, and then, growing more frantic with every instant, rose and began to hunt around the room in an agitated, aimless fashion. Jason's distress was very real. He was almost beside himself now with fear and anxiety. A whimsical, affectionate smile played over Jimmie Dale's lips at the old man's antics, and changed suddenly into one of consternation. Jason was making directly now for the curtain behind which he stood. Perhaps, though, he would pass it by, and— Jason's hand reached out and grasped the portiere. "Jason!" said Jimmie Dale sharply. The old man staggered back as though he had been struck, tried to speak, choked, and gazed at the curtain with distended eyes. "Is that you, sir, Master Jim, behind the curtain there?" he finally blurted out. "Sir, you gave me a start, and the letter, Master Jim." "Don't lose your head, Jason," said Jimmie Dale coolly. "I've got the letter. Now do as I bid you." "Yes, Master Jim," faltered the old man. "Pull down the window shades and draw the portiere together," directed Jimmie Dale. Jason, still overwrought and excited, obeyed a little awkwardly. "Now the lights, Jason," instructed Jimmie Dale. "Turn them off. And go and sit down in that chair at the desk." Again Jason obeyed, stumbling in the darkness as he returned from the electric light switch at the farther end of the room. He sat down in the chair. Larry the Bat stepped out from behind the curtain. "I came for that letter, Jason," he explained quietly. "I'm going out again now. I may be back tomorrow. I may not be back for a week. You will say nothing, not a word of my having been here tonight. Do you understand, Jason?" "Yes, sir," said Jason, then hesitantly, "would you mind saying, sir, when you came in?" "It is of no consequence, Jason, is it?" "No, sir," said Jason. Jimmie Dale smiled in the darkness. "Jason?" "Yes, sir." "I wish you to remain where you are, without leaving that chair, for the next 10 minutes." He moved across the room to the door. "Good night, Jason," he said. "Good night, Master Jim. Good night, sir. Oh, Lord!" Jimmie Dale did not require that 10 minutes. It was a very wide margin of safety to obviate the possibility of Jason from a window detecting the exit of a disreputable character from the house. In 3 minutes he was turning the corner of the first cross street, and walking rapidly away from Riverside Drive. End of Part 1, Chapter 5A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Part 1, Chapter 5B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 5B, The Affair of the Pushcart Man concluded. In the subway station, Jimmie Dale read the letter, read it twice over, as he always read those strange epistles of her that opened the door to new peril, new danger to the Gray Seal, but too, that seemed somehow to draw tighter, in a glad, big way, the unseen bond between them. Read it as he always read those letters, almost subconsciously committing the very words to memory with that keen faculty of brain of his. But now, as he began to tear the sheet and envelope into minute particles, a strained, hard look was on his face and in his eyes, and his lips, half parted, moved a little. "It's a death warrant," muttered Jimmie Dale. I guess tonight we'll see the end of the Gray Seal. She says I needn't do it, but I guess it's worth the risk. A human life." A downtown express roared into the station. "What time is it?" Jimmie Dale asked the guard as he stepped aboard. "About midnight," the man answered tersely. The forward car was almost empty, and Jimmie Dale chose a seat by himself. How did she know? How did she know not only this, but the 100 other affairs that she had outlined in those letters of hers? By what means, superhuman indeed it seemed, did she— Jimmie Dale jerked himself erect suddenly. What good did it do to speculate on that now, when every minute was priceless? What was he to do? How was he to act? What plan could he formulate and carry out, and win, against odds that, at the outset, were desperate enough even to forecast almost certain failure and death? Who would ever have suspected old Tom Ludgate, known for years throughout the squalor of the East Side as Old Luddy, the pushcart man, of having a bag of unset diamonds under his pillow, or under the sack, rather, that he probably used for a pillow? What a queer thing to do! But then old Luddy was a character, apparently always in the most poverty-stricken condition, apparently hardly more than keeping body and soul together, trusting no one, and obsessed by the dread that by depositing in a bank someone would discover that he had money, and attempt to force it from him. He had put his savings, year after year, for 20 years, 25 years perhaps, into unset stone diamonds. How had she found that out? Jimmie Dale sank into a deeper reverie. He could steal them all right, and they would be well worth the stealing. Old Luddy had done well, and lived and existed on next to nothing. The stones, she said, were worth about $15,000. Not so bad, even for 25 years of vegetable selling from a pushcart. He could steal them all right. It would tax the Gray Seal's ingenuity little to do so simple a thing as that, but that was not all, nor, indeed, hardly a factor in it. It was vital that if he were to succeed at all, he must steal them publicly, as it were. And after that, what? His own chances were pretty slim at best. Jimmie Dale, staring at the grayness of the subway wall through the window, shook his head slowly. Then, with a queer little philosophical shrug of his shoulders, he smiled gravely, seriously. It was all a part of the game, all a part of the life of the Gray Seal. It was 12:30, or a little later, as nearly as he could judge, for Larry the Bat carried no such ornate thing in evidence as a watch, as he halted at the corner of a dark, squalid street in the Lower East Side. It was a miserable locality, in daylight humming with a cosmopolitan hive of pitiful humans dragging out as best they could an intolerable existence. A locality peopled with every nationality on earth, their community of interest the struggle to maintain life at the lowest possible expenditure, where necessity even was pared and shaved down to a minimum. But now at night time, or rather in the early morning hours, the darkness, in very mercy it seemed, covered it with a veil, as it were, and in the quiet that hung over it now hid the bold, the hideous, aye, and the piteous, too, from view. It was a narrow street, and the row of tenement houses, each house almost identical with its neighbour, that flanked the pavement on either side, seemed from where Jimmie Dale stood looking down its length from the corner to converge together at a point a little way beyond, giving it an unreal, ominous, cavern-like effect. And, too, there seemed something ominous even in its quiet. It was as though one sensed acutely the crouching of some thing in its lair, waiting silently, viciously, with sullen patience. A footstep sounded, another. Jimmie Dale drew quickly back around the corner into an areaway. Two men passed, in helmets, swinging their nightsticks. That beat was always policed in pairs. They passed on, turned the corner, and went down the narrow cross street that Jimmie Dale had just been inspecting. He started to follow, and drew back again abruptly. A form flitted suddenly across the road and disappeared in the darkness in the officer's wake. 10 yards behind the first another followed. At the same interval of distance still another, and yet still one more. 4 in all. The darkness hid all 6, the 2 policemen, the 4 men behind them. The only sounds were the officer's footsteps dying away in the distance. Jimmie Dale's fingers were mechanically testing the mechanism of the automatic in his pocket. "And the Skeeter's gang," he muttered to himself. "Red Mose, the Midget, Harvtones, and the Skeeter. The worst Apaches in the city of New York. Death contractors, the lowest bidders, professional assassins, and a man's life any time for $25. I wonder. I've never done it yet, but I wonder if it would be a crime in God's sight if one shot to kill." Jimmie Dale was at the corner again. Again the street before him was black, deserted, empty. He chose the right-hand side, and, well in the shadow of the houses, as an extra precaution, stole along silently. He stopped finally before one where in the doorway hung a little sign. Jimmie Dale mounted the porch, and with his eyes close to the sign could just make out the larger words in the big printed type. "Room to rent. Top floor." Jimmie Dale nodded. That was right. The first house on the right-hand side with a room to rent sign, her letter had said. His fingers were testing the doorknob. The door was not locked. Naturally, it wouldn't be locked, Jimmie Dale told himself grimly, and stepped inside. He stood for an instant without movement, every faculty on the alert. Far up above him, a step, guarded though his trained eye made it out to be, creaked faintly upon the stairs. There was no other sound. The creaking, almost inaudible at its loudest, receded farther up, and silence fell. In the darkness, Noiselessly, Jimmie Dale groped for the stairway, found it, and began to ascend. The minutes passed. It seemed a minute even from step to step, and there were 3 flights to the top. There must be no creaking this time. The slightest sound, he knew well enough, would be not only fatal to the work he had to do, but probably fatal to himself as well. He had been near death many times. The consciousness that he was nearer to it now, possibly, than he had ever been before, seemed to stimulate his senses into acute and abnormal energy. And too, the physical effort, as step by step, the flexed muscles relaxing so slowly, little by little, gradually, each time as he found foothold on the step higher up, was a terrific strain. At the top his face was bathed in perspiration, and he wiped it off with his coat sleeve. It was still dark here, intensely dark, and his eyes, though grown accustomed to it, could make out nothing but the deeper shadow of the walls. But thanks to her, always a mistress of accurate and minute detail, he possessed a mental plan of his surroundings. The head of the stairs gave on the middle of the hallway. The hallway ran to his right and left. To his right, on the opposite side of the hall, was the door of old Luddy's squalid 2-room apartment. For a moment Jimmie Dale stood hesitant, a sudden perplexity and anxiety growing upon him. It was strange. What did it mean? He had nerved himself to a quick, desperate attempt, trusting to surprise and his own wit and agility for victory. There had seemed no other way than that, since he had seen those 4 men at the corner, since they were ahead of him. True, they were not much ahead of him, not enough to have accomplished their purpose, and furthermore, they were not in that room. He knew that absolutely, beyond question of doubt. He had listened for just that all the nerve-wracking way up the stairs. But where were they? There was no sound, not a sound, just blackness, dark, impenetrable, utter, that began to palpitate now. It came in a whisper, wavering, sibilant from his left, a sort of relief, fierce in the breaking of the tense expectancy, premonitory in the possibilities that it held, swept Jimmie Dale. He crept along the hall. The whisper had come from that room, presumably empty, that was for rent. By the door he crouched, his sensitive fingers, eyes to Jimmie Dale so often, feeling over jamb and panels with a delicate, soundless touch. The door was just ajar. The fingers crept inside and touched the knob and lock. There was no key within. The whispering still went on, but it seemed like a screaming of vultures now in Jimmie Dale's ears as the words came to him. "Oh, say, Skeeter, this highbrow stunt gives me the pip. Me fear going in there and croaking the geezer regular without the frills. Who's to know? Say, just about 2 minutes and we're beating it with the sparklers." An inch, a half inch at a time, the knob slowly, very, very slowly turning, the door was being closed by the crouched form on the threshold. "Close your trap, Mose," came a fierce response. "We ain't fixed the lay all day for nothin'. There ain't a soul on earth knows he's got any sparklers 'cept us. If there was, it would be different. Then they'd know that was what whoever did it was after see." The door was closed, the knob slowly, very, very slowly being released again. From one of the leather pockets under Jimmie Dale's vest came a tiny steel instrument that he inserted in the keyhole. The same voice spoke on. That's what we're croaking him for, 'cause nobody knows about them diamonds, and so's he can't tell anybody afterwards that any were pinched. And that's why it's got to look like he's just got tired of living and did it himself. I guess that'll hold the police when they find the poor old duck hanging from the ceiling with a bit of cord around his neck and a chair kicked out from under his feet on the floor. Ain't you got the brains of a louse to see that?" "Sure." The whisper came dully in grudging intonation through the panels. The door was locked. "Sure, but it's the hanging round waiting to get busy that's getting me goat and—" Jimmie Dale straightened up and began to retreat along the corridor. A merciless rage was upon him now. Every fibre of his being seemed to tingle and quiver with it. The damnable, hellish ingenuity of it all seemed to choke and suffocate him. "Luck," muttered Jimmie Dale between his clenched teeth. "Oh, the blessed luck to get that door locked. I've got time now to set the stage for my own getaway before the showdown." He stole along the corridor. Excerpts from her letter were running through his brain. It would do no good to warn him, Jimmy. The Skeeter and his gang would never let up on him until they got the stones. It would do no good for you to steal them first, for they would only take that as a ruse of old Luddy's and murder the man first and hunt afterward. In some way you must let Skeeter see you steal them, make them think, make them certain that it is a bona fide theft, so that they will no longer have any interest or any desire to do old Luddy harm. And for it to appear real to them, it must appear real to old Luddy himself. Do not take any chances there. Jimmie Dale's eyes narrowed. Yes, it was simple enough now, with that pack of hell's wolves guarded for the moment by the locked door, forced to give him warning by breaking the door before they could get out. It was simple enough now to enter old Luddy's room, steal the stones at the revolver point, then make enough disturbance when he was ready to set the gang in motion, and as they rushed in, open him to make his escape with the stones to the roof through Luddy's room. That was simple enough. There was an opening to the roof in Luddy's room, she had said, and there was a ladder kept there in place. On hot nights, it seemed, the old man used to go up there and sleep on the roof. Not now, of course. It was too late in the year for that. But the opening in the roof was there, and the ladder remained there too. Yes, it was simple enough now, and the next morning the papers would rave with execrations against the Gray Seal for the robbery of the life savings of a poor, defenseless old man, for committing as vile and pitiful crime as had ever stirred New York. Even Carruthers of the Morning News Argus would be moved to bitter attack. Good old Carruthers, who little thought that the Gray Seal was his old college pal, his present most intimate friend, Jimmie Dale. And afterward, after the next morning, well, that at least had never been in doubt. Old Luddy could be made to leave New York, and once away, with the Skeeter and his gang robbed of incentive to pay any further attention to him, the stones could be secretly returned to the old man. And it would to the public, to the police, be just another of the Gray Seal's crimes. That was all. Jimmie Dale had reached old Luddy's door. The Gray Seal. Oh yes, they would know it was the Gray Seal. The insignia was familiar enough, familiar to the crooks of the underworld who held it in awe, familiar to the police, to whom it was an added barb of ridicule. He was placing it now, that insignia, a diamond-shaped gray paper seal on the panel of the door, and now a black silk mask adjusted over his face. Jimmie Dale bent to insert the little steel instrument in the lock, a pitiful, paltry thing, a cheap lock, to fingers that could play so intimately with twirling knobs and dials, masters of the intricate mechanism of vaults and safes. And then, about to open the door, a sort of sudden dismay fell upon him. He had not thought of that, somehow. It had not occurred to him. What was it they were waiting for? Why had they not struck at once, as when he had first entered the house he had supposed they would do? What was it? Why was it? Was old Luddy out? Were they waiting for his return? Or what? The door without sound moved gradually under his hand. A faint odor assailed his nostrils. It was dark, very dark. Across the room, in a direct line, was the doorway to the inner room. She had explained that in her letter. It was slow progress to cross that room without sound, in silence. It was a snail's movement, for fear that even a muscle might crack. And now he stood in the inner doorway. It was dark here, too, and yet, how bizarre, a star seemed to twinkle through the very roof of the room itself. The odor was pungent now. There was a long drawn sigh, then a low, indescribable sound of movement. Somebody, apart from old Luddy, was in the room. It swept, the full consciousness of it, upon Jimmie Dale in an instantaneous flash. Chloroform! The open scuttle in the roof, the waiting of those others, all fused into a compact, logical whole. They had loosened the scuttle during the day, probably when old Luddy was away. One of them had crept down there now to chloroform the old man into insensibility. The others would complete the ghastly work presently by stringing their victim up to the ceiling. And it would be suicide, for long before morning came, long before the old man would be discovered, the fumes of the chloroform would be gone. It seemed like a cold hand, death-like, clutching at his heart. Was he too late after all? Chloroform alone could kill. To the right, just a little to the right, he must make no mistake. His ear placed the sound. He whipped his hands from his side pockets of his coat. The ray of his flashlight cut across the room and fell upon an aged face upon a bed, upon a hand clutching a wad of cloth, the cloth pressed horribly against the nose and mouth of the upturned face. And then, roaring in the stillness, splitting a vicious lane of fire that paralleled the flashlight's ray, came the tongue flame of his automatic. There was a yell, a scream that echoed out, reverberated, and went racketing through the house, and Jimmie Dale leaped forward over a table, sending it crashing to the floor. The man had reeled back against the wall, clutching at the shattered wrist, staring into the flashlight's eye, white-faced, jaw dropped, lips working in mingled pain and fear. "Harv Toms, you, eh?" gritted Jimmie Dale. A cunning look swept the distorted face. Here apparently was only one man. There were pals, 3 of them, only a few yards away. "You ain't got nothing on me," he snarled, sparring for time. "You police are too damned fresh with your guns." "I'll take yours," snapped Jimmie Dale, and snatched it deftly from the other's pocket. "This ain't any police job, my bucko, and you make a move and I'll drop you for keeps, if what you've got already ain't enough to teach you to keep your hands off jobs that belong to your betters." He was working with mad haste as he spoke. 1 minute at the outside was perhaps all he could count upon. Already he had caught the rattle of the locked door down the hall. He lit a match and turned on the gas over the bed. It was the most dangerous thing he could do. He knew that well enough. No one knew it better. It was offering himself as a fair mark when the others rushed in, as they would in a moment now. But the Skeeter and his gang and this man here must have no misconception of his purpose, his reason for being there, the same as their own, the theft of the stones, and no misconception as to his success. "You ain't the police?" It came in a shocked gasp from the other as he blinked in the sudden light. "Say then—" "Shut up!" ordered Jimmie Dale curtly. "And mind what I told you about moving." He leaned over the bed. Old Luddy, though under the influence of the chloroform, was moving restlessly. Tom's had evidently only begun to apply the chloroform. Old Luddy was safe. Jimmie Dale ran his hand in under the pillow. "If you ain't swiped them already, they ought to be here," he growled. "And if you have, I'll ah!" A little chamois bag was in his hand. He laughed sneeringly at Tom's, opened the bag, allowed a few stones to trickle into his hand, and then, without stopping to replace them, dashed stones and bag into his pocket. The door along the corridor crashed open. "What's that?" he gasped out in well simulated fright, and sprang for the ladder that led up to the roof. It had all taken perhaps the minute that he had counted on, no more. Noises came from the floors below now, a confusion of them. The shot, the scream, had been heard by others save those who had been in the locked room, and the latter were outside now in the corridor, running to their accomplice's aid. There was a pause at the outer door, then an oath, and, coupled with the oath, an exclamation: "The Gray Seal!" They had swept a flashlight over the door panel. Jimmie Dale, halfway up the ladder, smiled grimly. The door opened. There was a rush of feet. The man with the shattered wrist yelled, cursing wildly. "Here he is, on the ladder! Let him have it! Fill him full of holes!" Jimmie Dale was in the light. They were in the dark of the outer room. He fired at the threshold, checking the rush as a hail of bullets chipped and tore at the ladder and spat wickedly against the wall. He swung through to the roof, trying as he did so to kick the ladder loose behind him. It was fastened. The three gunmen jumped into the room. From the roof Jimmie Dale got a glimpse of them below as he flung himself clear of the opening. Bullets whistled through the aperture. A voice roared up as he gained his feet. "Come on after him! The whole place is alive, but this lets us out. We can frame up how we came to be here easy enough. Never mind the old geezer there any more. Get the Gray Seal. The reward that's out for him is worth twice the sparklers and—" Jimmie Dale hurled the cover of the scuttle. He could have stood them off from above and kept the ladder clear with his revolver. But the alarm seemed general now. Windows were opening. Voices were calling to one another from the windows across the street. He must stand out in sharp outline against the sky. Yes, he was seen now. A woman's voice from a top-story window across the street screamed out, high-pitched in excitement. "Oh, there he is! There he is! On the roof there!" Jimmie Dale started on the run along the roof. The houses, built wall to wall, flat-roofed, seemed to offer an open course ahead of him, until a lane or an intersecting street should bar his way. But they were not quite all on the same level, though the wall of the next house rose suddenly breast high in front of him. He flung himself up, regained his feet, and ducked instantly behind the chimney. The crack of a revolver echoed through the night. A bullet drummed through the air. The Skeeter and his gang were on the roof now, dashing forward, firing as they ran. Two shots from Jimmie Dale's automatic in quick succession cooled their ardor of their rush, and they broke, black, flitting forms, for the shelter of chimneys too. And now the whole neighborhood seemed awakened. A dull-toned roar, as from some great gulf below, rolled up from the street, a medley of slamming windows, the rush of feet as people poured from the houses, cries, shouts, and yells, and high over all the shrill call of the police patrol whistle, and the crack, crack, crack of the Skeeter's revolver shots. The Skeeter and his hellhounds for once self-appointed allies of the law. Twice again Jimmie Dale fired. Then, crouching, running low, he zigzagged his way across the next roof. The bullets followed him. Once more his pursuers dashed forward, and again Jimmie Dale, his face set like stone now, his breath coming in hard gasps, dodged behind a chimney, and with his gun checked the rush for the third time. He glanced about him, and with a growing sense of disaster saw that 2 houses farther on the stretch of roof appeared to end. There would be a lane or a street there, and in another minute or two, if it were not already the case, others would be following the gunman to the roof, and then he would be— He caught his breath suddenly in a queer little strangled cry of relief. Just back of him, a few yards away, his eyes made out what in the darkness seemed to be a glass skylight. A dark form spread like a deeper shadow across the black in front of him, making for a chimney nearby. Closing in the range, Jimmie Dale fired wide. Tight as was the corner he was in, little as was the mercy deserved at his hands, he could not after all bring himself to shoot to kill. A voice. The Skeeter's bawled out raucously. "Rush him all together from different sides at once!" A backward leap. Jimmie Dale's boot was crashing glass and frame, stamping at it desperately, making a hole for his body through the skylight. A yell, a chorus of them, answered this. Then the crunch of racing feet on the gravel roof. He emptied his revolver, sweeping the darkness with a semicircle of vicious flashes. It seemed an hour. It was barely the fraction of a second as he hung by his hands from the side of the skylight frame, his body swinging back and forth in the unknown blackness below. The skylight might be, probably was, directly over the stairwell and open clear to the basement of the house. But it was his only chance. He swung his body well out, let go, and dropped. With the impetus he smashed against a wall, was flung back from it in a sort of rebound, and his hands closed, gripping fiercely on banisters. It had been the stairwell beyond any question of doubt, but his swinging had sent him clear of it. Above, they had not yet reached the skylight. Jimmie Dale snatched a precious moment to listen as he rose and found himself, apart from bruises, perhaps unhurt. There was commotion, too. In this house below, the alarm had extended and spread along the block, but the commotion was all in the front of the house, and the street was the lure. Jimmie Dale started down the stairs, and in an instant he had gained the landing. In another he'd slipped to the rear of the hall. Somewhere there, from the hall itself, from one of the rear rooms, there must be an exit to the fire escape. To attempt to leave by the front way was certain capture. They were yelling, shouting down now through the skylight above. As Jimmie Dale softly raised the window sash at the rear of the hall, the fire escape was there. Shouts from along the corridor, from the tenement dwellers who had been crowding their neighbors' rooms, craning their necks probably from the front windows, answered the shouts now from the roof and the skylight. Doors opened, forms rushed out, but it was dark in the corridor, only murky yellow at the upper end from the open doors. Jimmie Dale slipped through the window to the fire escape, and, working cautiously, silently, but with the speed of a trained athlete, made his way down. At the bottom he dropped from the iron platform into the backyard, ran for the fence and climbed over it into a lane on the other side. And then, as he ran, Jimmie Dale snatched the mask from his face and put it in his pocket. He was safe now. He swept the sweat drops from his forehead with the back of his hand, noticing them for the first time. It had been close, almost as close for him as it had been for old Luddy. And tomorrow the papers would execrate the Gray Seal. He smiled a little wanly. His breath was still coming hard. Presently they would score the lane, when they found that their quarry was not in the house. What a racket they were making! The whole district seemed roused, like a swarm of angry bees. He kept on along the lane and dodged suddenly into a cross street where the two intersected. The clang of a bell dinned discordantly in his ears. A patrol wagon swept by him, racing for the scene of the disturbance. The riot call was out. Again Jimmie Dale smiled wearily, passing his hand across his eyes. "I guess," said Jimmie Dale, "I'm pretty near all in. And I guess it's time that Larry the Bat went home." And a little later a figure turned from the Bowery and shambled down the cross street, a disreputable figure, with hands plunged deep in his pockets, and a shadow across the roadway suddenly shifted its position as the shambling figure slouched into the black alleyway and entered the tenement's side door. And Larry the Bat smiled softly to himself. Kline's men were still on guard. End of Part 1, Chapter 5b of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander.
Part 1, Chapter 6a of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Julia Albert. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 6a, Devil's Work. A white-gloved arm, a voice, and a silvery laugh. Just that, no more. Jimmie Dale, in his favorite seat, an aisle seat some 7 or 8 rows back from the orchestra, stared at the stage, to all outward appearances absorbed in the last act of the play, inwardly quite oblivious to the fact that even a play was going on. A white-gloved arm, a voice, and a silvery laugh. The words had formed themselves into a sort of sing-song refrain that, for the last few days, had been running through his head. A strange enough guiding star to mould and dictate every action in his life. And that was all he had ever seen of her, all that he had ever heard of her, except those letters, of course, each of which had outlined the details of some affair for the Gray Seal to execute. Indeed, it seemed a great length of time now since he had heard from her even in that way, though it was not so many days ago after all. Perhaps it was the calm, as it were, that, by contrast, had given place to the strenuous months and weeks just past. The storm raised by the newspapers at the theft of old Luddy's diamonds had subsided into sporadic diatribes aimed at the police. Kline, of the Secret Service, had finally admitted defeat, and a shadow no longer skulked day and night at the entrance to the sanctuary. And Larry the Bat bore the government endorsement, so to speak, of being no more suspicious a character than that of a disreputable but harmless dope fiend of the underworld. Larry the Bat, the Gray Seal, Jimmie Dale the millionaire. What if it were ever known that that strange three were one? What if? Jimmie Dale smiled whimsically. A burst of applause echoed through the house. The orchestra was playing, the lights were on, seats banked, there was the bustle of the rising audience, the play was at an end, and, for the life of him, he could not have remembered a single line of the last act. The aisle at his elbow was already crowded with people on their way out. Jimmie Dale stooped down mechanically to reach for his hat beneath his seat, and the next instant he was standing up, staring wildly into the faces around him. It had fallen at his feet, a white envelope. Hers! It was in his hand now, those slim, tapering, wonderfully sensitive fingers of Jimmie Dale that were an open sesame to locks and safe, subconsciously telegraphing to his mind the fact that the texture of the paper was hers. Hers! And she must be one of those around him, one of those crowding either the row of seats in front or behind, or one of those just passing in the aisle. It had fallen at his feet as he had stooped over for his hat, but from just exactly what direction he could not tell. His eyes eagerly, hungrily, critically swept face after face. Which one was hers? What irony! She, whom he would have given his life to know, for whom indeed he risked his life every hour of the 24, was close to him now, within reach, and as far removed as though 1,000 miles separated them. She was there, but he could not recognize a face that he had never seen. With an effort he choked back the bitter, impotent laugh that rose to his lips. They were talking, laughing around him. Her voice, yes, he had once heard that, and that he would recognize again. He strained to catch, to individualize, the tone sounds that floated in a medley about him. It was useless, of course. Every effort that he had ever made to find her had been useless. She was too clever, far too clever for that. She, too, would know that he could and would recognize her voice, for he could recognize nothing else. And then, suddenly, he realized that he was attracting attention. Level stares from the woman returned his gaze, and they edged away a little from his vicinity as they passed, the escorts crowding somewhat belligerently into their places. Others, in the same row of seats as his own, were impatiently waiting to get by him. With a muttered apology, Jimmie Dale raised the seat of his chair, allowing these latter to pass him, and then, slipping the letter into his pocketbook, he snatched up his hat from the seat rack. There was still a chance. Knowing he was there, she would be on her guard. But in the lobby, among the crowd and unaware of his presence, there was the possibility that, if he could reach the entrance ahead of her, she, too, might be talking and laughing as she left the theatre. Just a single word, just a tone, that was all he asked. The row of seats at whose end he stood was empty now, and, instead of stepping into the thronged aisle, he made his way across to the opposite side of the theatre. Here the far aisle was less crowded, and in a minute he had gained the foyer, confident that he was now in advance of her. The next moment he was lost in a jam of people in the lobby. He moved slowly now, very slowly, allowing those behind to press by him on the way to the entrance. A babble of voices rose about him as, tight-packed, the mass of people jostled, elbowed, and pushed good-naturedly. It was a voice now, her voice, that he was listening for, but, though it seemed that every faculty was strained and intent upon that one effort, his eyes, too, had in no degree relaxed their vigilance, and once, half grimly, half sardonically, he smiled to himself. There would be an unexpected aftermath to this exodus of expensively gowned and bejewelled women with their prosperous, well-groomed escorts. There was the Wowzer over there, sleek, dapper, squirming in and out of the throng with the agility and stealth of a cat. As Larry the Bat he had met the Wowzer many times, as indeed he had met and was acquainted with most of the elite of the underworld. The Wowzer, beyond a shadow of doubt, in his own profession stood upon a plane entirely by himself, among those qualified to speak. No one yet had ever questioned the Wowzer's claim to the distinction of being the most dexterous and finished poke-getter in the United States. The crowd thinned in the lobby, thinned down to the last few belated stragglers, who passed him as he still loitered in the entrance. And then Jimmie Dale, with a shrug of his shoulders that was a great deal more philosophical than the maddening sense of chagrin and disappointment that burned within him, stepped out to the pavement and headed down Broadway. After all, he had known it in his heart of hearts all the time. It had always been the same. It was only one more occasion added to the innumerable ones that had gone before in which she had eluded him. And now there was the letter. Automatically he quickened his step a little. It was useless, futile, profitless, for the moment, at least, to disturb himself over his failure. There was the letter. His lips parted in a strange, half-serious, half-speculative smile. The letter, that was paramount now. What new venture did the night hold in store for him? What sudden emergency was the Gray Seal called upon to face this time? What role, unrehearsed, without warning, must he play? What story of grim, desperate rascality would the papers credit him with when daylight came? Or would they carry in screaming headlines the announcements that the Gray Seal was caged and caught at last, and in 3-inch type tell the world that the Great Seal was Jimmie Dale? A block down, he turned from Broadway, out of the theater crowds that streamed in both directions past him. The letter. Almost feverishly now he was seeking an opportunity to open and read it unobserved, an eagerness upon him that mingled exhilaration at the lure of danger with a sense of premonition that, irritably, inevitably, was with him at moments such as these. It always seemed, that, with an unopened letter of hers in his possession, it was as though he were about to open a page in the book of fate, and read, as it were, a pronouncement upon himself that might mean life or death. He hurried on. People still passed by him, too many. And then a cafe, just ahead, making a corner, gave him the opportunity that he thought. Away from the entrance, on the side street, the brilliant lights from the windows shone out on a comparatively deserted pavement. There was ample light to read by, even as far away from the window as the curb, and Jimmie Dale, with an approving nod, turned the corner and walked along a few steps until opposite the farthest window. But, as he halted here at the edge of the street, he glanced quickly behind him at a man whom he had just passed. The other had paused at the corner and was staring down the street. Jimmie Dale instantly and nonchalantly produced his cigarette case, selected a cigarette, and fastidiously tapped its end on his thumb-nail. "Inspector Burton in plain clothes," he observed musingly to himself. "I wonder if it's just a fluke, or something else. We'll see." Jimmie Dale took a box of matches from his pocket. The first would not light. The second broke, and, with an exclamation of annoyance, he flung it away. The third was making a fitful effort at life, as another man emerged hastily from the cafe's side door, hurried to the corner, joined the man who was still loitering there, and both together disappeared at a rapid pace down the street. Jimmie Dale whistled softly to himself. The second man was even better known than the first. There was not a crook in New York but would sidestep Lannigan of headquarters, and do it with amazing celebrity if he could. "Something's up, but it's not my hunt," muttered Jimmie Dale. Then, with a shrug of his shoulders, "Queer the way those headquarters chaps fascinate and give me a thrill every time I see them, even if I haven't a ghost of a reason for imagining that—" The sentence was never finished. Jimmie Dale's face was gray. The street seemed to rock about him, and he stared, like a man stricken, white to the lips, ahead of him. The letter was gone. His hand, wriggling from his empty pocket, swept away the sweat beads that were bursting from his forehead. It had come at last. The pitcher had gone once too often to the well. Numb for an instant, his brain cleared now, working with lightning speed, leaping from premise to conclusion. The crush in the theater lobby, the pushing, the jostling, the close contact, the Wowzer, the slickest, cleverest pickpocket in the United States. For a moment he could have laughed aloud in a sort of ghastly, defiant mockery. He himself had predicted an unexpected aftermath, had he not? Aftermath? It was the end. An hour, 2 hours, and New York would be metamorphosed into a seething cauldron of humanity bubbling with the news. It seemed that he could hear the screams of the newsboy now shouting their extras. It seemed that he could see the people, roused to frenzy, swarming in excited crowds, snatching at the papers. He seemed to hear the mob's shouts swell in execration, in exultation. It seemed as though all around him had gone mad. The mystery of the Gray Seal was solved. It was Jimmie Dale, Jimmie Dale, Jimmie Dale the millionaire, the lion of society, and there was ignominy for an honored name, and shame and disaster and convict stripes and sullen penitentiary walls, or death. A felon's death. The chair. He was running now, his hands clenched at his sides, his mind, working subconsciously, urging him onward in a blind, as yet unrealized, objectless way. And then, gradually, impulse gave way to calmer reason, and he slowed his pace to a quick, less noticeable walk. The Wowzer. That was it. There was yet a chance. The Wowzer. A merciless rage, cold, deadly, settled upon him. It was the Wowzer who had stolen his pocketbook, and with it the letter. There could be no doubt of that. Well, there would be a reckoning, at least, before the end. He was in a downtown subway train now, the roar in his ears in consonance, it seemed, with the turmoil in his brain. But now, too, he was Jimmie Dale again, and, apart from the slightly outthrust jaw, the tight-closed lips, impassive, debonair, composed. There was yet a chance. As Larry the Bat, he knew every den and lair below the dead line, and he knew, too, the Wowzer's favorite hounds. There was yet a chance. Only 1 in 1,000, it was true, almost too pitiful to be depended upon, but yet a chance. The Wowzer had probably not worked alone, and he and his pal, or pals, would certainly not remain uptown either to examine or divide their spoils. They would wait until they were safe, somewhere in one of their hellholes on the east side. If he could find the Wowzer, reach the man before the letter was opened, Jimmie Dale's lips grew tighter. That was the chance. If he failed in that, Jimmie Dale's lips drooped downward in grim curves at the corners. A chance. Already the Wowzer had at least a half-hour's lead, and, worse still, there was no telling which one of a dozen places the man might have chosen to retreat to with his loot. Time passed. His mind obsessed, Jimmie Dale's physical acts were almost wholly mechanical. It was perhaps 15 minutes since he had discovered the loss of the letter, and he was walking now through the heart of the Bowery. Exactly how he had gotten there he could not have told. He had only a vague realization that, following an intuitive sense of direction, he had lost not a second of time in making his way downtown. And now he found himself hesitating at the corner of a cross street. 2 blocks east was that dark, narrow alleyway, that side door that made the entrance to the sanctuary. It would be safer, 100 times safer, to go there, change his clothes and his personality, and emerge again as Larry the Bat. Infinitely safer in that role to explore the dens of the underworld, many of them indeed unknown and undreamed of by the police themselves, than to trust himself there in well-cut, fashionable tweeds. But that would take time. Time. when, with every second, the one chance he had, desperate as that already was slipping away from him. No, what was apparently the greater risk at least held out the only hope. He went on again, his brain incessantly at work. At the worst, there was one mitigating factor in it all. He had no need to think of her. Whatever the ruin and disaster that faced him in the next few hours, she in any case was safe. There was no clue to her identity in the letter, and where he, for months on end, with even more to work upon, had failed at every turn to trace her, there was little fear that anyone else would have any better success. She was safe. As for himself, that was different. The Gray Seal would be referred to in the letter. There would be the outline, the data for the crime she had planned for that night, and the letter, though unaddressed, being found in his pocketbook, where cards and notes and a dozen different things among its content proclaimed him Jimmie Dale, needed no further evidence as to its ownership nor the identity of the Gray Seal. Jimmie Dale's fingers crept inside his vest and fumbled there for a moment, and a diamond stud, extracted from his shirt front, glistened sportively in the necktie that was now tucked jauntily in at one side of his shirt bosom. He had reached the Blue Dragon, one of Wowzer's usual hangouts, and, swerving from the sidewalk, entered the place. There was wild tumult within, a constant storm of applause, derision, and hilarity that was hurled from the tables around the room at the turkey-trotting, tango-writhing couples on the somewhat restricted space of the polished hardwood flooring in the center. Jimmie Dale swaggered down the room, a cigar tilted up at an angle between his teeth, his soft felt hat a little rakishly on one side of his head and well over his nose. At the end of the room, at the bar, Jimmie Dale leaned toward the barkeeper and talked out of the corner of his mouth. There were private rooms upstairs, and he jerked his head surreptitiously ceilingward. "Say, is the Wowzer up there?" he inquired in a cautious whisper. The man behind the bar, well known to Jimmie Dale as one of the Wowzer's particular pals, favored him with a blank stare. "Never heard of the guy," he announced brusquely. "What's yours?" "Gimme a mug of suds," said Jimmie Dale, reaching for a match. He puffed at his cigar, blew out the match, and, after a moment, flung the char end away, but on his hand, as, palm outward, he raised it to take his glass, the match had traced a small black cross. The barkeeper put down the beer he had just drawn, wiped his hands hurriedly, and with sudden enthusiasm thrust it across the bar. "Glad to know youse, Cole," he exclaimed. "What's the lay?" Jimmie Dale smiled. "Nix," said Jimmie Dale. "I just blew in from Chicago. Used to know the Wowzer there. He said this place was on the level, and I could always find him here. That's all." "Sure youse can," returned the barkeeper heartily. "Only he ain't here now. He beat it about 15 minutes ago. Him and Dago Jim. I guess we'll find him at Chang's. I heard him and Dago say they were goin' there. Know the place?" Jimmie Dale shook his head. "I ain't much wise to New York," he explained. "Aw, that's easy," whispered the barkeeper. "Go down to Chasm Square, and then any guy'll show youse Chang Foo's." He winked confidentially. "I guess youse won't bump yer head none gettin' around inside." Jimmie Dale nodded, grinned back, emptied his glass, and dug for a coin. "Forget it," observed the barkeeper cordially. "This is on me. Any friend of the Wowzers get the glad hand here any time." "Thanks," said Jimmie Dale gratefully as he turned away. "So long, then. See youse later." Chang Foo's. Jimmie Dale's face set even a little harder than it had before as he swung on again down the Bowery. Yes, he knew Chang Foo's too well. Underground Chinatown, where a man's life was worth the price of an opium pill, or less. Mechanically his hand slipped into his pocket and closed over the automatic that nestled there. Once in, where he had to go, and the chances were even, just even, that was all, that he would ever get out. Again he was tempted to return to the sanctuary and make the attempt as Larry the Bat. Larry the Bat was well enough known to enter Chang Foo's unquestioned, but again he shook his head and went on. There was not time. The Wowzer and his pal, it was Dago Jim it seemed, had evidently been drinking and loitering their way downtown from the theatre, and he had gained that much on them. But by now they would be smugly tucked away somewhere in that maze of dens below the ground, and at that moment probably were gloating over the biggest night's howl they had ever made in their lives. And if they were, what then? Once they knew the contents of that letter, what then? Buy them off for a larger amount than the many thousands offered for the capture of the Gray Seal? Jimmie Dale gritted his teeth. That meant blackmail from them all his life, an intolerable existence, impossible, a hell on earth, the slave, at the beck and call of two of the worst criminals in New York. The moisture oozed again to Jimmie Dale's forehead. God, if he could get that letter before it was opened, before they knew! If he could only get the chance to fight for it, against any odds. Life was a pitiful consideration against the alternative that faced him now. End of Part 1, Chapter 6A. Part 1, Chapter 6B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Julia Albert. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 6B, Devil's Work, continued. From the Blue Dragon to Chang Foo's was not far, and Jimmie Dale covered the distance in well under 5 minutes. Chang Foo's was just a tea merchant's shop, innocuous and innocent enough in its appearance, blatantly so indeed, and that was all, outwardly. But Jimmie Dale, as he reached his destination, experienced the first sensation of uplift he had known that night, and this from what, apparently, did not in the least seem like a contributing cause. Luck! The blessed luck of it, he muttered grimly, as he surveyed the sightseeing car drawn up at the curb and watched the passengers crowding out of it to the ground. It wouldn't have been as easy to fool old Chang as it was that fellow back at the Dragon. And, besides, if I can work it, there's a better chance this way of getting out alive. The guide was marshalling his gapers, some 24 in all, men and women. Jimmie Dale unostentatiously fell in at the rear, and, the guide leading, the little crowd passed into the tea merchant's shop. Chang Foo, a wizened, wrinkled-faced little celestial, oily, suave, greeted them with profuse bows, chattering the while volubly in Chinese. The guide made the introduction with an all-embracing sweep of his hand. "Chang Foo, ladies and gentlemen," he announced, then held up his hand for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said impressively, "this is one of the most notorious, if not THE most notorious dive in Chinatown, and it is only through special arrangement with the authorities and at great expense that the company is able exclusively to gain an entry here for its patrons. You will see here the real life of the Chinese, and in half an hour you will get what few would get in a lifetime spent in China itself. You will see the Chinese children dance and perform, the Chinese women at their household tasks, the Joss, the shrine of his hallowed ancestors, at which Chang Foo here worships, and you will enter the most famous opium den in the United States. Now, if you will all keep close together, we will make a start." In spite of his desperate situation, Jimmie Dale smiled a little whimsically. Yes, they would see it all, upstairs. The same old bunk dish out night after night at so much a head, and the nervous little schoolma'am of uncertain age who fidgeted now beside him would go back somewhere down in Maine and shiver while she related her wider experiences in tremulous whispers into the shocked ears of envious other maiden ladies of equally uncertain age. The same old bunk, and a profitable one for Chang Foo for more reasons than one. It was dust in the eyes of the police. The police smiled knowingly at mention of Chang Foo. Who should know, if they didn't, that it was all harmless fake, all bunk? And so it was, upstairs. They were passing out of the shop now, bowed out through a side door by the obsequious and oily Chang Foo, and now they massed again in a sort of little hallway, and Chang Foo, closing the door upon Jimmie Dale, who was the last in the line, shuffled back behind the counter in his shop to resume his guard duty over customers of quite another ilk. With the door closed, it was dark, pitch dark. And this, too, like everything else connected with Chang Foo's establishment, for more reasons than one, for effect and for security. Nervous little twitters began to emanate from the women. The guide's voice rose reassuringly. "Keep close together, ladies and gentlemen. We're going upstairs now to—" Jimmie Dale hugged back against the wall, sidled along it, and like a shadow slipped down to the end of the hall. The scuffling of 24 pairs of feet mounting the creaky staircase drowned the slight sound as he cautiously opened a door. The darkness lay back, impenetrable, along the hall, and then, as cautiously as he had opened it, he closed the door behind him, and stood for an instant listening at the head of a ladder-like stairway, his automatic in his hand now. It was familiar ground to Larry the Bat. The steps led down to a cellar, and diagonally across from the foot of the steps was an opening, ingeniously hidden by a heterogeneous collection of odds and ends, boxes, cases, and rubbish from the pseudo-tea shop above, a low opening in the wall to a passage that led on through the cellars of perhaps half a dozen adjoining houses, each of which latter was leased, in one name or another, by Chang Foo. Jimmie Dale crept down the steps, and in another moment had gained the farther side of the cellar. Then, skirting around the ruck of cases, he stooped suddenly and passed in through the opening in the wall. And now he halted once more. He was straining his eyes down a long, narrow passage, whose blackness was accentuated rather than relieved by curious wavering, gossamer threads of yellow light that showed here and there from under makeshift thresholds, from doors slightly ajar. Faint noises came to him, a muffled, intermittent clink of coin, a low, continuous droning hum of voices. The sickly sweet smell of opium pricked at his nostrils. Jimmie Dale's face set rigidly. It was the resort not only of the most depraved Chinese element, but of the worst white thugs that made New York their headquarters. Here, in the succession of cellars, roughly partitioned off to make a dozen rooms on either side of the passage, dope fiends sucked at the drug, and Chinese gamblers spent the greater part of their lives. Here, murder was hatched and played too often to its hellish end. Here, the scum of the underworld sought refuge from the police to the profit of Chang Fu, and here, somewhere, in one of these rooms, was the Wowzer. The Wowzer. Jimmie Dale stole forward silently, without a sound, swiftly, pausing only to listen for a second's space at the doors as he passed. From this one came that clink of coin, from another that jabber of Chinese, from still another that overpowering stench of opium, and once, iron-nerved as he was, a cold thrill passed over him. Let this lair of hell's wolves, so intent now on their own affairs, be once aroused, as they certainly must be roused before he could hope to finish the Wowzer, and his chance of escape were. He straightened suddenly, alert, tense, strained. Voices, raised in a furious quarrel, came from a door just behind him on the other side of the passage, where a film of light streamed out through a cracked panel. It was the Wowzer and Dago Jim. And drunk, both of them, and both in a blind fury. It happened quick then, almost instantaneously it seemed to Jimmie Dale. He was crouched now close against the door, his eye to the crack in the panel. There was only one figure in sight, Dago Jim, standing beside a table on which burned a lamp, the tabletop littered with watches, purses, and small chatelaine bags. The man was lurching unsteadily on his feet, a vicious sneer of triumph on his face, waving tauntingly an open letter and Jimmie Dale's pocketbook in his hands, waving them presumably in the face of the Wowzer, whom, from the restrictions of the crack, Jimmie Dale could not see. He was conscious of a sickening sense of disaster. His hope against hope had been in vain. The letter had been opened and read. The identity of the Gray Seal was solved. Dago Jim's voice roared out, hoarse, blasphemous, in drunken rage. "The Gray Seal, see? You spit your life, I knows. I been waitin' for something like this, damn youse. You's been stallin' on me for a year every time it came to a divvy. You've got a pocketful now, you snitch tonight, that youse are tryin' to do me out of. Well, keep 'em." He shoved his face forward. "I keep this, see? Keep 'em, Wowzer, you cross-eyed." "Everything I pinched tonight's on the table there with what youse pinched yourself," cut in the Wowzer, in a sullen, threatening growl. "Youse lie and youse know it," retorted Dago Jim. "Youse have given me the short end every time we've pulled a deal." "That letter's mine, youse," bawled the Wowzer furiously. "Why didn't youse open it and read it, then, instead of lettin' me do it to keep me busy while youse shortchanged me?" sneered Dago Jim. "Youse thought it was some sweet billy do, eh? Well, thanks, Wowzers, that's what it is. Say," he mocked, "there's a guy'll cash 1,000-century notes for this, and, if he don't say there's some reward out for the Gray Seal, wouldn't you like to know who it is? Well, when I'm ridin' in me private buzz wagon, Wowzer, you'll stick around and maybe I'll tell youse, and maybe I won't." "By God!" the Wowzer's voice rose in a scream. "Youse hand over that letter!" "Youse go to—" Red, lurid red, a stream of flame seemed to cut across Jimmie Dale's line of vision, came the roar of a revolver shot, and, like a madman, Jimmie Dale flung his body at the door. Rickety at best, it crashed inward, half wrenched from its hinges, precipitating him inside. He recovered himself and leaped forward. The room was swirling with blue eddies of smoke. Dago Jim, hands flung up, still grasping the letter and pocketbook, pawed at the air and plunged with a sagging lurch face downward to the floor. There was a yell and an oath from the Wowzer, the crack of another revolver shot, the hum of the bullet past Jimmie Dale's ear, the scorch of the tongue flame in his face, and he was upon the other. Screeching profanity, the Wowzer grappled, and, for an instant, the two men rocked, reeled, and swayed in each other's embrace. Then, both men losing their balance, they shot suddenly backward, the Wowzer undermost, striking his head against the table's edge, and men, table, and lamp crashed downward in a heap to the floor. It had been no more, at most, than a matter of seconds since Jimmie Dale had hurled himself into the room, and now, with a gurgling sigh, the Wowzer's arm, that had been wound around Jimmie Dale's back and shoulders, relaxed, and from the blow on his head the man lay back inert and stunned. And then it seemed to Jimmie Dale as though pandemonium and reality and chaos at the touch of some devil's hand reigned around him. It was dark. No, not dark. A spurt of flame was leaping along the line of trickling oil from the broken lamp on the floor. It threw into ghastly relief the sprawled form of Dago Jim. Outside, from along the passageway, came a confused jangle of commotion, whispering voices, shuffling feet, the swish of Chinese garments, and the room itself began to spring into weird, flickering shadows that mounted and crept up the walls with the spreading fire. There was not a second to lose before the room would be swarming with that rush from the passageway, and there was still the letter, the pocketbook. The table had fallen half over Dago Jim. Jimmie Dale pushed it aside, tore the crushed letter and the pocketbook from the man's hands, and felt, with a grim, horrible sort of anxiety, for the other's heartbeat, for the verdict that meant life or death to himself. There was no sign of life. The man was dead. Jimmie Dale was on his feet now. A face, another and another, showed in the doorway. The Wowzer was regaining his senses, stumbling to his knees. There was one chance, just one, to take those crowding figures by surprise, and with a yell of "Fire!" Jimmie Dale sprang for the doorway. They gave way before his rush, tumbling back in their surprise against the opposite wall, and, turning, Jimmie Dale raced down the passageway. Doors were opening everywhere now. Forms were pushing out into the semi-darkness, only to duck hastily back again as Jimmie Dale's automatic barked and spat, a running fire of warning ahead of him. And then, behind, the Wowzer's voice shrieked out. "Soak him! Kill the guy! He's croaked Dago Jim! Put a hole in him! The—" Yells, a chorus of them, took up the refrain, then the rush of following feet, and the passageway seemed to racket as though a Gatling gun were in play with the fusillade of revolver shots. But Jimmie Dale was at the opening now, and, like a base runner plunging for the bag, he flung himself in a low dive through and into the open cellar beyond. He was on his feet, over the boxes, and dashing up the stairs in a second. The door above opened as he reached the top. Jimmie Dale's right hand shot out with a clubbed revolver, and with a grunt Chang Fu went down before the blow and the headlong rush. The next instant Jimmie Dale had sprung through the tea shop and was out on the street. A minute, 2 minutes more, and Chinatown would be in an uproar. Chang Foo would see to that, and the Wowzer would prod him on. The danger was far from over yet. And then, as he ran, Jimmie Dale gave a little gasp of relief. Just ahead, drawn up at the curb, stood a taxicab, waiting, probably for a private slumming party. Jimmie Dale put on a spurt, reached it, and wrenched the door open. "Quick!" he flung at the startled chauffeur. "The nearest subway station. There's a 10 spot in it for you. Quick, man! Quick! Here they come!" A crowd of Chinese, pouring like angry hornets from Chang Foo's shop, came yelling down the street, and the taxi took the corner on 2 wheels, and Jimmie Dale, panting, choking for his breath like a man spent, sank back against the cushions. But 5 minutes later it was quite another Jimmie Dale, composed, nonchalant, imperturbable, who entered an uptown subway train and, choosing a seat alone near the center of the car, which at that hour of night in the downtown district was almost deserted, took the crushed letter from his pocket. For a moment he made no attempt to read it. His dark eyes, now that he was free from observation, full of troubled retrospect, fixed on the window at his side. It was not a pleasant thought that it had cost a man his life, nor yet that that life was also the price of his own freedom. True, if there were 2 men in the city of New York whose crimes merited neither sympathy nor mercy, those 2 men were the Wowzer and Dago Jim. But yet, after all, it was a human life, and, even if his own had been in the balance, thank God it had been through no act of his that Dago Jim had gone out. The Wowzer, cute and cunning, had been quick enough to say so to clear himself, but Jimmie Dale smiled a little now. Neither the Wowzer, nor Chang Foo, nor Chinatown would ever be in a position to recognize their uninvited guest. Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted to the letter speculatively, gravely. It seemed as though the night had already held a year of happenings, and the night was not over yet. There was the letter. It had already cost 1 life. Was it to cost another, or what? It began as it always did. He read it through once, in amazement, a second time, with a flush of bitter anger creeping to his cheeks, and a third time, curiously memorizing, as it were, snatches of it here and there. Dear philanthropic crook, robbery of Hudson Mercantile National Bank. Trusted employee is ex-convict. Bad police record. Served term in Sing Sing 3 years ago. Known to police as Bookkeeper Bob. Real name is Robert Moyne. Lives at Street, Harlem. Inspector Burton and Lanigan of headquarters trailing him now. Robbery not yet made public. There was a great deal more. 4 sheets of closely written data. With an exclamation almost of dismay, Jimmie Dale pulled out his watch. So that was what Burton and Lanigan were up to. And he had actually ran into them. Lord, the irony of it. And then Jimmie Dale stared at the dial of his watch incredulously. It was still but barely midnight. It seemed impossible that since leaving the theatre at a few minutes before 11 he had lived through but a single hour. Jimmie Dale's fingers began to pluck at the letter, tearing it into pieces, tearing the pieces over and over again into tiny shreds. The train stopped at station after station. People got on and off. Jimmie Dale's hat was over his eyes, and his eyes were glued again to the window. Had Bookkeeper Bob returned to his flat in Harlem with the detectives at his heels? Or were Burton and Lanigan still trailing the man downtown, somewhere around the cafes? If the former, the theft of the letter and its incident loss of time had been an irreparable disaster. If the latter, well, who knew? The risk was the Gray Seals. At 125th Street, Jimmie Dale left the train, and, at the end of a sharp 4 minutes' walk, during which he had dodged in and out from street to street, stopped on a corner to survey the block ahead of him. It was a block devoted exclusively to flats and apartment houses, and, apart from a few belated pedestrians, was deserted. Jimmie Dale strolled leisurely down one side, crossed the street at the end of the block, and strolled leisurely back on the other side. There was no sign of either Burton or Lanigan. It was a fairly safe presumption, then, that bookkeeper Bob had not returned yet, or one of the detectives at least would have been shadowing the house. Jimmie Dale, smiling a little grimly, retraced his steps again, and turned deliberately into a doorway, whose number he had noted as he had passed a moment or so before. So, after all, there was time yet. This was the house. Number 18, she had said in her letter. A flat, 3 stories, Moyne lived on the ground floor. Jimmie Dale leaned against the vestibule door. There was a faint click. A little steel instrument was withdrawn from the lock, and Jimmie Dale stepped into the hall, where a gas jet, turned down, burned dimly. The door of the ground floor apartment was at his right. Jimmie Dale reached up and turned off the light. Again those slim, tapering, wonderfully sensitive fingers worked with the little steel instrument, this time in the lock of the apartment door. Again there was that almost inaudible click, and then cautiously, inch by inch, the door opened under his hand. He peered inside, down a hallway lighted, if it could be called lighted at all, by a subdued glow from 2 open doors that gave upon it, peered intently, listening intently, as he drew a black silk mask from his pocket and slipped it over his face. And then, silent as a shadow in his movements, the door left just ajar behind him, he stole down the carpeted hallway. Opposite the first of the open doorways, Jimmie Dale paused, a curiously hard expression creeping over his face, his lips beginning to droop ominously downward at the corners. It was a little sitting room, cheaply but tastefully furnished, and a young woman, bookkeeper Bob's wife evidently, and evidently sitting up for her husband, had fallen sound asleep in a chair, her head pillowed on her arms that were outstretched across the table. For a moment Jimmie Dale held there, his eyes on the scene, and the next moment, his hand curved into a clenched fist, he had passed on and entered the adjoining room. It was a child's bedroom. A night lamp burned on a table beside the bed, and the soft rays seemed to play and linger in caress on the tousled golden hair of a little girl of perhaps 2 years of age. And something seemed to choke suddenly in Jimmie Dale's throat. The sweet, innocent little face, upturned to his, was smiling at him as she slept. Jimmie Dale turned away his head, his eyelashes wet under his mask. Beneath the mattress of the child's bed, the letter had said. His face like stone, his lips a thin line now, Jimmie Dale's hand reached deftly in without disturbing the child and took out a package, and then another. He straightened up, a bundle of crisp new $100 notes in each hand, and on the top of one, slipped under the elastic band that held the bills together, an unsealed envelope. He drew out the latter and opened it. It was a second-class steamship passage to Vera Cruz, made out in a fictitious name, of course, to John Davies, the booking for next day's sailing. From the ticket, from the stolen money, Jimmie Dale's eyes lifted to rest again on the little golden head, the smiling lips, and then, dropping the packages into his pockets, His own lips moved queerly. He turned abruptly to the door. "My God, the shame of it!" he whispered to himself. He crept down the corridor, past the open door of the room where the young woman still sat fast asleep, and, his mask in his pocket again, stepped softly into the vestibule, and from there to the street. Jimmie Dale hurried now, spurred on it seemed by a hot, insensate fury that raged within him. There was still one other call to make that night, still those remaining and minute details in the latter part of her letter, grim and ugly in their portent. End of Part 1, Chapter 6b. Part 1, Chapter 6c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Julia Albert. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 6c, Devil's Work, concluded. It was close upon 1 o'clock in the morning when Jimmie Dale stopped again, this time before a fashionable dwelling just off Central Park. And here, for perhaps the space of a minute, he surveyed the house from the sidewalk, watching, with a sort of speculative satisfaction, a man's shadow that passed constantly to and fro across the drawn blinds of one of the lower windows. The rest of the house was in darkness. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, nodding his head, "I rather thought so. The servants will have retired hours ago. It's safe enough." He ran quickly up the steps and rang the bell. A door opened almost instantly, sending a faint glow into the hall from the lighted room. A hurried step crossed the hall, and the outer door was thrown back. "Well, what is it?" demanded a voice brusquely. It was quite dark, too dark for either to distinguish the other's features, and Jimmie Dale's hat was drawn far down over his eyes. "I want to see Mr. Thomas H. Carling, cashier of the Hudson Mercantile National Bank. It's very important," said Jimmie Dale earnestly. "I am Mr. Carling," replied the other. "What is it?" Jimmie Dale leaned forward. "From headquarters, with a report," he said in a low tone. "Ah!" exclaimed the bank official sharply. "Well, it's about time. I've been waiting up for it, though I expected you would telephone rather than this. Come in." "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale courteously, and stepped into the hall. The other closed the front door. "The servants are in bed, of course," he explained as he led the way toward the lighted room. "This way, please." Behind the other, across the hall, Jimmie Dale followed, and close at Carling's heels entered the room, which was fitted up, quite evidently regardless of cost, as a combination library and study. Carling, in a somewhat pompous fashion, walked straight ahead toward the carved mahogany flat-top desk, and, as he reached it, waved his hand. "Take a chair," he said, over his shoulder, and then, turning in the act of dropping into his own chair, grasped suddenly at the edge of the desk instead, and, with a low, startled cry, stared across the room. Jimmie Dale was leaning back against the door that was closed now behind him, and on Jimmie Dale's face was a black silk mask. For an instant neither man spoke nor moved. Then Carling, spare-built, dapper in evening clothes, edged back from the desk and laughed a little uncertainly. "Quite neat. I compliment you. From headquarters with a report, I think you said." "Which I neglected to add," said Jimmie Dale, "was to be made in private." Carling, as though to put as much distance between them as possible, continued to edge back across the room, but his small black eyes, black now to the pupils themselves, never left Jimmie Dale's face. In private, eh? He seemed to be sparing for time, as he smiled. In private. You've a strange method of securing privacy, haven't you? A bit melodramatic, isn't it? Perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me who you are. Jimmie Dale smiled indulgently. My mask is only for effect, he said. My name is Smith. Yes, said Carling. I'm very stupid. Thank you. He had reached the other side of the room now, and with a quick, sudden movement jerked his hand to the dial of the safe that stood against the wall. But Jimmie Dale was quicker. Without shifting his position, his automatic, whipped from his pocket, held a disconcerting bead on Carling's forehead. Please don't do that, said Jimmie Dale softly. It's rather a good make, that safe. I dare say it would take me half an hour to open it. I was rather curious to know whether it was locked or not. Carling's hand dropped to his side. So, he sneered, that's it, is it? The ordinary variety of sneak thief? His voice was rising gradually. Well, sir, let me tell you that. Mr. Carling, said Jimmie Dale, in a low, even tone, unless you moderate your voice, someone in the house might hear you. I am quite well aware of that. But if that happens, if anyone enters this room, if you make a move to touch a button, or in any other way attempt to attract attention, I'll drop you where you stand. His hand, behind his back, extracted the key from the door lock, held it up for the other to see, then dropped it into his pocket, and his voice, cold before, rang peremptorily now. Come back to the desk and sit down in that chair, he ordered. For a moment Carling hesitated, then, with a half-muttered oath, obeyed. Jimmie Dale moved over and stood in front of Carling on the other side of the desk, and stared silently at the immaculate, fashionably groomed figure before him. Under the prolonged gaze, Carling's composure, in a measure at least, seemed to forsake him. He began to drum nervously with his fingers on the desk and shift uneasily in his chair. And then, from first one pocket and then the other, Jimmie Dale took the 2 packages of banknotes, and still without a word pushed them across the desk until they lay under the other's eyes. Carling's fingers stopped their drumming, slid to the desk edge, tightened there, and a whiteness crept into his face. Then, with an effort, he jerked himself erect in his chair. "What's this?" he demanded hoarsely. "About $10,000, I should say," said Jimmie Dale slowly. "I haven't counted it. Your bank was robbed this evening at closing time, I understand." "Yes." Carling's voice was excited now, the color back in his face. "But how? Do you mean that you are returning the money to the bank?" "Exactly," said Jimmie Dale. Carling was once more the pompous bank official. He leaned back and surveyed Jimmie Dale critically with his little black eyes. "Ah, quite so," he observed. "That accounts for the mask. But I am still a little in the dark. Under the circumstances, it is quite impossible that you should have stolen the money yourself, and—" "I didn't," said Jimmie Dale. "I found it hidden in the home of one of your employees." "You found it where?" "In Moyne's home, up in Harlem." "Moyne, eh?" Carling was alert, quick now, jerking out his words. "How did you come to get into this, then? His pal? Double-crossing him, eh? I suppose you want a reward. We'll attend to that, of course. You're wiser than you know, my man. That's what we suspected. We've had the detectives trailing Moyne all evening." He reached forward over the desk for the telephone. "I'll telephone headquarters to make the arrest at once." "Just a minute," interposed Jimmie Dale gravely. "I want you to listen to a little story first." "A story? What has a story got to do with this?" snapped Carling. "The man has got a home," said Jimmie Dale softly. "A home and a wife and a little baby girl." "Oh, that's the game then, eh? You want to plead for him?" Carling flung out gruffly. "Well, he should have thought of all that before. It's quite useless for you to bring it up. The man has had his chance already. A better chance than any one with his record ever had before. We took him into the bank knowing that he was an ex-convict, but believing that we could make an honest man of him, and this is the result. And yet—" "No," said Carling icily. "You refuse? Absolutely?" Jimmie Dale's voice had a lingering, wistful note in it. "I refuse," said Carling bluntly. "I won't have anything to do with it." There was just an instant's silence, and then, with a strange, slow creeping motion, as a panther creeps when about to spring, Jimmie Dale projected his body across the desk, far across it toward the other, and the muscles of his jaw were quivering, his words rasping, choked with the sweep of fury that, held back so long, broke now in a passionate surge. "And shall I tell you why you won't? Your bank was robbed tonight of $100,000. There are 10,000 here. The other 90,000 are in your safe." "You lie!" ashen to the lips. Carling had risen in his chair. "You lie!" he cried. "Do you hear? You lie! I tell you, you lie!" Jimmie Dale's lips parted ominously. "Sit down!" he gritted between his teeth. The white in Carling's face had turned to grey. His lips were working. Mechanically he sank down again in his chair. Jimmie Dale still leaned over the desk, resting his weight on his right elbow, the automatic in his right hand covering Carling. "You cur," whispered Jimmie Dale. "There's just one reason, only one, that keeps me from putting a bullet through you while you sit there. We'll get to that in a moment. There is a little story first. Shall I tell it to you now? For the past 4 years, and God knows how many before that, you've gone the pace. The lavishness of this bachelor establishment of yours is common talk in New York, far in excess of a bank cashier's salary. But you were supposed to be a wealthy man in your own right, and so, in reality, you were, once. But you went through your fortune 2 years ago. Counted a model citizen, an upright man, an honor to the community. What were you, Carling? What are you? Shall I tell you? Rogue, gambler, leading a double life of the fastest kind. You did it cleverly, Carling, hid it well, but your game is up. Tonight, for instance, you are at the end of your tether, swamped with debts, exposure threatening you at any moment. Why don't you tell me again that I lie, Carling?" But now the man made no answer. He had sunk a little deeper in his chair, a dawning look of terror in the eyes that held, fascinated, on Jimmie Dale. "You cur," said Jimmie Dale again. "You cur, with your devil's work. A year ago you saw this night coming, when you must have money, or face ruin and exposure. You saw it then, a year ago, the day that Moyne, concealing nothing of his present record, applied through friends for a position in the bank. Your co-officials were opposed to his appointment, but do you remember how you pleaded to give the man his chance, and in your hellish ingenuity saw your way then out of the trap? An ex-convict from Sing Sing? It was enough, wasn't it? What chance had he?" Jimmie Dale paused, his left hand clenched until the skin formed whitish knobs over the knuckles. Carling's tongue sought his lips, made a circuit of them, and he tried to speak, but his voice was an incoherent muttering. "I'll not waste words," said Jimmie Dale in his grim monotone. "I'm not sure enough myself that I could keep my hands off you much longer. The actual details of how you stole the money today do not matter now. A little later, perhaps in court, but not now. You were the last to leave the bank, but before leaving you pretended to discover the theft of $100,000. That done up in a paper parcel, was even then reposing in your desk. You brought the parcel home, put it in that safe there, and notifying the president of the bank by telephone from here of the robbery, suggesting that police headquarters be advised at once. He told you to go ahead and act as you saw best. You notified the police, speciously directing suspicious to the ex-convict in the bank's employ. You knew Moyne was dining out tonight, you knew where, and at a hint from you the police took up the trail. A little later in the evening you took these 2 packages of banknotes from the rest, and with this steamship ticket, which you obtained yesterday, while out at lunch, by sending a district messenger boy with the money and instructions in a sealed envelope to purchase for you, you went up to the Moynes' flat in Harlem for the purpose of secreting them somewhere there. You pretended to be much disappointed at finding Moyne out. You had just come for a little social visit to get better acquainted with the home life of your employees. Mrs. Moyne was genuinely pleased and grateful. She took you in to see the little girl, who was already asleep in bed. She left you there for a moment to answer the door, and you, Jimmie Dale's voice choked again, you plod on God's earth, you slipped the money and ticket under the child's mattress. Carling came forward with a lurch in his chair, and his hands went out, pawing in a wild, pleading fashion over Jimmie Dale's arm. Jimmie Dale flung him away. You were safe enough, he rasped on. The police could only construe your visit to Moyne's flat as sealed on behalf of the bank. And it was safer, much more circumspect on your part, not to order the flat searched at once, but only as a last resort, as it were, after you had led the police to trail him all evening and still remain without a clue, and besides, of course, not until you had planted the evidence that was to damn him and wreck his life and home. You were even generous in the amount you deprived yourself of out of the $100,000, for less would have been enough. Caught with $10,000 of the bank's money in a steamship ticket made out in a fictitious name, it was prima facie evidence that he had done the job and had the balance somewhere. What would his denials, his protestations of innocence count for? He was an ex-convict, a hardened criminal, caught red-handed with a portion of the proceeds of robbery. He had succeeded in hiding the remainder of it too cleverly. That was all. Carling's face was ghastly. His hands went out again. Again his tongue moistened his dry lips. He whispered, Isn't there some way we can fix this?" And then Jimmie Dale laughed, not pleasantly. "Yes, there's a way, Carling," he said grimly. "That's why I'm here." He picked up a sheet of writing paper and pushed it across the desk, then a pen, which he dipped into the inkstand and extended to the other. "The way you'll fix it will be to write out a confession exonerating Moyne." Carling shrank back into his chair, his head huddling into his shoulders. "No!" he cried. "I won't! I can't! My God, I won't!" The automatic in Jimmie Dale's hand edged forward the fraction of an inch. "I have not used this yet. You understand now why, don't you?" he said under his breath. "No, no." Carling pushed away the pen. "I'm ruined as it is. But this would mean the penitentiary, too." "Where you try to send an innocent man in your place, you hound. Where you—" Some other way, Carling was babbling. "Let me out of this. For God's sake, let me out of this." "Carling," said Jimmie Dale hoarsely, "I stood beside a little bed tonight and looked at a little baby girl with golden hair, who smiled as she slept." Carling shivered and passed a shaking hand across his face. "Take this pen," said Jimmie Dale monotonously. "Or this." The automatic lifted until the muzzle was on a line with Carling's eyes. Carling's hand reached out, still shaken, and took the pen, and his body, dragged limply forward, hung over the desk. The pen splattered on the paper. A bead of sweat spurting from the man's forehead dropped to the sheet. There was silence in the room. A minute passed, another. Carling's pen travelled haltingly across the paper then, with a queer, low cry as he signed his name. He dropped the pen from his fingers and, rising unsteadily from his chair, stumbled away from the desk towards a couch across the room. An instant Jimmie Dale watched the other, then he picked up the sheet of paper. It was a miserable document, miserably scrawled. I guess it's all up. I guess I knew it would be some day. Moyne hadn't anything to do with it. I stole the money myself from the bank tonight. I guess it's all up. Thomas H. Carling. From the paper, Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted to the figure by the couch, and the paper fluttered suddenly from his fingers to the desk. Carling was reeling, clutching at his throat. A small glass vial rolled upon the carpet, and then, even as Jimmie Dale sprang forward, the other pitched headlong over the couch, and in a moment it was over. Presently Jimmie Dale picked up the vial and dropped it back on the floor again. There was no label on it, but it needed none. The strong, penetrating odor of bitter almonds was telltale evidence enough. It was prussic, or hydrocyanic acid, probably the most deadly poison and the swiftest in its action that was known to science. Carling had provided against that some day in his confession. For a little space, motionless, Jimmie Dale stood looking down at the silent, outstretched form. Then he walked slowly back to the desk and slowly, deliberately picked up the signed confession and the steamship ticket. He held them an instant, staring at them, then methodically began to tear them into little pieces, a strange, tired smile hovering on his lips. The man was dead now. There would be disgrace enough for someone to bear, a mother perhaps, who knew, and there was another way now, since the man was dead. Jimmie Dale put the pieces in his pocket, went to the safe, opened it, and took out a parcel, locked the safe carefully, and carried the parcel to the desk. He opened it there. Inside were nearly 24 little packages of $100 bills. The other 2 packages that he had brought with him he added to the rest. From his pocket he took out the thin metal insignia case, and with the tiny tweezers lifted up one of the gray-colored, diamond-shaped paper seals. He moistened the adhesive side, and, still holding it by the tweezers, dropped it on his handkerchief and pressed the seal down on the face of the topmost package of banknotes. He tied the parcel up then, and, picking up the pen, addressed it in printed characters. Hudson Mercantile National Bank, New York City. District Messenger, some way, in the morning, he murmured. Jimmie Dale slipped his mask into his pocket and, with the parcel under his arm, stepped to the door and unlocked it. He paused for an instant on the threshold for a single, quick, comprehensive glance around the room, and then passed on out into the street. At the corner he stopped to light a cigarette, and the flame of the match spurting up disclosed a face that was worn and haggard. He threw the match away, smiled a little wearily, and went on. The Gray Seal had committed another crime. End of Part 1, Chapter 6C.
Chapter 7A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7A. The Thief. Choosing between the snowy napery, the sparkling glass and silver, the cosy shaded table lamps,
the famous French chef of the ultra-exclusive St. James Club, his own home on Riverside Drive, where a dinner fit for an epicurie and served by Jason, that most perfect of butlers, awaited him, and Marlianne's, Jimmie Dale, driving in alone in his touring car from an afternoon's golf, had chosen Marlianne's. Marlianne's, if such a thing as bohemianism, or rather a concrete expression of it exists, was bohemian. A two-piece string orchestra played valiantly to the accompaniment of a hoarse-throated piano, and between courses the diners took up the refrain. And, as it was always between courses, with someone, the place was a bedlam of noisy riot. Nevertheless, it was Marlianne's, and Jimmie Dale liked Marlianne's. He had dined there many times before, as he had just dined in the person of Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, his high-priced imported car at the curb of the shabby street outside, and he had dined there, disreputable in attire, seedy in appearance, with the police yelping at his heels, as Larry the Bat. In either character, Marlianne's had welcomed him with equal courtesy to its spotted linen and most excellent table d'hôte, with vin ordinaire for 50 cents. And now, in the act of reaching into his pocket for the change to pay his bill, Jimmie Dale seemed suddenly to experience some difficulty in finding what he sought, and his fingers went fumbling from one pocket to another. Two men at the table in front of him were talking. Their voices, over a momentary lull in violin squeaks, talk, laughter, singing, and the clatter of dishes reached him. Carling! Commit suicide? Not on your life! No, of course it didn't. It was that cursed Gray Seal croaked him, just as sure as you sit in that chair. The other grunted. Yes, but what did the Gray Seal want to pinch 100,000 out of the bank for, and then give it back again the next morning? What's he done 100 other things for to cover up the real object of what he's after? Retorted the first speaker, with a short, vicious laugh. Then, with a thump of his fist on the table, the man's a devil, a fiend, and anywhere else but New York he'd have been caught and sent to the chair where he belongs long ago, and a burst of ragtime drowned out the man's words. Jimmie Dale placed a 50-cent piece and a tip beside it on his dinner check, pushed back his chair, and rose from the table. There was a half-tolerantly satirical, half-angry glint in his dark, steady eyes. It was not only the police who yelped at his heels, but every man, woman, and child in the city. The man had not voiced his own sentiments, he had voiced the sentiments of New York. And it was quite on the cards that if he, Jimmie Dale, were ever caught, his destination would not even be the death cell and the chair at Sing Sing. His fellow citizens had reached a pitch where they would be quite capable of literally tearing him to pieces if they ever got their hands on him. And yet there were a few, a very few, a handful out of 5 millions, who sometimes remembered perhaps to thank God that the Gray Seal lived. That was his reward, that, and she, whose mysterious letters prompted and impelled his, the Gray Seal's acts. She, nameless, fascinating in her brilliant resourcefulness, amazing in her power, a woman whose life was bound up with his and yet held apart from him in the most inexplicable, absorbing way, a woman he had never seen, save for her gloved arm in the limousine that night, who at one unexpected moment projected a dazzling impersonal existence across his path, and the next, leaving him battling for his life, where greed and passion and crime swirled about him, was gone. Jimmie Dale threaded the small, crowded rooms. The interior of Marlianne's had never been altered from the days when the place had been a family residence of some pretension, and reaching the hall, received his hat from the frowsy-looking boy in attendance. He passed outside, and at the top of the steps paused as he took his cigarette case from his pocket. It was nearly a week since Carling, the cashier of the Hudson Mercantile National Bank, had been found dead in his home. a bottle that had contained hydrocyanic acid on the floor beside him. Nearly a week since bookkeeper Bob, unaware that he had ever been under temporary suspicion for the robbery of the bank, had, equally unknown to himself, been cleared of any complicity in that affair. And yet, as witness the conversation of a moment ago, it was still the topic of New York, still the vital issue that filled the maw of newspapers with ravings, threats and excoriations against the Gray Seal, snarling virulently the while at the police for the latter's ineptitude, inefficiency and impotence. Jimmie Dale closed his cigarette case with a snap that was almost human in its irony, dropped it back into his pocket and lighted a match, but the flame was arrested halfway to the tip of his cigarette, as his eyes fixed suddenly and curiously on a woman's form hurrying down the street. She had turned the corner before he took his eyes from her, and the match between his fingers had gone out. Not that there was anything very strange in a woman walking, or even half running, along the street, nor that there was anything particularly attractive or unusual about her, and if there had been, the street was too dark for him to have distinguished it. It was not that. It was the fact that she had neither passed by the house on whose steps he stood, nor come out of any of the adjoining houses. It was as though she had suddenly and miraculously appeared out of thin air, and taken form on a sidewalk a little way down from Marlianne's. "That's queer," commented Jimmie Dale to himself. However, he took out another match, lighted his cigarette, jerked the match stub away from him, and, with a lift of his shoulders, went down the steps. He crossed the pavement, walked around the front of his machine, since the steering wheel was on the side next to the curb, and, with his hand out to open the door, stopped. Someone had been tampering with it. It was not quite closed. There was no mistake. Jimmie Dale made no mistakes of that kind. A man whose life hung a dozen times a day on little things could not afford to make them. He had closed it firmly, even with a bang, when he had got out. Instantly suspicious, he wrenched the door wide open, switched on the light under the hood, and, with a sharp exclamation, bent quickly forward. A glove, a woman's glove, a white glove, lay on the floor of the car. Jimmie Dale's pulse leaped suddenly into fierce pounding beats. It was hers. He knew that intuitively, knew it as he knew that he breathed. And that woman he had so leisurely watched as she disappeared from sight must have been she. He sprang from the car with a jump, his first impulse to dash after her, and checked himself, laughing a little bitterly. It was too late for that now. He had already let his chance slip through his fingers. Around the corner was Sixth Avenue, surface cars, the elevated, taxicabs, a multitude of people, and any one of 100 ways in which she could and would already have discontinued pursuit from him. And, besides, he would not even have been able to recognize her if he saw her. Jimmie Dale's smile was mirthless as he turned back to the car and picked up the glove. Why had she dropped it there? It could not have been intentional. Why had... He began to tear suddenly at the glove's little finger, and in another second, kneeling on the car step, his shoulders inside, he was holding a ring, close under the little electric bulb. It was a gold seal ring, a small, dainty thing that bore a crest, a bell surmounted by a bishop's mitre, the bell, quaint in design, harking the imagination back to some old-time belfry tower. And underneath, in the scroll, a motto. It was a full minute before Jimmie Dale could decipher it, for the lettering was minute and the words, of course, reversed. It was in French. Sonnez le tocsin. He straightened up, the glove and ring in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. It was strange. Had she, after all, dropped the glove there intentionally? Had she at last let down the barriers just a little between them, and given him this little intimate sign that she... And then Jimmie Dale laughed abruptly, self-mockingly. He was only trying to deceive himself, to argue himself into believing what with heart and soul he wanted to believe. It was not like her, and neither was it so. His eyes had fixed on the seat beside the wheel. He had not used the lap rug all that day. He couldn't use a rug and drive. He had left it folded and hanging on the rack in the tonneau. It was now neatly folded and reposing on the front seat. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, a sort of self-pity in his tones. "I might have known." He lifted the rug. Beneath it, on the leather seat, lay a white envelope. Her letter. The letter that never came save with the plan of some grim, desperate work outlined ahead. The call to arms for the Gray Seal. Sonnez le tocsin. Ring the tocsin. Sound the alarm. The tocsin. The words were running through his brain. A strange motto on that crest, that seemed so strangely apt. The tocsin. Never once in all the times that he had heard from her, never once in the years that had gone since that initial letter of hers had struck its first warning note, had any communication from her been but to sound again a new alarm. The tocsin. The tocsin. The words seemed to visualize her, to give her a concrete form and being, to breathe her very personality. The tocsin. Jimmie Dale whispered the word softly, a little wistfully. "Yes, I shall call you that. The Tocsin." He folded the glove very carefully, placed it with the ring in his pocketbook, picked up the letter, and, with a sharp exclamation, turned it quickly over in his fingers, then bent hurriedly with it to the light. Strange things were happening that night. For the first time the letter was not even sealed. That was not like her either. What did it mean? Quick, alert now, anxious even, he pulled the double folded sheets from the envelope, glanced rapidly through them, and, after a moment, a smile, whimsical, came slowly to his lips. It was quite plain now, all of it. The glove, the ring, and the unsealed letter, and the postscript held the secret. Or rather, what had been intended for a postscript did, for it comprised only of a few words, ending abruptly, unfinished. "Look in the cupboard at the rear of the room. The man with the red wig is—" That was all, and the words written in ink were badly blurred, as though the paper had been hastily folded before the ink was dry. It was quite plain, and, in view of the real explanation of it all, eminently characteristic of her. With the letter already written, she had come there, meaning to place it on the seat and cover it with the rug, as indeed she had done, then, deciding to add the postscript, and because she would attract less attention that way than in any other, she had climbed into the car as though it belonged to her, and had seated herself there to write it. She would have been hurried in her movements, of course, and in pulling off her glove to use the fountain pen, the ring had come with it. The rest was obvious. She had just begun to write when he had appeared on the steps. She had slipped instantly down to the floor of the car, probably dropping the glove from her lap, hastily enclosed the letter in the envelope, which she had no time to seal, thrust the envelope under the rug, and, forgetting her glove, and fearful of risking his attention by attempting to close the door firmly, had stolen along the body of the car, only to be noticed by him too late, when she was well down the street. And at that latter thought, once more chagrin seized Jimmie Dale. Then he turned impulsively to the letter. All this was extraneous, apart for another time when every moment was not a priceless asset, as it very probably was now. Dear philanthropic crook. It always began that way, never any other way. He read on more and more intently, crouched there close to the light on the floor of his car, lips thinning as he proceeded, read it to the end, absorbing, memorizing it, and then the abortive postscript. Look in the cupboard at the rear of the room. The man with the red wig is... For an instant, as mechanically he tore the letter into little shreds, he held there hesitant, and the next, slamming the door tight, he flung himself into the seat behind the wheel, and the big 60-horsepower self-starting machine was roaring down the street. The Tocsin. There was a grim smile on Jimmie Dale's lips now. The alarm! Yes, it was always an alarm, quick, sudden, an emergency to face on the instant. Plans, decisions to be made with no time to ponder them, with only that one fact to consider, staggering enough in itself, that a mistake meant disaster and ruin to someone else, and to himself, if the courts were merciful where he had little hope for mercy, the penitentiary for life. And now, tonight again, as it almost always was when these mysterious letters came, every moment of inaction was piling up the odds against him. And, too, the same problem confronted him. How, in what way, in what role must he play the night's game to its end? As Larry the Bat? The car was speeding forward. He was heading down Broadway now, lower Broadway, that stretched before him, deserted like some dark, narrow canyon where far below, like towering walls, the buildings closed together and seemed to converge into some black, impassable barrier. The street lights flashed by him. A patrolman stopped the swinging of his nightstick and turned to gaze at the car that rushed by at a rate perilously near to contempt of speed laws. Streetcars passed at indifferent intervals. Pedestrians were few and far between. It was the lower Broadway of night. Larry the Bat? Jimmie Dale shook his head impatiently over the steering wheel. No, that would not do. It would be well enough for this young Burton, perhaps, but not for old Isaac, the East Side Fence. For Isaac knew him in the character of Larry the Bat. His quick, keen brain, weaving, eliminating, devising, scheming, discarded that idea. The final coup of the night, as yet but sensed in an indefinite, unshaped way, if enacted in the person of Larry the Bat, would therefore stamp Larry the Bat and the Gray Seal as one. A contretemps but little less fatal, in view of old Isaac, than to bracket the Gray Seal and Jimmie Dale. Larry the Bat was not a character to be assumed with impunity, nor one to jeopardize. It was a bulwark of safety, as it were, to which more than once he owed escape from capture and discovery. He lifted his shoulders with a sudden jerk of decision as the car swerved to the left and headed for the east side. There was only one alternative then, the black silk mask that folded into such tiny compass, and that, together with an automatic and the curious thin metal case that looked so like a cigarette case, was always in his pocket for an emergency. The car turned again, and approaching its destination, Jimmie Dale slowed down the speed perceptibly. It was a strange case, not a pleasant one, and the raw edges where they showed were ugly in their nakedness. Old Isaac Pelina, young Burton, and Madden K. Wilmington. Maddon, the wallpaper magnate. Curious that of the three he should already know two, old Isaac and Maddon. Everybody in the East Side, every denizen of the underworld, and many who posed on a far higher plane knew old Isaac, fence to the most select clientele of thieves in New York, unscrupulous, hand in glove with any rascality or crime that promised profit, a money lender, a Shylock without even a Shylock's humanity as a saving grace. Yes, as Larry the Bat he knew old Isaac, and he knew him not only personally, but by first-hand reputation. He had heard the man cursed in blasphemous, whole-souled abandon by more than one crook who was in the old fence's toils. They dealt with him, the crooks, while they swore to get him because he was safe. But Jimmie Dale's lips parted in a mirthless smile. Some day old Isaac would be found in that spider's den of his back of the dingy loan office with a knife in his heart or a bullet through his head. And K. Wilmington Madden, Jimmie Dale's smile grew whimsical. He had known Madden quite intimately for years, had even dined with him at the St. James Club only a few nights before. Madden was a man in his own set, and Madden, interfered with, was likely to prove none too tractable a customer to handle, and young Burton, the letter said, was Madden's private and confidential secretary. Jimmie Dale's lips thinned again. Well, Burton's acquaintance was still to be made. It was a curious trio, and it was dirty work, more raw than cunning. more devilish than ingenious, blackmail in its most hellish form, the stake at the least calculation, a cool 500,000, a heavy price for a single slip in a man's life. He brought the car abruptly to a halt at the edge of the curb and sprang out to the ground. He was in the front of the Budapest restaurant, most popular of all resorts for the moment on the East Side, where Fifth Avenue, in the fond belief that it was seeing the real thing in seamy life, engaged its table a week in advance. Jimmie Dale pushed a bill into the door attendant's hand, accompanied by an injunction to keep an eye on the machine, and entered the café. End of Part 1, Chapter 7a. The Thief. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 7b. Of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7b. The Thief. Continued. But for a sort of tinselled ostentation the place might well have been the Marlianne's that he had just left. It was crowded, and riot was at its height. A stringed orchestra in Hungarian costume played what purported to be Hungarian airs. Shouts, laughter, clatter of dishes, and thump of stains added to the din. He made his way between the close-packed tables to the stairs, and descended to the lower floor. Here, if anything, the confusion was greater than above. But here, too, was an exit through to the rear street, and a moment later he was sauntering past the front of an unkempt little pawnshop, closed for the night, over whose door, in the murk of a distant street lamp, 3 balls hang in sagging disarray, tawny with age, and across whose dirty, unwashed windows, letters missing, ran this legend: Is Ak Pelina Pawn Brook R. The pawnshop made the corner of a very dark and narrow lane, and with a quick glance round him to assure himself that he was unobserved, Jimmie Dale stepped into the alleyway and, lost instantly in the blacker shadows, stole along by the wall of the pawnshop. Old Isaac's business was not all done through the front door. And then, suddenly, Jimmie Dale shrank still, closer against the wall. Was it intuition, premonition, or reality? There seemed an uncanny feeling of presence around him, as though perhaps he were watched, as though others beside himself were in the lane. Yes, ahead of him a shadow moved. He could just barely distinguish it now that his eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness. It, like himself, was close against the wall, and now it slunk noiselessly down the length of the lane until he lost sight of it. And what was that? He strained his ears to listen. It seemed like a window being opened or closed, cautiously, stealthily, the fraction of an inch at a time. And then he located the sound. It came from the other side of the lane, and very nearly opposite to where, on the second floor, a dull yellow glow shone out from old Isaac's private den in the rear of the pawnshop's office. Jimmie Dale's brows were gathered in sharp furrows. There was evidently something afoot tonight, of which the Tocsin had not sounded the alarm. And then the frown relaxed, and he smiled a little. Miraculous as was the means through which she obtained the knowledge that was the basis of their strange partnership, it was no more miraculous than her unerring accuracy in the minutest details. The Tocsin had never failed him yet. It was possible that something was afoot around him, quite probable indeed, since he was in the most vicious part of the city, in the heart of gangland. But whatever it might be, it was certainly extraneous to the mission, or she would have mentioned it. The lane was empty now, he was quite sure of that, and there was no further sound from the window opposite. He started forward once more, only to halt again for the second time as abruptly as before, squeezing if possible even more closely against the wall. Someone had turned into the lane from the sidewalk, and walking hurriedly, choosing with evident precaution the exact center of the alleyway, came toward him. The man passed, his hurried stride a half run, and, a few feet beyond, halted at old Isaac's side door. From somewhere inside the old building, Jimmie Dale's ears caught the faint ringing of an electric bell. A long ring, followed in quick succession by 3 short ones. Then the repeated clicking of a latch, as though pulled by a cord from above, and the man passed in through the door, closing it behind him. Jimmie Dale nodded to himself in the darkness. It was a spring lock. The signal was 1 long ring and 3 short ones. The Tocsin had not missed even those small details. Also, Burton was late for his appointment, for that must have been Burton. Business such as old Isaac had in hand that night would have permitted the entrance of no other visitor but K. Wilmington Maddon's private secretary. He moved down the lane to the door and tried it softly. It was locked, of course. The slim, tapering, sensitive fingers, whose tips were eyes and ears to Jimmie Dale, felt over the lock, and a slender little steel instrument slipped into the keyhole. A moment more and the catch was released, and the door, under his hand, began to open. With it ajar, he paused, his eyes searching intently up and down the lane. There was nothing, no sign of anyone, no moving shadows now. His gaze shifted to the window opposite. Directly facing it now, with a dull reflection upon it from the lighted window of old Isaac's den above his head, he could make out that it was open. But that was all. Once more he smiled, a little tolerantly at himself this time. Someone had been in the lane, someone had opened the window of his or her room in that tenement house across from him. Surely there was nothing surprising, unnatural, or even out of the commonplace in that. He had been a little bit on edge himself, perhaps, and the sudden movement of that shadow, unexpected, had startled him for the moment, as in all probability the opening of the window had startled the skulking figure itself into action. The door was open now. He stepped noiselessly inside and closed it noiselessly behind him. He was in a narrow hall, where a few yards away a light shone down a stairway at right angles to the hall itself. Rear door of pawn shop opens into hall, and exactly opposite very short flight of stairs leading directly to doorway of Isaac's den above. Ramshackle old place, low ceilings. Isaac, when sitting in his den, can look down and, by means of a transom over the rear door of the shop, see the customers as they enter from the street, while he also keeps an eye on his assistant. Latter always locks up and leaves promptly at 6 o'clock. Jimmie Dale was subconsciously repeating to himself snatches from the Tocsin's letter, which, as subconsciously in reading, he had memorized almost word for word. And now voices reached him, one excited, nervous, as though the speaker were laboring under mental strain that bordered closely on the hysterical. The other, curiously mingling querulousness with an attempt to pacify, but dominantly contemptuous, sneering, cold. Jimmie Dale moved along the hall, very slowly, without a sound, testing each step before he threw his body weight from one leg to the other. He reached the foot of the stairs. The Tocsin had been right. It was a very short flight. He counted the steps. There were 8. Above, facing him, a door was open. The voices were louder now. It was a sordid looking room, what he could see of it, poverty stricken in its appearance. intentionally so probably for effect, with no attempt whatever at furnishing. He could see through the doorway to the window that opened on the alleyway, or rather just glimpsed the top of the window at an angle across the room. That and a bare street of floor. The two men were not in the line of vision. Burton's voice, it was unquestionably Burton speaking, came to Jimmie Dale now distinctly. "No, I didn't. I tell you, I didn't. I hadn't the nerve." Jimmie Dale slipped his black silk mask over his face, and with extreme caution, on hands and knees, began to climb the stairs. "So," it was old Isaac now, in a half purr, half sneer, "and I was so sure, my young friend, that you had. I was so sure that you were not such a fool. Yes, I could even have sworn that they were in your pocket now. What? It is too bad, too bad. It is not a pleasant thing to think of, that little chair up the river in its horrible little room where—" "For God's sake, Isaac, not that! Do you hear? Not that! My God, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was doing." Jimmie Dale crept up another step, another and another. There was silence for a moment in the room. Then Burton again, hoarse-voiced: "Isaac, I'll make good to you some other way. I swear I will. I swear it. If I'm caught at this, I'll get 15 years for it." "And which would you rather have?" Jimmie Dale could picture the oily smirk, the shrug of his shoulders, the out-thrust hands, palms upwards, elbows in at the hips, the fingers curved and wide apart. 15 years, or what you get for murder? Eh, my friend, you have thought of that, eh? It is a very little price I ask, yes? Damn you!" Burton's voice was shrill, then dropped to a half sob. "No, no, Isaac, I didn't mean that. Only for God's sake be merciful. It is not only the risk of the penitentiary, it's more than that. I tried to play white all my life, and until that cursed night there's no man living could say I haven't. You know that. You know that, Isaac. I tell you, I couldn't do it this afternoon. I tell you I couldn't. I tried to and I couldn't." Jimmie Dale was lying flat on the little landing now, peering into the room. Back a short distance from the doorway, a repulsive-looking little man in unkempt clothes and soiled linen, with yellowish-skinned, parchment face, out of which small black eyes shone cunningly and shrewdly, sat at a bare deal table in a rickety chair. Facing him across the table stood a young man of no more than 25, clean-cut, well-dressed, but whose face was unnaturally white now, and whose hand, as he extended it in a pleading gesture toward the other, trembled visibly. Jimmie Dale's hand made its way quietly to his side pocket and extracted his automatic. Old Isaac humped his shoulders and leered at his visitor. "We talk a great deal, my young friend. What is the use? A bargain is a bargain. A few rubies in exchange for your life. A few rubies and my mouth is shut. Otherwise—" He humped his shoulders again. "Well?" Burton drew back, swept his hand in a dazed way across his eyes, and laughed out suddenly in bitter mirth. "A few rubies!" he cried. "The most magnificent stones of this side of the water! A few rubies! It's been Maddon's life hobby. Every child in New York knows that. A few! Yes, there's only a few, but those few are worth a fortune. He trusts me. The man has been like a father to me, and—" "So you are the very last to be suspected," observed old Isaac suavely. "Have I not told you that? There is nothing to fear. Did we not arrange everything so nicely, eh, my young friend?
See, it was tonight that Madam gives a little reception to his friends, and did you not say that the rubies would be taken from the safe deposit vault this afternoon, since his friends always clamour to see them as a very fitting conclusion to an evening's entertainment? And did you not say that you very naturally had access to the safe in the library where you worked, and that he would not notice they were gone until he came to look for them sometime this evening? I think you said all that. And what suspicion, let alone proof, would attach itself to you? You were out of the room once when he, too, was absent for perhaps half an hour. It is very simple. In that half hour someone, somehow, abstracted them. Certainly it was not you. You see how little I ask, and I pay well, do I not? And so I gave you until tonight. 3 days have gone and I have said nothing, and the body has not been found, eh? But tonight, eh? It was understood. The rubies or the chair?"
Burton's lips moved, but it was a moment before he could speak. "You wouldn't dare," he whispered thickly. "You wouldn't dare. I tell the story of what you tried to make me do, and they send you up for it." Old Isaac shrugged with pitying contempt.
"Is it after all a fool I'm dealing with?" he sneered. "And what should I say? That you had stolen the stones from your employer and offered them as a bribe to silence me, and that I had refused? The very act of handing you over to the police would prove the truth of what I said and rob you of even a chance of leniency for that other thing. Is it not so, eh? And why did I not hand you over at once 3 nights ago? Believe me, my young friend, I should have a very good reason ready, a dozen if necessary, if it came to that. But we are borrowing trouble, are we not? We shall not come to that, eh?"
For a moment it seemed to Jimmie Dale, as he watched, that Burton would hurl himself upon the other, white to the lips, the muscles of his face twitching. Burton clenched his fists and leaned over the table, and then, with sudden revulsion of emotion, he drew back once more, and once more came that choked sob. "You'll pay for this, Isaac. Your turn will come for this."
"I have been threatened very often,"
snapped the other contemptuously.
"Bah! What are threats? I laugh at them, as I always will."
Then, with a quick change of front, his voice a sudden snarl.
"Well, we have talked enough. You have your choice. The stones or and it is tonight. Now."
The old pawnbroker sprawled back in his chair, a cunning leer on his vicious face, a gleam of triumph, greed in the beady, rat-like eyes that never wavered from the other. Burton, moisture oozing from his forehead, stood there, hesitant, staring back at old Isaac, half in a fascinated gaze, half as though trying to read some sign of weakness in the bestial countenance that confronted him. And then, very slowly, in an automatic, machine-like way, his hand groped into the inside pocket of his vest, and old Isaac cackled out his derision.
"So you thought you could bluff me, eh? You thought you could fool old Isaac? Bah! I read you like a book. Did I not tell you a while back that you had them in your pocket? I know your kind, my young friend. I know your kind very well indeed. It is my business. You would not have dared to come here tonight without the prize. So you took them this afternoon as we agreed. Yes, yes, you did well. You will not regret it. And now let me see them." His voice rose eagerly. "Let me see them now, my young friend."
"Yes, I took them." Burton spoke listlessly. "God help me." Old Isaac, quivering, excited, like a different creature now, sprang from his chair, and as Burton drew a long flat leather case from his pocket, snatched it from the other's hand. His fingers, in their rapturous haste, could not at first manipulate the catch, and then, finally, with the case open, he bent over the table feverishly. The light reflected back as from some living mass of crimson fire, now shading darkly, now glowing into wondrous, colorful transparency as he moved the case to and fro with jerky motions of his hands. And he was babbling, crooning to himself like one possessed.
Ah, the little beauties. Ah, the pretty little things. Yes, yes, these are the ones. This is the great Aragon. See, the six-sided prism, terminated by the six-sided pyramid. Ah, but it must be cut to sell it, eh? Ah, it's too bad, too bad. And this one here, I know them all. This is...
But his sentence was never finished. It was Jimmie Dale on his feet now, leaning against the jamb of the door, his automatic covering the two men at the table, who spoke. "Quite so, Isaac," he said coolly. "You know them all. Quite so, Isaac. But be good enough to drop them." The case fell from Isaac's hand. The flush on his cheeks died to a sickly pallor, and, his mouth half open, he stood like a man turned to stone, his hands, with curved fingers still outstretched over the table, over the crimson gems that spilled from the case, lay scattered now on the tabletop. Burton neither spoke nor moved, a little whiter, the misery in his face almost apathetic. He moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. Jimmie Dale walked across the room, halted at the end of the table, and surveyed the two men grimly. And then, while one hand with the revolver extended rested easily on the table, the other gathered up the stones, placed them in the case, and, the case in his pocket, Jimmie Dale's lips parted in an uninviting smile. "I guess I'm in luck tonight, eh, Isaac?" he drawled. "Between you and your young friend, as I believe you call him, it would appear as though I had fallen on my feet. That Aragon's worth, what would you say, 100, 200,000 alone, eh? A very famous stone, that. Had your eye on it for quite a time, Isaac, you miserable blood leech, eh?" Isaac did not answer, but while he still held back from the table, he seemed to be regaining a little of his composure. Burglars of whatever sort were no novelty to him, and was staring fixedly at Jimmie Dale. "Can't place me, though there's not many in the profession you don't know? Is that it?" inquired Jimmie Dale softly. "Well, don't try, Isaac. It's hardly worth your while. I've got the stones now, and—"
Wait, listen.
It was Burton speaking for the first time, his words coming in quick, nervous rush.
"Listen, you don't—" "Hold your tongue!"
cried old Isaac, with sudden fierceness.
"You are a fool!"
He leaned toward Jimmie Dale, a crafty smile on his face, quite in control of himself once more.
"Don't listen to him. Listen to me. You're right. I can't place you, and it doesn't make any difference."
He took a step forward.
"But—"
"Not too close, Isaac!" snapped Jimmie Dale sharply. "I know you."
"So?"
ejaculated old Isaac, rubbing his hands together.
"So? That is good. That is what I want. Listen, we will make a bargain. We are birds of a feather, eh? All thieves, eh? You've got the drop on us who did all the work, but you'll give us our share, eh? Listen, you couldn't get rid of those stones alone. You know that. You're not so green at the game, eh? You'd have to go to someone. You know me. You know old Isaac, you say? Oh, well then, you know there isn't another man in New York could dispose of those rubies and play safe doing it, except me. I'll make a good bargain with you."
"Isaac," said Jimmie Dale pensively, "you've made a good many good bargains. I wonder when you'll make your last. There's more than one looking for interest on those bargains in a pretty grim sort of way."
"Bah!" ejaculated old Isaac. "It is an old story. They are all alike. I'm afraid of none of them. I hold them all like that."
His hands opened and closed like a taloned claw. "And you'd add me to the lot, eh?" said Jimmie Dale. He lifted the revolver, its muzzle on old Isaac, examined the mechanism thoughtfully, and lowered it again. "Very well, I'll make a bargain with you, providing it is agreeable to your young friend here."
"Ah!" exclaimed old Isaac shrilly. "So that is good. It's done then." He chuckled hoarsely. "Any bargain I make he will agree to. Is it not so?"
He fixed his eyes on Burton.
"Well, is it not so? Speak up. Say."
He stopped, the words cut short off on his lips. It came without warning, a crash, a pound on the door below, another. Burton shrank back against the wall.
"My God, the police!" he gasped. "Maddon found out. We're caught."
Jimmie Dale's eyes on old Isaac narrowed. The pounding in the alleyway grew louder, more insistent. And then his first suspicion passed. It was no game of Isaac's. Crafty though the old fox was, the other's surprise and agitation was too genuine to be questioned. Still the pounding continued. Someone was kicking viciously at the door, and banging a tattoo on the panels with his fists. Old Isaac's claw-like hands doubled suddenly.
"It is some drunken sot," he snarled out, "that knows no better than to come here and rouse the whole neighbourhood. It is true, in a moment we will have the police running in from the street. But wait, I'll teach the fool a lesson."
He dashed around the table, ran for the window, wrenched the catch up, flung the window open, and, snarling again, leaned out, and instantly the knocking ceased. And instantly then, with a sharp cry, as the whole ghastly meaning of it swept upon him, Jimmie sprang after the other, too late. Came the roar of a revolver shot, a stream of flame cutting the darkness of the alleyway from the window in the house opposite, and, without a sound, old Isaac, crumpled up, hung limply for a moment over the sill, and slid in a heap to the floor. End of Part 1, Chapter 7b. The Man in the Case. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Part 1, Chapter 7c. Of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7c. The Thief. Concluded. On his hands and knees, protected from the possibility of another bullet by the height of the sill, Jimmie Dale, quick in every movement, now dragged the inert form toward the table, away from the window, and bent hurriedly over the other. A minute perhaps he stayed there, and then rose slowly. Burton, horror-stricken, unmanned beside himself, was hanging, clutching with both hands at the table edge. "He's dead," said Jimmie Dale laconically. Burton flung out his hands. "Dead!" he whispered hoarsely. "I think I'm going mad."
3 days of hell, and now this. We'd better get out of here quick. They'll get us if—"
Jimmie Dale's hand fell with a tight grip on Burton's shoulder. "There won't be any more shots fired. Pull yourself together." Burton stared at him in a demented way.
What's it mean?" he stammered.
"It means that I didn't put two and two together," said Jimmie Dale a little bitterly. "It means that there's a dozen crooks been dancing old Isaac's tune for a long time, and that some of them have got him at last." Burton reached out suddenly and clutched Jimmie Dale's arm.
"Then I'm safe!"
He mumbled the words, but there was a dawning hope, relief in his white face.
"Safe! I'm safe! If you'll only give me back those stones, give them back to me, for God's sake, give them back to me! You don't know, you don't understand. I stole them because he made me, because it was the only chance I had. Oh my God, you don't know what the last 3 days have been. Give them back to me, won't you? Won't you? You don't know."
"Don't lose your nerve," said Jimmie Dale sharply. "Sit down." He pushed the other into the chair. "There's no one will disturb us here for some time at least. What is it that I don't know? That 3 nights ago you were in a gambling hell, Sagostos to be exact, one of the most disreputable in New York, and you went there on the invitation of a stray acquaintance, a man named Perley. Shall I describe him for you? A short, slim-built man, black eyes, red hair, beard, and—" "You know that?" The misery, the hopelessness was back in Burton's face again, and suddenly he bent over the table and buried his head in his outflung arms. There was silence for a moment. Tight-lipped Jimmie Dale's eyes travelled from Burton's shaking shoulders to the motionless form on the floor. Then he spoke again. "You're a bit of a rounder, Burton, but I think you've had a lesson that will last you all your life. You were half drunk when you and Perley began to hobnob over a downtown bar. He said he'd show you some real life, and you went with him to Sagostos. He gave you a revolver before you went in and told you the place wasn't safe for an unarmed man. He introduced you to Sagosto, the proprietor, and you were shown to a back room. You drank quite a little there. You and Perky were alone, throwing dice. You got into a quarrel. Perley tried to draw his revolver. You were quicker. You drew the one he had given you and fired. He fell to the floor. You saw the blood gush from his breast just above the heart. He was dead. In a panic you rushed from the place and out into the street. I don't think you went home that night." Burton raised his head, showing his haggard face. "I guess it's no use," he said dully. "If you know, others must. I thought only Isaac and Sagosto knew. Why haven't I been arrested? I wish to God I had. I wouldn't have had today to answer for." "I'm not through yet," said Jimmie Dale gravely. "The next day old Isaac here sent for you. He said Sagosto had told him of the murder and had offered to dispose of the corpse and keep his mouth shut for $50,000, that no one in his place knew of it except himself. Isaac, for his share, wanted considerably more. You told him you had no such sums, that you had no money. He told you how you could get it. You had access to Maddon's safe. You were Maddon's confidential secretary, fully in your employer's trust, the last man on earth to be suspected. And there were Maddon's famous priceless rubies." Jimmie Dale paused. Burton made no answer. "And so," said Jimmie Dale presently, "to save yourself from the death penalty you took them."
"Yes,"
said Burton, scarcely above his breath.
"Are you an officer? If you are, take me. Have done with it. Only for heaven's sake end it if you're not."
Jimmie Dale was not listening. "The cupboard at the rear of the room," she had said. He walked across to it now, opened it, and after a little search found a small bundle. He returned with it in his hand and, kneeling beside the dead man on the floor, his back to Burton, untied it, took out a red wig and beard, and slipped them on to old Isaac's head and face. "I wonder," he said grimly as he stood up, "if you ever saw this man before?" "My God, Pearlie!" With a wild cry, Burton was on his feet, straining forward like a man crazed. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale. "Pearlie. Sort of an ironic justice in his end, as far as you are concerned, isn't there? I think we'll leave him like that, as Pearlie. It will provide the police with an interesting little problem, which they will never solve. And steady!" Burton was rocking on his feet. The tears were streaming down his face. He lurched heavily, and Jimmie Dale caught him and pushed him back into the chair again. I thought there was blood on my hands," said Burton brokenly. That I had taken a man's life. It was horrible, horrible. I've lived through 3 days that I thought would drive me mad, while I tried to do my work and talk to people, just as if nothing had happened. And everyone that spoke to me seemed so carefree and happy, and I would have sold my soul to have changed places with them." He stared at the form on the floor and shivered suddenly. It was like that I saw him last," he whispered. But I do not understand." Jimmie Dale smiled a little wearily. "It was simple enough," he said. "Old Isaac had had his eyes on those rubies for a long time. The easiest way of getting them was through you. The revolver he gave you before you entered Sagostos was loaded with blank cartridges. The blood you saw was the old trick, a punctured bladder of red pigment concealed under the vest." "Let us get out of here!" Burton shuddered again. "Let us get out of here at once now. If we're found here, we'll be accused of that." "There's no hurry," Jimmie Dale answered quietly. "I've told you that no one is liable to come here tonight, and whoever did this certainly will not raise an alarm. And besides, there is still the matter of the rubies, Burton." "Yes," said Burton, with a quick intake of his breath. "Yes, the rubies. What are you going to do with them? I had forgotten them. You'll—" He stopped, stared at Jimmie Dale, and burst into a miserable laugh. "I'm a fool, a blind fool," he moaned. "It does not matter what you do with them. I forgot Sagosto. When they find Isaac here, Sagosto will either tell his story, which will be enough to convict me of this night's work, the real murder, even though I'm innocent, or else he'll blackmail me just as Isaac did." Jimmie Dale shook his head. "You are doing Isaac's cunning an injustice," he said grimly. "Sagosto was only a tool, one of many that old Isaac had in his power, and for that matter as likely as any one else to have had a hand in Isaac's murder tonight. Sagosto saw you once when Isaac brought you into his place, not because Isaac wanted Sagosto to see you, but because he wanted you to see Sagosto. Do you understand? It would make the story that Sagosto came to him with the tale of the murder the next day ring true. Sagosto, however, did not go to old Isaac the next day to tell about any fake murder, naturally. Sagosto would not know you again from Adam. Neither does he know anything about the rubies, nor what old Isaac's ulterior motives were. He was paid for his share in the game in old Isaac's usual manner of payment, probably by a threat of exposure for some old-time offense that Isaac held over him, if he didn't keep his mouth shut." Burton's hand brushed his eyes. "Yes," he muttered. "Yes, I see it now." Jimmie Dale stooped down, picked up the paper from the floor in which the wig and beard had been wrapped, walked back with it, and replaced it in the cupboard. And then, with his back to Burton again, he took the case of gems from his pocket, opened it, and laid it on the cupboard shelf. Also from his pocket came that thin metal case, and from the case, with a pair of tweezers that obviated the possibility of telltale fingerprints, a gray, diamond-shaped piece of paper, adhesive on one side that, cursed by the distracted authorities in every police headquarters on both sides of the Atlantic, and raved by a virulent press, whose printed reproductions had made it familiar in every household in the land, was the insignia of the Gray Seal. He moistened the adhesive side, dropped it from the tweezers to his handkerchief, and pressed it down firmly on the inside of the cover of the jewel case. He put both cases back in his pockets and returned to Burton. "Burton," he said a little sharply, "while I was outside that doorway there, I heard you beg old Isaac to let you keep the rubies, and 3 times already you have asked the same of me. What would you do with them if I gave them back to you?" Burton did not reply for a moment. He was gazing at the masked face in a half eager, half doubtful way. You mean you will give them back?" he burst out finally. "Answer my question," prompted Jimmie Dale. "Do with them?" Burton repeated slowly. "Why, I've told you. They'd go back to Mr. Maddon. I'd take them back." "Would you?" Jimmie Dale's voice was quizzical. A puzzled expression came to Burton's face. "I don't know what you mean by that," he said. "Of course I would." "How?" asked Jimmie Dale. "Do you know the combination of Mr. Maddon's safe?" "No," said Burton. "And the safe would be locked, wouldn't it?" "Yes." "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale musingly. "Then, granted that Mr. Maddon has not already discovered the theft, how would you replace the stones before he does discover it? And if he already knows that they are gone, how would you get them back into his hands?" "Yes, I know," Burton answered, a little listlessly. "I've thought of that. There's only one way, to take them back to him myself and make a clean breast of it, and" he hesitated. "And tell him you stole them?" supplied Jimmie Dale. Burton nodded his head. "Yes," he said. "And then," prodded Jimmie Dale, "what will Maddon do? From what I've heard of him, he's not a man to trifle with, nor a man to take an overly complacent view of things, not the man whose philosophy is 'all's well that ends well.'" "What does it matter?" Burton's voice was low. "It isn't that so much. I'm ready for that. It's the fact that he trusted me implicitly, and well, I played the fool, or I'd never have got into a mess like this." For an instant Jimmie Dale looked at the other searchingly, and then, smiling strangely, he shook his head. "There's a better way than that, Burton," he said quietly. "I think, as I said before, you've had a lesson tonight that will last you all your life. I'm going to give you another chance with Maddon. Here are the stones." He reached into his pocket and laid the case on the table. But now Burton made no effort to take the case. His eyes, in that puzzled way again, were on Jimmie Dale. "A better way?" he repeated tensely. "What do you mean? What way?" "We'll say at the expense of another man's reputation of mine," suggested Jimmie Dale, with his whimsical smile. "You need only say that a man came to you this evening, told you that he stole these rubies from Mr. Maddon during the afternoon, and asked you, as Mr. Maddon's private secretary, to restore them with his compliments to their owner." A slow flush of disappointment, deepening to one of anger, dyed Burton's cheeks. "Are you trying to make a fool of me?" he cried out. "Go to Maddon with a childish tale like that? There's no man living would believe such a cock and bull story." "No?" inquired Jimmie Dale softly. "And yet I'm inclined to think there are a good many that even Maddon would, hard-headed as he is. You might say that when the man handed you the case you thought it was some practical joke being foisted on you, until you opened the case." Jimmie Dale pushed it a little farther across the table, and Burton, mechanically, his eyes still on Jimmie Dale, loosened the catch with his thumbnail. "Until you opened the case, saw the rubies and " "The Gray Seal!" Burton had snatched the case towards him and was straining his eyes at the inside cover. "You, the Gray Seal!" "Well?" said Jimmie Dale whimsically. Motionless, the case held open in his hands, Burton stood there. "The Gray Seal!" he whispered. Then, with a catch in his voice, "You mean this? You mean to let me have these back? You mean all you've said? For God's sake, don't play with me! The Gray Seal, the most notorious criminal in the country, to give back a fortune like this? You
"Dog with a bad name," said Jimmie Dale with a wry smile. Then, a little gruffly, "Put it in your pocket." Slowly, almost as though he expected the case to be snatched back from him the next instant, Burton obeyed.
"I don't understand. I can't understand," he murmured. "They say that you and yet I believe you now. You've saved me from a ruined life tonight. The Gray Seal! If everyone knew what you had done, they—"
"But everyone won't," Jimmie Dale broke in bluntly. "Who is to tell them? You. You couldn't very well, when you come to think of it, could you? Well, who knows, perhaps there have been others like you."
"You mean," said Burton excitedly, "you mean that all these crimes of yours that have seemed without motive, that have been so inexplicable, have really been like tonight, too?"
"I don't mean anything at all," interposed Jimmie Dale a little hurriedly. "Nothing, Burton, except that there is still one little thing more to do to bolster up that childish story of mine and then get out of here." He glanced sharply, critically around the room, his eyes resting for a moment at the last on the form on the floor. Then, tersely, "I'm going to turn out the light. We will have to pass the window to get to the door, and we will invite no chances. Are you ready?"
"No, not yet," said Burton eagerly. "I haven't said what I'd like to say to you, what I—"
"Walk straight to the door," said Jimmie Dale curtly. There was the click of an electric light switch, and the room was in darkness. "Now, no noise," he instructed. And Burton, perforce, made his way across the room, and at the door Jimmie Dale joined him and led him down the short flight of stairs. At the bottom he opened the door leading into the rear of the pawnshop itself, and, bidding Burton follow, entered. "We can't risk even a match. It could be seen from the street," he said brusquely, as he fumbled around for a moment in the darkness. "Ah, here it is." He lifted a telephone receiver from its hook and gave a number. Burton caught him quickly by the arm. "Good Lord, man, what are you doing?" he protested anxiously. "That's Mr. Maddon's house." "So I believe," said Jimmie Dale complacently. "Hello! Is Mr. Maddon there? I beg pardon? Personally, yes, if you please." There was a moment's wait. Burton's hand was still nervously clutching at Jimmie Dale's sleeve. Then, "Mr. Maddon?" asked Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Yes? I'm very sorry to trouble you, but I called you up to inquire if you were aware that your rubies, and among them your Aracon, had been stolen." "I beg pardon? Rubies, yes. You weren't? Oh, no, I'm quite in my right mind. If you will take the trouble to open your safe you will find they are gone. Shall I hold the line while you investigate? What? Don't shout, please, and stand a little farther away from the mouthpiece." Jimmie Dale's tone was one of insolent composure now. "There's really no use in getting excited. I beg pardon? Certainly, this is the Gray Seal speaking. What?" Jimmie Dale's voice grew plaintive. "I really can't make out a word when you yell like that. Yes, I had occasion to use them this afternoon, and I took the liberty of borrowing them temporarily. Are you still there, Mr. Maddon? Oh, quite so. Yes, I hear you now. No, that is all.
only I am returning them through your private secretary, a very estimable young man, though I fear somewhat excitable and shaky, who is on his way to you with them now. What's that you say?" "You repeat that," snapped Jimmie Dale suddenly, icily, "and I'll take them from under your nose again before morning." "Ah, that is better. Good night, Mr. Maddon." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver and shooed Burton toward the door. "Now then, Burton, we'll get out of here, and the sooner you reach Fifth Avenue and Mr. Maddon's house the better. No, not that way." They had reached the hall, and Burton had turned toward the side door that opened on the alleyway. Whoever they were who settled their last account with Isaac may still be watching. They've nothing against anyone else, but they know someone was in here at the time, and if the police are clever enough ever to get on their track, they might find it very convenient to be able to say who was in the room when Isaac was murdered. There is nothing to show, since Isaac so obligingly opened the window for them, that the shot was fired through the window and not from the inside of the room. And even if they have already taken to their heels, Jimmie Dale was leading Burton up the stairs again as he talked, it might prove exceedingly inconvenient for us if some passer-by should happen to recollect that he saw two men of our general appearance leaving the premises. Now keep close and follow me." They passed the door of Isaac's den, turned down a narrow corridor that led to the rear of the house. Jimmie Dale guiding unerringly, working from the mental map of the house that the Tocsin had drawn for him, descended another short flight of stairs that gave on to the kitchen, crossed the kitchen, and Jimmie Dale opened a back door. He paused here for a moment to listen, then, cautioning Burton to be silent, moved on again across a small backyard and through a gate into a lane that ran at right angles to the alleyway by which both had entered the house. And a minute later they were crouched against a building a half block away, where the lane intersected the cross street. Here Jimmie Dale peered out cautiously. There was no one in sight. He touched Burton's shoulder and pointed down the street. "That's your way, Burton. Mine's the other. Hurry while you've got the chance. Good night." Burton's hand reached out, caught Jimmie Dale's, and wrung it. "God bless you," he said huskily. And Jimmie Dale pushed him out onto the street. Burton's steps receded down the sidewalk. Jimmie Dale still crouched against the wall. The steps grew fainter in the distance and died finally away. Jimmie Dale straightened up, slipped the mask from his face to his pocket, stepped out on the street, and 5 minutes later was passing through the noisy bedlam of the Hungarian restaurant on his way to the front door and his car. "Sonnez le Tocsin," Jimmie Dale was saying softly to himself. "I wonder what she'll do when she finds I've got the ring." End of Part 1, Chapter 7C, The Thief. The conclusion. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander.
Part 1, Chapter 8A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8A, The Man Higher Up. The Tocsin! By neither act, sign, nor word had she evidenced the slightest interest in that ring. And yet she must know, she certainly must know, that it was now in his possession. Jimmie Dale was disappointed. Somehow he had counted more than he had cared to admit on developments from that ring. He pulled a little viciously at his cigarette as he stared out of the St. James Club window. That was how long ago? 10 days? Yes, this would be the 11th. 11 days now and no word from her. 11 days since that night at old Isaac's, since she had last called him, the Gray Seal, to arms. It was a long while, so long a while even that what had come to be his prerogative in the newspapers, the front page with 3-inch type, recounting some new exploit of that mysterious criminal, the Gray Seal, was being usurped. The papers were howling now about what they, for the lack of a better term, were pleased to call a wave of crime that had inundated New York, and of which, for once, the Gray Seal was not the storm center, but rather, for the moment, forgotten. He drew back from the window, and settling himself again in the big leather lounging chair, resumed the perusal of the evening paper. His eye fell on what was common to every edition now, a crime editorial, and the paper crackled suddenly under the long, slim, tapering fingers, so carefully nurtured, whose sensitive tips 100 times had made mockery of the human ingenuity squandered on the intricate mechanism of safes and vaults. No, he was wrong. The Gray Seal had not been forgotten. "We should not be surprised," wrote the editor virulently, "to discover at the bottom of these abominable atrocities that the guiding spirit, in fact, was the Gray Seal. They are quite worthy even of his diabolical disregard for the laws of God and man." Jimmie Dale's lips straightened ominously, and an angry glint crept into his dark, steady eyes. There was nothing, then, nothing too vile, that in the public's eyes could not logically be associated with the Gray Seal. Even this, a series of the most cold-blooded, callous murders and robberies, the work, on the face of it, of a well-organized band of thugs, brutal, insensate, little better than fiends, though clever enough so far to have evaded capture, clever enough, indeed, to have kept the police still staggering and gasping after a clue for one murder while another was in the very act of being committed. The Gray Seal! What exquisite irony! And yet, after all, the papers were not wholly to blame for what they said. He had invited much of it. Seeming crimes of the Gray Seal had apparently been genuine beyond any question of doubt, as he had intended them to appear, as in the very essence of their purpose they had to be. Yes, he had invited much, he and she together, the Tocsin and himself. He, Jimmie Dale, millionaire, clubman, whose name for generations in New York had been the family pride, was wanted as the Gray Seal for so many crimes that he had lost track of them himself, but from any one of which, let the identity of the Gray Seal be once solved, there was and could be no escape. What exquisite irony, yet full, too, of the most deadly consequences. Once more Jimmie Dale's eye sought the paper, and this time scanned the headlines of the first page. Brutal murder of mill paymaster. The crime wave still at its height. Herman Roessler found dead near his car. Assassins escape with $20,000. Jimmie Dale read on, and as he read there came again that angry set to his lips. The details were not pleasant. Herman Roessler, the paymaster of the Martindale Kensington Mills, whose plant was on the Hudson, had gone that morning in his runabout to the nearest town, 3 miles away, for the monthly payroll, had secured the money from the bank, a sum of $20,000, and had started back with it for the mill. At first, it being broad daylight and a well-frequented road, his non-appearance caused no apprehension. But as early afternoon came and there was still no sign of Roessler, the mill management took alarm. Discovering that he had left the bank for the return journey at a few minutes before 11, and that nothing had been seen of him at his home, the police were notified. Followed then several hours of fruitless search, until finally, With the whole countryside aroused and the efforts of the police augmented by private search parties, the car was found in a thicket at the edge of a crossroad some 4 miles back from the river, and, a little way from the car, the body of Rossler, dead, the man's head crushed in where it had been fiendishly battered by some blunt, heavy object. There was no clue. No one could be found who had seen the car on the crossroad. The murderer, or murderers, and the $20,000 in cash had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. There were several columns of this, which Jimmie Dale skimmed through quickly, but at the end he stared for a long time at the last paragraph. Somehow, strange to relate, the paper had neglected to turn its sob artist loose, and the few words, added almost as though they were an afterthought, for once rang true and full of pathos in their very simplicity. At the Rossler home, where Mrs. Rossler was prostrated, 2 little tots of 5 and 7, too young to understand, had gravely received the reporter and told him that some bad man had hurt their daddy. Jimmie Dale lowered his paper. A club attendant was standing before him, respectfully extending a silver card tray. From the man, Jimmie Dale's eyes fixed on a white envelope on the tray. 1 glance was enough. It was hers, that letter. The Tocsin again. His brain seemed suddenly to be afire, and he could feel his pulse quicken. The blood began to pound in fierce throbs at his heart. Life and death lay in that white, innocent-looking, unaddressed envelope. Danger, peril. It was always life and death, for those were the stakes for which the Tocsin played. But master of many things, Jimmie Dale was most of all master of himself. Not a muscle of his face moved. He reached nonchalantly for the letter. "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale. The man bowed and started away. Jimmie Dale laid the envelope on the arm of the lounging chair. The man had reached the door when Jimmie Dale stopped him. "Oh, by the way," said Jimmie Dale languidly, "where did this come from?" "Your chauffeur, sir," replied the other. "Your chauffeur gave it to the hall porter a moment ago, sir." "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale again. The door closed. Jimmie Dale glanced around the room. It was the caution of habit, that glance. The habit of years in which his life had hung on little things. He was alone in one of the club's private library rooms. He picked up the envelope, tore it open, took out the folded sheets inside, and began to read. At the first words he leaned forward, suddenly tense in his chair. He read on, turning the pages hurriedly, incredulity, amazement, and finally a strange menace mirroring itself in turn upon his face. He stood up, the letter in his hand. "My God!" whispered Jimmie Dale. It was a call to arms such as the Gray Seal had never received before, such as the Tocsin had never made before. And if it were true, True, he laughed aloud a little gratingly. True, had the Tocsin, astoundingly, unbelievably, mystifying as were the means by which she acquired her knowledge not only of this, but of countless other affairs, ever by so much as the smallest detail been astray? If it were true. He pulled out his watch. It was 9:30. Benson, his chauffeur, had sent the letter into the club. Benson had been waiting outside there ever since dinner. Jimmie Dale, for the first time since the first communication that he had ever received from the Tocsin, did not immediately destroy her letter now. He slipped it into his pocket and stepped quickly from the room. In the cloakroom downstairs, he secured his hat and overcoat, and, though it was a warm evening, put on the latter, since he was in evening clothes, then walked leisurely out of the club. At the curb, Benson, the chauffeur, sprang from his seat, and touching his cap, opened the door of a luxurious limousine. Jimmie Dale shook his head. "I shall not keep you waiting any longer, Benson," he said. "You may take the car home and put it up. I shall probably be late tonight." "Very good, sir," replied the chauffeur. "You sent in a letter a moment or so ago, Benson?" observed Jimmie Dale casually, opening his cigarette case. "Yes, sir," said Benson. "I hope I didn't do wrong, sir. He said it was important, and that you were to have it at once." "He?" Jimmie Dale was lighting his cigarette now. "A boy, sir," Benson amplified. "I couldn't get anything out of him. He just said he'd been told to give it to me, and tell me to see that you got it at once. I hope, sir, I haven't—" "Not at all, Benson," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "It's quite all right. Good night, Benson." "Good night, sir," Benson answered, climbing back to his seat. There was a queer little smile on Jimmie Dale's lips as he watched the great car swing around in the street and glide noiselessly away. A queer little smile that still held there even after he himself had started briskly along the avenue in a downtown direction. It was invariably the same, always the same. The letters came unexpectedly, when least looked for, now by this means, now by that, but always in a manner that precluded the slightest possibility of tracing them to their source. Was there anything in his intimate surroundings, in his intimate life, that she did not know about him, who knew absolutely nothing about her? Benson, for instance. That the man was absolutely trustworthy, or else she would never for an instant have risked the letter in his possession. Was there anything that she did not? Yes, one thing. She did not know him in the role he was going to play tonight. That, at least, was one thing that surely she did not know about him, the role in which, many times, for weeks on end, he had devoted himself body and soul in an attempt to solve the mystery with which she surrounded herself. The role, too, that often enough had been a bulwark of safety to him when hard pressed by the police. The role out of which he had so carefully, so painstakingly created a now recognized and well-known character of the underworld, the role of Larry the Bat. Jimmie Dale turned from Fifth Avenue into Broadway, continued on down Broadway across to the Bowery, kept along the Bowery for several more blocks, and finally headed east into the dimly lighted cross street on which the sanctuary was located. And now Jimmie Dale became cautious in his movements. As he approached the black alleyway that flanked the miserable tenement, he glanced sharply behind and about him, and at the alleyway itself, without pause, but with a curious lightning-like sidestep, no longer Jimmie Dale now, but the Gray Seal, he disappeared from the street, and was lost in the deep shadows of the building. In a moment he was at the side door, listening for any sound from within. None had ever seen or met the lodger of the first floor, either ascending or descending, except in the familiar character of Larry the Bat. He opened the door, closed it behind him, and in the utter blackness went noiselessly up the stairs, stairs so rickety that it seemed a mouse's tread alone would have set them creaking. There seemed an art in the play of Jimmie Dale's every muscle, in the movements, lithe, balanced, quick, absolutely silent. On the first landing he stopped before another door. There was a faint click of a key turning in the lock, and then this door, too, closed behind him. Sounded the faint click of the key as it turned again, and Jimmie Dale drew a long breath, stepped across the room to assure himself that the window blind was down, and lighted the gas jet. A yellow murky flame spurted up, pitifully weak, almost as though it were ashamed of its disreputable surroundings. Dirt, disorder, squalor, the evidence of low living, testified eloquently enough to anyone, the police, for instance, in times past inquisitive, until they were fatuously content with the belief that they knew the occupant for what he was, that the place was quite in keeping with its tenant, a mute prototype, as it were, of Larry the Bat, the dope fiend. For a little space Jimmie Dale, immaculate in his evening clothes, stood in the center of the miserable room, his dark eyes, keen, alert, critical, sweeping comprehensively over every object about him, the position of a chair, of a cracked drinking glass on a broken-legged table, of an old coat thrown with apparent carelessness on the floor at the foot of the bed, of a broken bottle that had innocently strewn some sort of white powder close to the threshold, inviting unwary foot tracks across the floor. And then, taking out the Tocsin's letter, he laid it upon the table, placed what money he had in his pockets beside it, and began rapidly to remove his clothes. The sanctuary had not been invaded since his last visit there. He turned back the oilcloth in the far corner of the room, took up the piece of loose flooring, which, however, strangely enough, fitted so closely as to give no sign of its existence, even should it inadvertently, by some curious visitor again, be trod upon, and from the aperture beneath lifted out a bundle of clothes and a small box. Undressed now, he carefully folded the clothes he had taken off, laid them under the flooring, and began to dress again, his wardrobe supplied by the bundle he had taken out in exchange, an old pair of shoes, the laces broken, mismated socks, patched trousers, frayed at the bottoms, a soiled shirt, collarless, open at the neck. Attired to his satisfaction, he placed the box upon the table, propped up a cracked mirror, sat down in front of it, and with a deft artist's touch began to apply stain to his hands, wrists, neck, throat, and face. But the hardness, the grim menace that now grew into the dominant characteristic of his features, was not due to the stain alone. Dear philanthropic crook, his eyes were on the Tocsin's letter that lay before him. He read on. For once, even to Jimmie Dale's keen, facile mind, a first reading had failed to convey the full significance of what she had written. It was too amazing, almost beyond belief, the series of crimes, rampant for the past few weeks, at which the community had stood aghast. The brutal murder of Roessler, but a few hours old, lay bare before his eyes. It was all there, all of it, the details, the hellish cleverness, the personnel even of the thugs, all, everything, except the proof. Get him, Jimmie, the man higher up. Get him, Jimmie, before another pays forfeit with his life. The words seemed to leap out at him from the white page in red dancing lines. Get him, Jimmie, the man higher up. Jimmie Dale finished the second reading of the letter, read it again for the third time, then tore it into tiny fragments. His fingers delved into the box again, and the transformation of Jimmie Dale, member of New York's most exclusive social set, into a low, vicious-featured denizen of the underworld went on. A little wax applied skillfully behind the ears, in the nostrils, and under the upper lip. End of Part 1, Chapter 8A. Part 1, Chapter 8B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8B, The Man Higher Up, continued. It was all there, all except the proof. And the proof. He laughed aloud suddenly, unpleasantly. There seemed something sardonic in it. Aye, more than that, all that was grim in irony. The proof, in Stangeist's own writing, sworn to before witnesses in the presence of a notary. the text of the document of course unknown to both witnesses and notary, evidence, absolute and final, that would be admitted in any court, for Stangeist was a lawyer and would see to that, was in Stangeist's own safe, for Stangeist's own protection. Stangeist, who was himself the head and brains of this murder gang. Stangeist, who was the man higher up. It was amazing, without parallel in the history of crime, and yet ingenious, clever, full of the craft and cunning that had built up the shyster lawyer's reputation below the deadline. Jimmie Dale's lips were curiously thin now. So it was Stangeist. A Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with a vengeance. He knew Stangeist, not personally, not by the reputation Stangeist held, low even as that was, among his brother members of the profession, but as the man was known for what he really was among the crooks and criminals of the underworld, where, in that strange underground exchange, whispered confidences passed between those whose common enemy was the law, where Larry the Bat himself was trusted in the innermost circles. Stangeist was a power in the Badlands. There were few among that unholy community that Stangeist, at one time or another, in one way or another, had not rescued from the clutches of the law, resorting to any trick or cunning, but with perjury that he could handle like the master of it that he was, employed as the most common weapon of defense for his clients, provided he were paid well enough for it. The man had become more than the attorney for the crime world. He had become part of it. Cunning, shrewd, crafty, conscienceless, cold-blooded. That was Stangeist. The form and features of the man pictured themselves in Jimmie Dale's mind. The 6-foot muscular frame that was invariably clothed in attire of the most fashionable cut, the thin lips with their oily, plausible smile, the straight black hair that straggled into pinpoint, little black eyes, the dark face with its high cheekbones, which, with the pronounced aquiline nose and the persistent rumor that he was a quarter caste, had led the underworld, prejudiced always in favor of a moniker, to dub the man the Indian Chief. Jimmie Dale laughed again, still unpleasantly. So Stangeist had taken the plunge at last and branched out into a wider field, had he? Well, there was nothing surprising in that, except that he had not done it before. The irony of it lay in the fact that at last he had been too clever, overstepped himself in his own cleverness, that was all. It was Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane that Stangeist had gathered around him, the Tocsin had said, and there were none worse in Larry the Bat's wide range of acquaintanceship than those three. Stangeist had made himself master of Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane, and he had driven them a little too hard on the division of the spoils, and laughed at them, and cracked the whip much after the fashion that the trainer in the cage handles the growling beasts around him. A dozen of the crimes that had appalled and staggered New York they had committed under his leadership, and then it seemed they had quarreled furiously, the three pitted against Stangeist, threatening him, demanding a more equitable share of the proceeds. None was better aware than Stangeist that threats from men of their caliber were likely to result in a grim aftermath, and Stangeist yesterday, the Tocsin said, had answered them as no other man than Stangeist would either have thought of or have dared to do. One by one, at separate times, covering the other with the revolver, Stangeist had permitted them to read a document that was addressed to the district attorney. It was a confession, complete in every detail, of every crime the four together had committed, implicating Stangeist as fully and unreservedly as it did the other three. It required no commentary. If anything happened to Stangeist, a stab in the dark, for instance, a bullet from some dark alleyway, a blackjack deftly wielded, as only Australian Ike the Mope or Clarie Deane knew how to wield it, the document automatically became a death sentence for Australian Ike the Mope and Clarie Deane. It was very simple, and evidently it had been effective, as witnessed the renewal of their operations in the murder of Rossler that afternoon. Fear and avarice had both probably played their part. Fear of the man who would with such consummate nerve fling his life into the balance to turn the tables upon them, while he jeered at them. Avarice that prompted them to get what they could out of Stangeist's brains and leadership, and to be satisfied with what they could get, since they could get no more. Satisfied? Jimmie Dale shook his head. No, that was hardly the word. Cowed, perhaps, for the moment would be better. But afterward, with a document like that in existence, when they would never be safe for an instant, well, beasts in the cages had been known to get the better of the man with the whip, and beasts were gentle things compared with Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane. Some day they would reverse the tables on the Indian chief, if they could, and if they couldn't, it would not be for the lack of trying. There would be another act in that drama of the house divided before the curtain fell, and there would be a sort of grim poetic justice in it, a temptation almost to let the play work itself out to its own inevitable conclusion, only Jimmie Dale, the final touches given to his features, stood up, and his hands clenched suddenly, fiercely. It was not just the man higher up alone. There were the other three as well, the whole four of them, all of them, crimes without number at their door, brutal, fiendish acts, damnable outrages, murder to answer for, with which the public now was beginning to connect the name of the Gray Seal. The Gray Seal! Jimmie Dale's hands, whose delicate fingers were artfully grimed and blackened now beneath the nails, clenched still tighter, and then, with a quick shrug of his shoulders, a thinning of the firmly compressed lips, he picked up the coat from where it lay upon the floor, put it on, put the money that was on the table in his pocket, and replaced the box under the flooring. In quick succession, from the same hiding place, an automatic, a black silk mask, an electric flashlight, that thin metal box like a cigarette case, and a half a dozen vicious-looking little blue steel burglar's tools were stowed away in his pockets, the flooring carefully replaced, the oilcloth spread back again, and then, pulling a slouch hat well down over his eyes, he reached up to turn off the gas. For an instant his hand held there, while his eyes, sweeping around the apartment, took in every single detail about him in that same alert, comprehensive way as when he had entered. Then the room was in darkness, and the Gray Seal, as Larry the Bat, a shuffling, unkempt creature of the underworld, alias Jimmie Dale, the lionized of clubs, the matrimonial target of exclusive drawing-rooms, closed the door of the sanctuary behind him, shuffled down the stairs, shuffled out into the lane, and shuffled along the street toward the Bowery. A policeman on the corner accosted him familiarly. "Hello, Larry," grinned the officer. "Hello," returned Jimmie Dale affably through the side of his mouth. "Fine night, ain't it?" and shuffled on along the street. And now Jimmie Dale began to hurry, still with that shuffling tread, but covering the ground nevertheless with amazing celerity. He had lost no time since receiving the Tocsin's letter, it was true, but for all that it was now after 10 o'clock. Stangeist's house was dark that evening, she had said, meaning that the occupant, Stangeist, as well as whatever servants there might be, for Stangeist had no family, were out, the servants in town for a theatre or picture show probably, and Stangeist himself as yet not back, presumably from the Rossler affair. The stub of an old cigar, unlighted, shifted with a sudden, savage twist of the lips from one side of Jimmie Dale's mouth to the other. There was need for haste. There was no telling when Stangeist might get back. As for the servants, that did not matter so much. Servants in suburban homes had a marked affinity for last trains. Jimmie Dale boarded a crosstown car, effected a transfer, and in a quarter of an hour after leaving the sanctuary was huddled, an inoffensive heap like a tired-out working man, in a corner seat of a Long Island train. From here there was only a short run ahead of him, and 20 minutes later, descending from the train at Forest Hills, he had passed through the more thickly settled portion of the little place, and was walking briskly out along the country road. Stangeist's house lay approximately 1.5 miles from the station, quite by itself, and set well back from the road. Jimmie Dale could have found it with his eyes blindfolded. The Tocsin's directions had lacked none of their usual explicit minuteness. The road was quite deserted. Jimmie Dale met no one. Even in the houses that he passed, the lights were in nearly every instance already out. Something, merciless in its rage, swept suddenly over Jimmie Dale, as, unbidden of its own volition, the last paragraph he had read in that evening's paper began to repeat itself over and over again in his mind. The two little kiddies. It seemed as though he could see them standing there, and from Jimmie Dale's lips, not given to profanity, there came a bitter oath. It might possibly be that even if he were successful in what was before him tonight, the authors of the Roessler murder would never be known. That confession of Stangeist's was written prior to what had happened that afternoon, and there would be no mention, naturally, of Roessler. And for a moment that seemed to Jimmie Dale the one thing paramount to all others, the one thing that was vital. Then he shook his head and laughed out shortly. After all, it did not matter. Whether Stangeist and the blood wolves he had gathered around him paid the penalty specifically for one particular crime or for another could make little difference. They would pay, just as surely, just as certainly, once that paper was in his possession. Jimmie Dale was counting the houses as he passed. They were more infrequent now, farther apart. Stangeist was no fool, not the fool that he would appear to be for keeping a document like that, once he had had the temerity to execute it, in his own safe. For in a day or two, the Tocsin had hinted at this, after holding it over the heads of Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clary Deane again to drive the force of it a little deeper home, he would undoubtedly destroy it. And the supposition that it was still in existence would have equally the same effect on the minds of the other three. Stangeist was certainly alive to the peril that he ran with such a thing in his possession, only the peril had not appealed to him as imminent either from the three thugs with whom he had allied himself, or much less from anyone else, that was all. Jimmie Dale halted by a low ornamental stone fence, some 3 feet high, and stood there for a moment, glancing about him. This was Stangeist's house. He could just make out the building as it loomed up a shadowy, irregular shape, perhaps 200 yards back from the fence. The house was quite dark. Not a light showed in any window. Jimmie Dale sat down casually on the fence, looked carefully again up and down the road. Then, swinging his legs over, quick now in every action, he dropped to the other side and stole silently across the grass to the rear of the house. Here he stopped again, reached up to a window that was about on a level with his shoulders, and tested its fastenings. The window, it was the window of Stangeist's private sanctum, according to the plan in her letter, was securely locked. Jimmie Dale's hands went into his pocket, and the black silk mask was slipped over his face. He listened intently. Then a little steel instrument began to gnaw like a rat. A minute passed, 2 of them. Again Jimmie Dale listened. There was not a sound save the night sounds, the light breeze whispering through the branches of the trees, the far-off rumble of a train, the whir of insects, the hoarse croaking of a frog from some nearby creek or pond. The window sash was raised an inch, another, and gradually to the top. Like a shadow, Jimmie Dale pulled himself up to the sill, and poised there, his hands parted the heavy portieres that hung within. It was too dark to distinguish even a single object in the room. He lowered himself to the floor and slipped cautiously between the portieres. From somewhere in the house a clock began to strike. Jimmie Dale counted the strokes. 11 o'clock. It was getting late, too late. Stangeist was likely to be back any moment. The flashlight in Jimmie Dale's hand now circled the room with its little round white ray, lingering an instant in a queer, inquisitive sort of way here and there on this object and that, and went out. Jimmie Dale nodded. The flat desk in the center of the floor, the safe in the corner by the rear wall, the position of everything in the room, even to the chairs, was photographed on his mind. He stepped from the portieres to the safe, and the flashlight played again, this time reflecting back from the glistening nickeled knobs. Jimmie Dale's lips tightened. It was a small safe, almost ludicrously small. But to such height as the art of safe design had been carried, that design was embodied in the one before him. "Type K428 Colby," muttered Jimmie Dale. "A nasty little beggar, and it's 11 o'clock now. I'd use soup for once, if it weren't that it would put Stangeist wise and give him a chance to make his getaway before the district attorney got the nippers on the four of them." The light went out. Jimmie Dale dropped to his knees, and while his left hand passed swiftly, tentatively over the dials and handle, he rubbed the fingers of his right hand rapidly to and fro over the carpet. Wonderful fingertips were those of Jimmie Dale, sensitive to an abnormal degree, and now, tingling with the friction, the nerves throbbing at the skin surface, they closed in a light, delicate touch upon the knob of the dial, and Jimmie Dale's ear pressed close against the face of the safe. Time passed. The silence grew heavy, seemed to palpitate through the room. Then a deep breath, half like a sigh, half like a fluttering sob of a strong man taxed to the uttermost of his endurance, came from Jimmie Dale, and his left hand swept away the sweat beads that had spurted to his forehead. 8, 13, 22, whispered Jimmie Dale. There was a click, a low metallic thud as the bolt slid back, and the door swung open. And now the flashlight again, searching the mechanism of the inner door, then darkness once more. 5 minutes, 10 minutes went by. The clock struck again, and the single stroke seemed to boom out through the house in a weird, raucous, threatening note, and seemed to linger, throbbing in the air. The inner door was open. The flashlight's ray was flooding a nest of pigeonholes and little drawers. The pigeonholes were crammed with papers, as presumably, too, were the drawers. Jimmie Dale sucked in his breath. He had already been there well over half an hour. Every minute now, every second, was counting against him, and to search that mass of papers before Stangeist returned was— Ah! It came in a fierce little ejaculation from Jimmie Dale. From the center pigeonhole, almost the first paper he had touched, he drew a long, sealed envelope, and at a single swift glance had read the inscription upon it, written in longhand: "To the District Attorney, New York City. Important. Urgent." The words in the corners were underscored 3 times. Swiftly, deftly, Jimmie Dale's hands rolled the rounded end of one of his collection of the legal instruments under the flap of the envelope, turned the sheets over, and drew out the folded document inside. There were 8 sheets of legal foolscap, neatly fastened together at the top left-hand corner with green tape. He opened them out, read a few words here and there, and turned the pages hurriedly over to scrutinize the last one, and nodded grimly. 3 witnesses had testified to the signature of Stangeist, and a notary seal, accompanied by the usual legal formula, was duly affixed. Jimmie Dale slipped the document into his pocket, and, with the envelope in his hand, moved to the desk. He opened first one drawer and then another, and finally, discovering a pile of blank foolscap, took out 4 sheets, folded them, and placed them in the envelope, sealing the flap of the latter again. That it did not seal very well now brought a quizzical twitch to Jimmie Dale's lips. Sealed or unsealed, perhaps it made little difference. But for all that, he was not through with it yet. Apart from bringing the 4 to justice, there was, after all, a chance to vindicate the Gray Seal in this matter at least, and repudiate the newspaper theory which the public, to whom the Gray Seal was already a monster of iniquity, would seize upon with avidity. There was no further need of light now. Jimmie Dale replaced the flashlight in his pocket, took out the thin metal case, opened it, and with the tiny pair of tweezers that likewise nestled there, lifted out one of the gray, diamond-shaped paper seals. There was no question but that, once under arrest, Stangeist's effects would be immediately and thoroughly searched by the authorities. Jimmie Dale's smile from quizzical became ironic. It would afford the police another little bewildering reminder of the Gray Seal, and give Carruthers, good old Carruthers of the Morning News Argus, so innocently ignorant that the Gray Seal was his old college pal, yet the one editor of them all who was not forever barking and yelping at the Gray Seal's heels, a chance to vindicate himself a little too. Jimmie Dale moistened the adhesive side of the Gray Seal, and, still mindful of telltale fingerprints, laid it with the tweezers on the flap of the envelope, and pressed it firmly into place with his elbow. And then, suddenly, every faculty instantly on the alert, he snatched up the envelope from the desk and listened. Was it imagination, a trick of nerves, or— No, there it was again, a footfall on the gravel walk at the front of the house. The sound became louder, clearer, 2 footfalls instead of 1. It was Stangeist, and somebody was with him. In an instant Jimmie Dale was across the room and kneeling again before the safe. His fingers were flying now. The envelope shot back into the pigeonhole from which he had taken it. The inner door of the safe closed silently and swiftly. A dry chuckle came from Jimmie Dale's lips. It was just like fiction, just precisely time enough to have accomplished what he had come for before he was interrupted, not a second more or less, the villain foiled at the psychological moment. The key was rattling in the front door now. They were in the hall. He could hear Stangeist's voice. There came a dull glow from the hallway, following the click of an electric light switch. The outer door of the safe swung shut, the bolt slid into place, the dial whirled under Jimmie Dale's fingers. It was only a step to the portieres, the open window, and escape. He straightened up, stepped back, the portieres closed behind him, and the chuckle died on Jimmie Dale's lips. He was trapped, caught without so much as a corner in which to turn. Stangeist was even then coming into the room, and outside, darkly outlined, 2 forms stood just beneath the window. Instinctively, quick as a flash, Jimmie Dale crouched below the sill. Who were they? What did it mean? Questions swept in swift sequence through his brain. Had they seen him? It would be very dark against the background of the portieres, but yet, if they were watching— He drew a breath of relief. He had not been seen. Their voices reached him in low, guarded whispers. "Say, youse, Ike, pipe it! Dere's a window open in the snitch's room. Come on, we'll get in dere. It'll make the hair stand up on the back of his neck for a starter." "Oh, forget it," replied another voice. "Can the theatre stunt. Clarie leave the front door unfastened, don't he? And they'll be in there in a minute now. What you want to do, crab the game? He might hear us and fix Clarie before we had a chance, the skinny old fox. And here's the light now, see? Bait it on your toes for the front of the house." The room was flooded with light. Through the portieres that Jimmie Dale parted by the barest fraction of an inch, he could see Stangeist and another man, a thick-set, ugly-faced-looking customer, Clarie Deane, according to that brief, whispered colloquy that he had heard outside. He looked again through the window. The two dark forms had disappeared now, but they had disappeared just a few seconds too late. With the two other men now in the room, and one of them so close that Jimmie Dale could almost have reached out and touched him, it was impossible to get through the window without being detected, when the slightest sound would attract instant attention and equally instant suspicion. It was a chance to be taken only as a last resort. Jimmie Dale's face grew hard as his fingers closed around his automatic and drew the weapon from his pocket. It was all plain enough. That last act in the drama which he had speculatively anticipated was being staged with little loss of time, and in a grim sort of way the thought flashed across his mind that, perilous as his own position was, Stangeist at the moment was in even greater peril than himself. Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane, given the chance, and they seemed to have made that chance now, were not likely to deal in half measures. Clarie Deane had dropped into a chair beside the desk, and the Mope and Australian Ike were creeping around to the front door. The parting in the portieres widened a little more, a very little more, slowly, imperceptibly, until Jimmie Dale, by the simple expedient of moving his head, could obtain an unobstructed view of the entire room. End of Part 1, Chapter 8b. Chapter 8c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8c, The Man Higher Up, concluded. Stangeist tossed a bag he had been carrying on the desk, pulled up a chair opposite to Clarie Deane, and sat down. Both men were side-faced to Jimmie Dale. "You tell the boys," said Stangeist abruptly, "to fade away after this for a while. Things are getting too hot. And you tell the Mope I dock him 500 for that extra crunch on Rossler's skull. That sort of thing isn't necessary. That's the kind of stunt that gets the public sore. The man was dead enough as it was, see?" "Sure." Clarie Deane's ejaculation was a grunt. Stangeist opened the bag, dumped the contents on the desk. Pile after pile of banknotes, the payroll of the Martindale Kensington mills. "Some haul," observed Clarie Deane with a hoarse chuckle. "The papers said over 20,000. "You can't always believe what the papers say," returned Stangeist curtly, and taking a scribbling pad from the desk, began to check up the packages. Clarie Deane's cigar had gone out. He rolled the short stub in his mouth and leaned forward. The bills were evidently just as they had been delivered to the murdered paymaster at the bank, done up with little narrow paper bands in packages of 100 notes each, save for a small bundle of loose bills, which latter, with the rolls of silver, Stangeist swept to one side of the desk. Package by package, Stangeist went on jotting the amounts down on the pad. "Nix," growled Clarie Deane suddenly. "Cut that out. Them's fivers in that wad. Make that 500 instead of 1. I'm onto you." "Mistake," said Stangeist suavely, changing the figures with his pencil. "You're pretty wide awake for this time of night, aren't you, Clarie?" "Oh, I don't know," responded Clarie Deane gruffly. "Not so very." Stangeist finished with the packages, picked up the loose bills, and, with a short laugh, tossed them into the bag and followed them with the rolls of silver. He pushed the bag toward Clarie Deane. "That's a little extra for you," he said. "The trouble with you fellows is that you don't know when you're well off, but the sooner you find it out the better, unless you want another lesson like yesterday." He made the addition on the pad. $15,800, he announced softly. "That's 7,900 for the three of you to divide, less 500 from the Mope." Clarie Deane's eyes narrowed. His hands were on his knees, hidden by the desk. "There's more'n 20 there," he said sullenly, and drew a match across the under edge of the desk with a long, crackling noise. Stangeist's face lost its suavity. A snarl curled his lips. But about to reply, he sprang suddenly to his feet instead, his head turned sharply toward the door. "What's that?" he said hoarsely. "It's not the servants. They wouldn't dare to—" Stangeist's words ended in a gulp. He was staring into the muzzle of a heavy-calibered revolver that Clarie Deane had jerked up from under the desk. "You sit down, or I'll blow your block off," said Clarie Deane, with a sudden leer. It happened then, almost before Jimmie Dale could grasp the details, before even Clarie Deane himself could interfere. The door burst open, the two men rushed in, and one, with a bound, flung himself at Stangeist. The man's hand, grasping a clubbed revolver, rose in the air, descended on Stangeist's head, and Stangeist went down in a limp heap, crashed into a chair, and slid from the chair with a thud to the floor. There was an oath from Clarie Deane. He jumped from his seat, and with a violent shove sent the man reeling half across the room. "Blast you, Mope!" he snarled. "You're too blamed fly! D'you wanter queer the whole biz?" "Aw, what's the matter with youse?" The Mope, purple-faced with rage, little black eyes glittering, mouth working under a flattened nose that some previous encounter had broken and bent over the side of his face, advanced belligerently. Australian Ike, who had entered the room with him, pulled him back. "Forget it," he flung out. "Clarie's dealing the deck. Forget it." The Mope glared from one to the other, then shook his fist at Stangeist on the floor. "Youse two make me sick," he sneered. "What's the use of waiting all night? We was to bump him off anyway, wasn't we? Dat's what youse said yourselves, 'cause what was der stop him writing out another paper if we didn't fix him for keeps?" "That's all right," rejoined Clarie Deane, "but that's the second act, you bonehead, see? We ain't got the paper yet, have we? Say, take a look at that safe. It's easier to scare him into opening it than to crack it, ain't it?" Jimmie Dale, from his crouched position, began to rise to his feet slowly, making but the slightest movement at a time, cautious of the least sound. His lips were like a thin line, his fingers tightly pressed over the automatic in his hand. There was not room for him between the portieres and the window, and do what he could, the hangings bulged a little. Let one of the three notice that, or inadvertently brush against the portieres, and his life would not be worth an instant's purchase. They were lifting Stangeist up now, propping him up in the chair. Stangeist moaned, opened his eyes, stared in a dazed way at the three faces that leered into his, then dawning intelligence came, and his face, that had been white before, took on a pasty, grayish pallor. "You, the three of you," he mumbled. "You, the three of you. What's this mean?" And then Clarie Deane laughed in a low, brutal way. "What do you think it means? We want that paper, and we want it damn quick, see? D'you think we was going to stand for having a trip to Sing Sing and the wire chair dangling over our heads?" Stangeist closed his eyes. When he opened them again, something of the old-time craftiness was in his face. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" he inquired, almost sharply. You know what will happen to you if anything happens to me." "Don't youse kid yourself," retorted Clarie Deane. "D'ye think we're fools? This ain't like it was yesterday, see? We gets the paper this time, so there won't nothin' happen to us. You come across with it blasted quick now, or the Mope'll give you another on the bean that'll put you to sleep for keeps." The blood was running down Stangeist's face. He wiped it away from his eyes. "It's not here," he said innocently. "It's in my box in the safety deposit vaults." "Aw," blurted out Australian Ike, pushing suddenly forward. "Youse can't work that crawl on—" "Cut it out, Ike," snapped Clarie Deane. "I'm running this. So it's in the vaults, eh?" He shoved his face toward Stangeist's. "Yes," said Stangeist easily. "You see, I was looking for something like this." Clarie Deane's fist clenched. "You lie!" he choked. "The Mope here was the last of us you showed the paper to yesterday afternoon, and the vaults was closed then. And you ain't been there today, 'cause you've been watched. That's why we fixed it for tonight after the divvy that you've just tried to do us on again, 'cause we knew you had it here." "I tell you it's not here," said Stangeist evenly. "You lie," said Clarie Deane again. "It's in that safe. The Mope heard you tell the girl in your office that if anything happened to you she was to wise up the district attorney that there was a paper in your safe at home for him that was important. Now then, you beat it over to that safe and open it up. We'll give you a minute to do it in." "The paper's not there, I tell you," said Stangeist once more. "That's all right," submitted Clarie Deane grimly. "There's a quarter of that minute gone." "I won't," Stangeist flashed out violently. "That's all right," repeated Clarie Deane. "There's a half of that minute gone." Jimmie Dale's eyes, in a fascinating sort of way, were on Stangeist. The man's face was twitching now, moisture beginning to ooze from his forehead, as the callous brutality of the scowling faces seemed to get him. And then he lurched suddenly forward in his chair. "My God!" he cried out, a ring of terror in his voice. "What do you mean to do? You'll pay for it. They'll get you. The servants will be back in a minute." "Two skirts," jeered Clarie Deane. "We ain't going to run away from them. If they comes before we goes, we'll fix them. That minute's up." Stangeist licked his lips with his tongue. "Suppose I refuse?" he said hoarsely. "You can suit yourself," said Clarie Deane with a vicious grin. "We know the paper's there, and we gets it before we leaves here, see? You can take your choice. Either you goes over to the safe and opens it yourself, or else—" He paused and produced a small bottle from his pocket. "This is nitroglycerin, and we opens it fer you with this. Only if we does the job we does it proper. We ties you up and sets you against the door of the safe before we touches off the soup, and mebbe if you're a good guesser you can guess the rest." There was a short raucous guffaw from the Mope. Stangeist turned a drawn face toward the man, stared at him, and stared in a miserable way at the other two in turn. He licked his lips again. None was in a better position than himself to know that there would be neither scruples nor hesitancy to interfere with carrying out the threat. "Suppose," he said, trying to keep his voice steady, "suppose I open the safe. What then, afterward?" "We ain't got the safe open yet," countered Clarie Deane uncompromisingly. "And we ain't got no more time to fool over it, either. You get a move on before I counts 5, or the Mopes and Ike ties you up. 1—" Stangeist staggered to his feet, wiped the blood out of his eyes for the second time, and, with lips working, went steadily across the room to the safe. He knelt before it and began to manipulate the dial, while the others crowded around behind him. The Mope was fingering his revolver again, club fashion. Australian Ike's elbow just grazed the portieres, and Jimmie Dale flattened himself against the window, holding his breath, a smile on his lips that was mirthless, deadly cold. The end was not far off now, and then what? Stangeist had the outer door of the safe open now, and now the inner door swung back. He reached in his hand to the pigeonhole, drew out the envelope, and with a sudden, wild cry reeled to his feet. "My God!" he screamed out. What's this?" Clarie Deane snatched the envelope from him. "The Gray Seal!" The words came with a jerk from his lips. He ripped the envelope open frantically, and like a man stunned, gazed at the 4 blank sheets while the color left his face. "It's gone!" he cried out hoarsely. "Gone!" There was a burst of oaths from Australian Ike. "Gone! Den we're nipped, de lot of us!" The Mope's face was like a maniac's as he whirled on Stangeist. "Sure," he croaked, "but youse get yours first, youse—" With a cry, Stangeist, to elude the blow, ducked blindly backward into the portieres, and with a rip and tear the hangings were wrenched apart. It came instantaneously, a yell of mingled surprise and fury from the 3, the crash and spit of Jimmie Dale's revolver as he fired one shot at the floor to stop their rush. Then he flung himself at the window, through it, and dropped sprawling to the ground. A stream of flame cut the darkness above him. A bullet whistled by his head, another and another. He was on his feet, quick as a cat, and running close alongside of the wall of the house. He heard a thud behind him, still another, and yet a third. They were dropping through the window after him. Came another shot, an angry hum of the bullet closer than before, then the pound of racing feet. Jimmie Dale swung around the corner of the house, running at top speed. Something that was like a hot iron suddenly burned and seared along the side of his head just above the ear. He reeled, staggered, recovered himself, and dashed on. It nauseated him, that stinging in his head, and all at once seemed to be draining his strength away. The shouts, the shots, the running feet became like a curious buzzing in his ears. It seemed strange that they should have hit him, that he should be wounded. If he could only reach the low stone wall by the road, he could at least make a fight for his life on the other side. Red streaks swam before Jimmie Dale's eyes. The wall was such a long way off. A yard or two was a very long way more to go. The weakness seemed to be creeping up now even to numb his brain. No, here was the wall. They hadn't hit him again. He laughed in a demented way and rolled his body over and fell to the other side. "Jimmie!" The cry seemed to reach some inner consciousness, revive him, send the blood whipping through his veins. That voice! It was hers! The Tocsin! There was an automobile, engine racing, standing there in the road. He won to his feet. Dark, rushing forms were almost at the wall. He fired once, twice, fired again, and turned, staggering for the car. "Jimmie! Jimmie, quick!" Panting, gasping, he half fell into the tonneau. The car leaped forward. Yells filled the air. But only one thing was dominant in Jimmie Dale's reeling brain now. He pulled himself up to his feet and leaned over the back of the seat, reaching for the slim figure that was bent over the wheel. "It's you at last!" he cried. "Your face! Let me see your face!" A bullet split the back panel of the car. Little spurting flames were dancing out from the roadway behind. "Are you mad?" she shouted back at him. "Let me steer! Do you want them to hit me?" "No," said Jimmie Dale, in a queer sing-song sort of way, and his head seemed to spin dizzily around. "No, I guess—" he choked. "The paper. It's in my pocket," and he went down unconscious on the floor of the car. When he recovered his senses he was lying on a couch in a plainly furnished room, and a man, a stranger, red, jovial-faced, farmerish looking, was bending over him. "Where am I?" he demanded finally, propping himself up on his elbow. "You're all right," replied the man. "She said you'd come around in a little while." "Who said so?" inquired Jimmie Dale. "She did. The woman who brought you here about 5 minutes ago. She said she ran you down with her car." "Oh," said Jimmie Dale. He felt his head. It was bandaged, and it was bandaged, he was quite sure, with a piece of torn underskirt. He looked at the man again. "You haven't told me yet where I am." "Long Island," the other answered. "My name's Hanson. I keep a bit of a truck garden here." "Oh," said Jimmie Dale again. The man crossed the room, picked up an envelope from the table, and came back to Jimmie Dale. "She said to give you this as soon as you got your senses, and asked us to put you up for a while, as long as you wanted to stay, and paid us for it, too. She's all right, she is. You don't want to hold the accident up against her. She was mighty sorry about it. And now I'll go and see if the old lady's got your room ready while you're reading your letter." The man left the room. Jimmie Dale sat up on the couch and tore the envelope open. The note, scrawled in pencil, began abruptly: "You were quite a problem. I couldn't take you home, could I? I couldn't take you to what you call the sanctuary, could I? Couldn't take you to a hospital, nor call in a doctor. The stain you used wouldn't stand for it. But thank God I know it's only a flesh wound, and you are all right where you are for the day or two that you must keep quiet and take care of yourself. By the time you read this, the paper will be on the way to the proper hands, and by morning the 4 where they should be. There were a few articles in your clothes I thought it better to take charge of in case, well, in case of accident." Jimmie Dale tore the note up, and smiled wryly at the door. He felt in his pockets. Mask, revolver, burglar's tools, and the thin metal insignia case were gone. "And I had the sublime optimism," murmured Jimmie Dale, "to spend months trying to find her as Larry the Bat." End of Part 1, Chapter 8C.
1, Chapter 9A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 9A. 2 Crooks and a Knave. Story begins. The bullet wound along the side of his head and just above his ear would have been a very awkward thing indeed, in more ways than one, for Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, to have explained at his club, in his social set, or even to his servants, and of this latter to Jason the solicitors in particular. But for Jimmie Dale as Larry the Bat, it was a matter of little moment. There was none to question Larry the Bat, save in a most casual and indifferent way, and a bandage of any description, primarily and above all one that he could arrange himself, with only himself to take note of the incongruous hues of skin, where the stain, the grease paint, and the makeup was washed off, would excite little attention in that world where daily affrays were commonplace happenings, and a wound, for whatever reason, had long since lost the tang of novelty. Why then should it arouse even a passing interest if Larry the Bat, credited as the most confirmed of dope fiends, should have fallen down the dark, rickety stairs of the tenement in one of his orgies, and in the expensive language of the Badlands, cracked his bean? And so Jimmie Dale had been forced to maintain the role of Larry the Bat for a far longer period than he had anticipated, when 10 days before he had assumed it for the night's work that had so nearly resulted fatally for himself, though it had placed Rossell's murderers behind the bars. For the next day, unwilling to cut the risk of remaining in that neighborhood, he had left Hanson's, the farmer's house on Long Island, where the toxin had carried him in an unconscious state, telephoned Jason that he had been unexpectedly called out of town for a few days, and returned to the sanctuary in New York. And here, to his grim dismay, he had found the underworld in a state of furious, angry unrest, like a nest of hornets, stirred up, seeking to wreak vengeance on an unseen assailant. For years, as the Gray Seal, Jimmie Dale had lived with the slogan of the police: "The Gray Seal, dead or alive, but the Gray Seal," sounding in his ears, with the newspapers screaming their diatribes, arousing the people against him, nagging the authorities into sleepless, frenzied efforts to trap him, with a price upon his head that was large enough to make a man, not too pretentious, rich for life. But in the underworld, until then, the name of the Gray Seal had been one to conjure with, for the underworld had sworn by the unknown master criminal, and had spoken his name with a reverence that was none the less genuine, even if pungently tainted with unholiness. But now it was different. Up and down through the Badlands, in gambling hells, in vicious resorts, in the hiding places where thugs and crooks burrowed themselves away from the daylight, through the heart and the outskirts of the underworld, traveled the fiat, whispered out of mouths crooked to one side, vet to the Gray Seal. Gangland differences were forgotten in the larger issue of the common weal. The gang spirit became the spirit of a united whole, and the crime fraternity buzzed and hummed poisonously, spurred on by hatred, thirst for revenge, fear, and perhaps most potent of all, a hideous suspicion now of each other. The underworld had received a shock at which it stood aghast, and which, with its terrifying possibilities, struck consternation into the soul of every individual of that brotherhood, whose bond was crime, who was already wanted for some offense or other, whether it ranged from murder in the first degree to some petty piece of snake thievery. Stangeist, the Indian chief, the lawyer whose cunning brain had stood as a rampart between the underworld and a prison cell, was himself now in the tombs, with the certainty of the electric chair before him, and with him the same fate equally assured were Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clary Dean. Aristocrats of the Badlands, peers of that inglorious realm, were those four, and the blow had fallen with stunning force, a blow that in itself would have been enough to have stirred the underworld to its depths. But that was not all. From the cells in the tombs, from the four came the word, and passed from mouth to mouth in that strange underground exchange, until all had heard it, that the Gray Seal had squealed. The Gray Seal who, though unknown, they had counted the most eminent among themselves, had squealed. Who was the Gray Seal? It was he had held the secrets of Stanage and his band. What else might he not know? Who else might not fall next? The Gray Seal had become a snitch, a menace, a source of danger that stalked among them like a ghastly spectre. Who was the Gray Seal? None knew. Vet to the Great Seal, running to earth went the whisper from lip to lip, and with the whisper men stared uncertainly into each other's faces, fearful that the one to whom they spoke might even be the Gray Seal. Jimmie Dale's lips twisted queerly as he looked around him at the squalid appointments of the sanctuary. The police were bad enough, the papers were worse, but this was a still graver peril. With every denizen of the underworld below the deadline suspicious of each other, their lives, the penitentiary, or a prison sentence, the stakes against which each one played, the role of Larry the Bat, clever as was the makeup and disguise, was fraught now more than ever before with danger and peril. It seemed as though slowly the net was beginning at last to tighten around him. The murky yellow flame of the gas jet flickered suddenly, as though in acquiescence with the quick, impulsive shrug of Jimmie Dale's shoulders, and Jimmie Dale, bending to peer into the cracked mirror that was propped up on the broken-legged table, knotted his dress tie almost fastidiously. The hair, if just a trifle too long, covered the scar on his head now. The wound no longer required a bandage, and Larry the Bat, for the time being at least, had disappeared. Across the foot of the bed, neatly folded, lay his dress coat and overcoat, but little creased for all that they had lain in that hiding place under the flooring since the night when, hurrying from the club, he had placed them there to assume instead the tatters of Larry the Bat. It was Jimmie Dale in his own person again who stood there now in Larry the Bat's disreputable den, an incongruous figure enough against the background of his miserable surroundings, in perfect fitting shoes and trousers, the broad expanse of spotless white shirt bosom glistening even in the poverty-stricken flare from the single sputtering gas jet. Jimmie Dale took the watch from his pocket that had not been wound for many days, wound it mechanically, set it by guesswork. It was not far from 8 o'clock, and replaced it in his pocket. Carefully then, one at a time, he examined his fingers, long, slim, sensitive, tapering fingers, magical masters of safes and locks and vaults of the most intricate and modern mechanism. No single trace of grime remained. They were metamorphosed hands from the filthy paws of Larry the Bat. He nodded in satisfaction and picked up the mirror for a final inspection of himself that, this time, did not miss a single line in his face or neck. Again, Jimmie Dale nodded, as though he had vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed. Not a trace of Larry the Bat remained, except the heap of rags upon the floor, the battered slouch hat, the frayed trousers, the patched boots with their broken laces, the mismatched socks, the grimy flannel shirt, and the old coat that he had just discarded. The mirror was replaced on the table, and pushing the heap of clothes before him with his foot, Jimmie Dale knelt down in the corner of the room where the oilcloth had been turned up and the loose planking of the floor removed, and began to pack the articles away in the hole. Jimmie Dale rolled the trousers of Larry the Bat into a compact little bundle and stuffed them under the flooring. The gas jet seemed to blink again in a sort of confidential approval, as though the secret lay inviolate between itself and Jimmie Dale. Through the closed window, shade tightly drawn, came low and muffled the sound of distant life from the Bowery, a few blocks away. The gas jet, suffering from air somewhere within the pipes, hissed angrily. The yellow flame died to a little blue, forked spot, and Jimmie Dale was on his feet, his face suddenly hard and white as marble. Someone was knocking at the door. For the fraction of a second, Jimmie Dale stood motionless. Found as Jimmie Dale in the den of Larry the Bat, and the consequences required no effort of the imagination to picture them. Police or denizen of the underworld who was knocking there, it was all the same. The method of death would be a little different, that was all. One legalized, the other not. Jimmie Dale, Larry the Bat, the Gray Seal, once uncovered, could expect as much quarter as would be given to a cornered rat. His eyes swept the room with a swift, critical glance. Evidences of Larry the Bat, the clothes, were still about, even if he, in the person of Jimmie Dale alone, damning enough, were not standing there himself. And he was even weaponless. The Tocsin had taken the revolver from his pocket, together with those other telltale articles: the mask, the flashlight, the little blue steel tools, before she had entrusted him that night, wounded and unconscious, to Hanson's care. Jimmie Dale slipped his feet out of his low evening pumps, snatched up the old coat and hat from the pile, put them on, and without a sound reached the gas jet and turned it off. A second had gone by, no more. The knocking still sounded insistently on the door. It was dark now, perfectly black. He started across the room, his tread absolutely silent, as the trained muscles, relaxing, threw the body weight gradually upon one foot before the next step was taken. It was like a shadow, a little blacker in outline than the surrounding blackness, stealing across the floor. Halfway to the door, he paused. The knocking had ceased. He listened intently. It was not repeated. Instead, his ear caught a guarded step retreating outside in the hall. Jimmie Dale drew a breath of relief. He went on again to the door, still listening. Was it a trap? That step outside? At the door now, tense, alert, he lowered his ear to the keyhole. There came the faintest creak from the stairs. Jimmie Dale's brows gathered. It was strange. The knocking had not lasted long. Whoever it was going away. But it required the utmost caution to descend those stairs, rickety and tumble down as they were, with no more sound than that. Why such caution? Why not a more determined and prolonged effort at his door? The visitor had been easily satisfied that Larry the Bat was not within. Too easily satisfied. Jimmie Dale turned the key noiselessly in the lock. He opened the door cautiously. Half inch, an inch. There was no sound of footsteps now. Occasionally, a lodger moved about on the floor above. Occasionally, from somewhere in the tenement, came the murmur of voices as from behind closed door. That was all. All else was silence and darkness now. The door, on its well-oiled hinges, swung wide open. Jimmie Dale thrust out his head into the hall, and something fell upon the threshold with a little thud. But for a moment, Jimmie Dale did not move. Listening, trying to pierce the darkness, he was as still as the silence around him. Then he stooped and groped along the threshold. His hand closed upon what seemed like a small box wrapped in paper. He picked it up, closed and locked the door again, and retreated back across the room. It was strange, unpleasantly strange. A box propped stealthily against the door so that it would fall to the threshold when the door was opened. And why the stealth? What did it mean? Had the underworld, with its 1,000 eyes and ears, already succeeded in a few days where the police had failed significantly for years? Had they sent him this, whatever it was, as some grim token that they had run Larry the Bat to earth? He shook his head. No. Gangland struck more swiftly, with less finesse than that. The cat and mouse act was never one it favored, for the mouse had been known to get away. Jimmie Dale lighted the gas again and turned the package over in his hands. It was, as he had surmised, a small cardboard box, and it was wrapped in plain paper and tied with a string. He untied the string, and still suspicious, as a man is suspicious in the knowledge that he is stalked by peril at every turn, removed the wrapper a little gingerly. It was still without sign or marking upon it, just an ordinary cardboard box. He lifted off the cover, and with a short sudden laugh stared, a little out of countenance, at the contents. On the top lay a white unaddressed envelope. Hers. Beneath, he emptied the box on the table, his black silk mask, his automatic revolver, the kit of fine, small blued steel burglar's tools, his pocket flashlight, and the thin metal insignia case. The Tocsin. Impulsively, Jimmie Dale turned toward the door and stopped. His shoulders lifted in a shrug that, meant to be philosophical, was far from philosophical. He could not, dared not venture far through the tenement, dressed as he was, and even if he could, there were 3 exits to the sanctuary, a fact that now, for the first time, was not wholly a source of unmixed satisfaction to him. And besides, she was gone. Jimmie Dale opened the letter, a grim smile playing on his lips. He had forgotten for the moment that the illusion he had cherished for years, and the belief that she did not know Larry the Bat as an alias of Jimmie Dale, was no more than an illusion. Well, it had been a piece of consummate egotism on his part, that was all. But after all, what did it matter? He had had his innings, tried in the role of Larry the Bat to solve her identity, devoted weeks on end to the attempt, and failed. Some day, perhaps, his turn would come. Some day, perhaps, she would no longer be able to elude him, unless— the letter crackled suddenly in his fingers— unless the house that they had built on such strange and perilous foundations crashed at some moment, without an instant's warning, in disaster and ruin to the ground. Who knew but that this letter now, another call to the Gray Seal to act, another peril invited, would be the last? There must be an end some day. Luck and nerve had their limitations. It had almost ended last week. Dear philanthropic crook, it was the same inevitable beginning. You are well enough again, aren't you, Jimmy? I am sending these little things back to you, for you will need them tonight. Jimmie Dale read on, muttering snatches of the letter aloud. Michael Breen prospecting in Alaska. Map of location of rich mining claim. Hamvat, his former partner, had previously fleeced him of $15,000, his share of a deal together. Breen was always a very poor man. Breen later struck a claim alone, but taken sick, came back home, died on arrival in New York after giving Mark to his wife. Wife in very needy circumstances. Lives with little daughter of 7 in New Rochelle. Works out by the day at Henry Mitchell's house on the Sound nearby. Wife entrusted Mark for safekeeping and advice to Mitchell. Hamvat aftermath. Telephone wires cut. Room 148. Corner. Right. First floor. Palace Metropole Hotel. Unoccupied. Connecting doors. 9:15 tonight. The whistle. Mitchell's house later. The police. Look out for both the whistle and the police. Jimmy. There was more. Several pages of it. Explanations. Specific details down to a minute description of the locality and plan of the house on the Sound. Jimmie Dale, too intent now to mutter, read on silently. At the end, he shuffled the sheets a little abstractedly as his face hardened. Then his fingers began to tear the letter into little shreds, tearing it over and over again, tearing the shreds into tiny particles. He had not been far wrong. From what the night promised now, this might well be the last letter. Who knew? There would be need of all the wit and luck and nerve tonight that the Gray Seal had ever had before. With a jerk, Jimmie Dale roused himself from the momentary reverie into which he had fallen, and all action now, stuffed the torn pieces of the letter into his trousers pocket to be disposed of later in the street, took off the old coat and slouch hat again, and resumed the disposal of Larry the Bat's effects under the flooring. This accomplished, he replaced the planking and oilcloth, stood up, put on his dress coat and light overcoat, and from the table stowed the black silk mask, the automatic, the little kit of tools, the flashlight and the tin metal case away in his pockets. Jimmie Dale raised his hand to the gas fixture, circled the room with a glance that missed no single detail. Then the light went out. The door closed behind him. Locked. A dark shadow crept silently down the stairs, out through the side door into the alleyway, along the alleyway, close to the wall of the tenement where it was blackest, and satisfied that for the moment there were no passers-by, emerged on the street, walking leisurely toward the Bowery. Once well away from the sanctuary, however, Jimmie Dale quickened his steps, and 20 minutes later, having stopped but once to telephone to his home on Riverside Drive for his touring car, he was briskly mounting the steps of the St. James Club on Fifth Avenue. Another 20 minutes after that, and he had dismissed Benson, his chauffeur, and at the wheel of his big, powerful machine was speeding uptown for the Palace Metropole Hotel. End of Part 1, Chapter 9A. Part 1, Chapter 9B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 9B, Two Crooks and a Knave, continued. It was 12 minutes after 9 when he drew up at the curb in front of the side entrance of the hotel. His watch, set by guesswork, had been a little slow, and he had corrected it at the club. He was replacing the watch in his pocket as he sauntered around the corner and passed in through the main entrance to the big lobby. Jimmie Dale avoided the elevators. It was only one flight up, and elevator boys on occasions had been known to be observant. At the top of the first landing, a long, wide, heavily carpeted corridor was before him. Number 148, the corner room on the right, the Tocsin had said. Jimmie Dale walked nonchalantly along, past number 148. At the lower end of the hall, a group of people were gathered around the elevator doors. Halfway down the corridor, a bellboy came out of a room and went ahead of Jimmie Dale. And then Jimmie Dale stopped suddenly and began to retrace his steps. The group had entered the elevator. The bellboy had disappeared around the farther end of the hall into the wing of the hotel. The corridor was empty. In a moment, he was standing before the door of number 148. In another, under the persuasion of a little steel instrument, deftly manipulated by Jimmie Dale's slim, tapering fingers, the lock clicked back, the door opened, and he stepped inside, closing and locking the door again behind him. It was already 9:15, but no one was as yet in the connecting room. The fan light next door had been dark as he passed. His flashlight swept about him, located the connecting door, and went out. He moved to the door, tried it, and found it locked. Again, the little steel instrument came into play, released the lock, and Jimmie Dale opened the door. Again, the flashlight winked. The door opened into a bathroom that, obviously, at will, was either common to the two rooms or could, by the simple expedient of locking one door or the other, be used by one of the rooms alone. In the present instance, the occupant of the adjoining apartment had taken a room with a bath. Jimmie Dale passed through the bathroom to the opposite door. This was already 3/4 open and swung outward into the bedroom, near the lower end of the room by the window. Through the crack of the door by the hinges, Jimmie Dale flashed his light, testing the radius of vision, pushed the door a few inches wider open, tested it again with the flashlight, and retreated back into number 148, closing the door on his side until it was just ajar. He stood there, then, silently waiting. It was Hamvert's room next door, and Hamvert and the Weasel were already late. A step sounded outside in the corridor. Jimmie Dale straightened intently. The step passed on down the hallway and died away. A false alarm, Jimmie Dale smiled, whimsically. It was a strange adventure, this, that confronted him. Quite the strangest in a way that the Tocsin had ever planned. And the night lay before him full of peril in its extraordinary complications. To win the hand, he must block Hamvert and the Weasel without allowing them an inkling that his interference was anything more than, say, the luck of a hotel sneak thief at most. The Weasel was a dangerous man, one of the slickest second-story workers in the country, with safe cracking as one of his favorite pursuits. a man most earnestly desired by the police, provided the latter could catch him with the goods. As for Hamvat, he did not know Hamvat, who was a stranger in New York, except that Hamvat had fleeced a man named Michael Breen out of his share in a claim they had had together when Breen had first gone to Alaska to try his luck. And now, having discovered that Breen, when prospecting alone somewhere in the interior a month or so ago, had found a rich vein and had made a map or diagram of its location, he, Hamvat, had followed the other to New York for the purpose of getting it by hook or crook. Breen's find had been too late. Taken sick, he had never worked his claim, had barely got back home before he died, and only in time to hand his wife the strange legacy of a roughly scrawled little piece of paper. And Jimmie Dale straightened up alertly once more. Steps again, and this time coming from the direction of the elevator. Then voices. Then the opening of the door of the next room. Then a voice, distinctly audible. Pull up a chair and we'll get down to business. You are late as it is. We haven't any time to waste if we are going to wash pay debt tonight. Oh, that's all right, responded another voice, quite evidently the Weasel's. Don't you worry. The game's cinched to a fadeaway. There was a sound of chairs being moved across the floor. Jimmie Dale slipped the black silk mask over his face, opened the door on his side of the bathroom cautiously, and without a sound stepped into the bathroom that was lighted now, of course, by the light streaming in through the partially opened door of Hamvat's room. The two were talking earnestly now in lower tones. Jimmie Dale only caught a word here and there. His faculties for the moment were concentrated on traversing the bathroom silently. He reached the farther door, crouched there, peered through the crack, and the old whimsical smile flickered across his lips again. The Palais Metropole was high class and exclusive, and the Weasel, for once, looked quite the gentleman. And for all his sharp ferret face, not entirely out of keeping with his surroundings. Else he would never have got farther than the lobby. The other was a short, thick-set, heavy-jowled man with a great shock of sandy hair and small black eyes that looked furtively out from overhanging bushy eyebrows. Well, Hamvat was saying, the details are your concern. What I want is results. We won't waste time. You are to be back here by daylight. Only see that there's no comeback. Leave it to me, returned the Weasel, with assurance. How's there going to be any combat? Mittel keeps it in his safe, don't he? Well, gentlemen's houses has been robbed before, and this job will be a good one. The geography stunt used once gets paged with the rest, that's all. It disappears. See? Who's to know yours gets your claws on it? It's just lost in the shuffle. Right, agreed Hamvat briskly, and from his inside pocket produced a package of crisp new bills, yellow backs, and evidently of large denominations. Half down and half on delivery. That's a deal. That's what, assented the Weasel curtly. Hamvat began to count the bills. Jimmie Dale's hand stole into his pocket and came out with his handkerchief and the thin metal insignia case. From the latter, with its little pair of tweezers, he took out one of the adhesive grey seals. His eyes warily on the two men, he dropped the seal on his handkerchief, restored the thin metal case to his pocket, and in its stead, the blue-black ugly muzzle of his automatic peeped from between his fingers. 5,000 down, said Hamvert, pushing a pile of notes across the table and tucking the remainder back into his pocket. And the other fives here for you when you get back with the map. Ordinarily, I wouldn't pay a penny in advance, but since you want it that way, and the map's no good to you while the rest of the long green is, He swallowed his words with a startled gulp, clutched hastily at the money on the table, and began to struggle up from his chair to his feet. With a swift, noiseless sidestep through the open door, Jimmie Dale was standing in the room. Jimmie Dale's tones were conversational. "Don't get up," said Jimmie Dale coolly, "and take your hand off that money." The Weasel, whose back had been to the door, squirmed around in his chair, and in his turn stared into the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's revolver, while his jaw dropped and sagged. "Good evening, Weasel," observed Jimmie Dale casually. "I seem to be in luck tonight. I got into that room next door, but an empty room is slim picking. And then it seems to me I had someone in here mention $5,000 twice, which makes 10,000, and which happens to be just exactly the sum I need at the present moment. If I can't get any more, I haven't the honor of your wealthy friend's acquaintance, but I am really charmed to meet him. You understand, both of you, that the slightest sound might prove extremely embarrassing." Hamvert's face was white, and he stared uneasily in his chair. But into the Weasel's face, the first shock of surprised dismay past, came a dull, angry red, and into the eyes a vicious gleam. And suddenly he laughed shortly. "Why, youse damned fool," jeered the Weasel. "Do youse think youse can just get away with that? Say, take it from me, youse are a picker. Say, youse make me tired. What do youse think youse are? Do youse think this is a theater, and that youse are a cheapskate actor strolling across the stage? Oh, beat it, youse make me sick. Why, say, youse pinch that money, and youse have got the same chance of getting out of this hotel as a guy has of breaking out of Sing Sing. By the time youse gets 5 feet from the door of this room, we has the whole works on your neck." "Do you think so, Weasel?" inquired Jimmie Dale politely. He carried his handkerchief to his mouth to cloak a cough, and his tongue touched the adhesive side of the little diamond-shaped grey seal. Hand and handkerchief came back to the table, and Jimmie Dale leaned his weight carelessly upon it, while the automatic in his right hand still covered the two men. "Do you think so, Weasel?" he repeated softly. "Well, perhaps you are right, and yet, somehow I am inclined to disagree with you. Let me see, Weasel. It was Tuesday night 2 nights ago, wasn't it, that a trifling break in Maiden Lane at Thorold and Sons disturbed the police? It was a 3-year job for even a first offender, 10 for one already on nodding terms with the police, and 15 to 20 for, well, say, for a man like you, Weasel, if he were caught. Am I making myself quite plain?" The color in the Weasel's cheeks faded a little. His eyes were holding in sudden fascination upon Jimmie Dale. "I see that I am," observed Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "I said, if he were caught, you will remember. I am going to leave this room in a moment, Weasel, and leave it entirely to your discretion as to whether you will think it wise or not to stir from that chair for 10 minutes after I shut the door. And now," Jimmie Dale nonchalantly replaced his handkerchief in his pocket, nonchalantly followed it with the banknotes which he picked up from the table, and smiled. With a gasp, both men had straightened forward and were staring wild-eyed at the gray seal stuck between them on the tabletop. "The gray seal," whispered the Weasel, and his tongue circled his lips. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. "That was a bit theatrical, Weasel," he said apologetically, "and yet not wholly unnecessary. You will recall Stangeist, the Mope, Australian Ike, and Clary Dean, and can draw your own inference as to what might happen in the Thorold affair if you should be so ill-advised as to force my hand. Permit me." The slim, deft fingers, like a streak of lightning, were inside Hamvert's coat pocket and out again with the remainder of the banknotes, and Jimmie Dale was backing for the door. Not the door of the bathroom by which he had entered, but the door of the room itself that opened on the corridor. There he stopped, and his hand swept around behind his back and turned the key in the locked door. He nodded at the two men whose faces were working with incongruously mingled expressions of impotent rage, bewilderment, fear, and fury, and opened the door a little. 10 minutes, Weasel," he said gently. "I trust you will not have to use heroic measures to restrain your friend for that length of time. Though, if it is necessary, I should advise you for your own sake to resort almost to murder. I wish you good evening, gentlemen." The door opened farther. Jimmie Dale, still facing inward, slipped between it and the jamb, whipped the mask from his face, closed the door softly, stepped briskly but without any appearance of haste along the corridor to the stairs, descended the stairs, mingled with a crowd in the lobby for an instant, walked, seemingly a part of it, with a group of ladies and gentlemen down the hall to the side entrance, passed out, and a moment later, after drawing on a linen dust coat which he took from under the seat and exchanging his hat for a tweed cap, the car glided from the curb and was lost in a press of traffic around the corner. Jimmie Dale laughed a little harshly to himself. So far, so good. But the game was not ended yet, for all the crackle of the crisp notes in his pocket. There was still the map, still the robbery at Mitchell's house. The $10,000 theft would not in any way change that, and it was a question of time now to forestall any move the Weasel might make. Through the city, Jimmie Dale alternately dodged, spotted, and dragged his way, fuming with impatience. But once out on the country roads and headed toward New Rochelle, the big machine, speed limits thrown to the winds, roared through the night, a grey streak of road jumping under the powerful lamps. A village, a town, a cluster of lights flashing by him, the steady pour of his 60-horsepower engines, the grey tread of open road again. It was just 11 o'clock when Jimmie Dale, the road to himself for the moment, at a spot a little beyond New Rochelle, extinguished his lights and very carefully ran his car off the road. backing it in behind a small clump of trees. He tossed the linen dustcoat back into the car and set off toward where, a little distance away, the slap of waves from the stiff breeze that was blowing indicated the shoreline of the Sound. There was no moon, and while it was not particularly dark, objects and surroundings at best were blurred and indistinct. But that, after all, was a matter of little concern to Jimmie Dale. The first house beyond was Mitchell's. He reached the water's edge and kept along the shore. There should be a little wharf, she had said. Yes, there it was, and there too was a gleam of light from the house itself. Jimmie Dale began to make an accurate mental note of his surroundings. From the little wharf on which he now stood, a path led straight to the house, bisecting what appeared to be a lawn. Trees to the right, the house to the left. At the wharf beside him, two motorboats were moored, one on each side. Jimmie Dale glanced at them, and suddenly, attracted by the familiar appearance of one, inspected it a little more closely. His momentarily awakened interest passed as he nodded his head. It had caught his attention, that was all. It was the same type and design, quite a popular make, of which there were hundreds around New York, as the one he had bought that year as a tender for his yacht. He moved forward now toward the house, the rear of which faced him. The light that flooded the lawn came from a side window. Jimmie Dale was figuring the time and distance from New York as he crept cautiously along. How quickly could the Weasel make the journey? The Weasel would undoubtedly come, and if there was a convenient train, it might prove a close race. But in his own favor was the fact that it would probably take the Weasel quite some little time to recover his equilibrium from his encounter with the Gray Seal in the Palais Metropole. Also, the further fact that, from the Weasel's point of view, there was no desperate need of haste. Jimmie Dale crossed the lawn and edged along in the shadows of the house to where the light streamed out from what now proved to be open French windows. It was a fair presumption that he would have an hour to the good on the Weasel. The Seal was little more than a couple of feet from the ground, and from a crouched position on his knees below the window, Jimmie Dale raised himself slowly and peered guardedly inside. The room was empty. He listened a moment. The black silk mask was on his face again, and with a quick, agile, silent spring, he was in the room. And then, in the center of the room, Jimmie Dale stood motionless, staring around him, an expression, ironical, sardonic, creeping into his face. The robbery had already been committed. At the lower end of the room, everything was in confusion. The door of a safe swung wide. The drawers of a desk had been wrenched out. Even a liquor stand, on which were well-filled decanters, had been broken open, and the contents of safe and desk, the thief's discards as it were, littered the floor in all directions. For an instant, Jimmie Dale, his eyes narrowed ominously, surveyed the scene. Then, with a sort of professional instinct aroused, he stepped forward to examine the safe, and suddenly darted behind the desk instead. Steps sounded in the hall. The door opened, A voice reached him. The master said I was to shut the windows, and I haven't dashed to go in, and he'll be back with the police in a minute now. Come on in with me, Minnie. Lord! Exclaimed another voice. Ain't it a good thing the missus is away? She'd have high hysterics. Steps came somewhat hesitantly across the floor. From behind the desk, Jimmie Dale could see that it was a maid, accompanied by a big, raw-boned woman, sleeves rolled to the elbows over brawny arms, presumably the Mittel's cook. The maid closed the French doors. There were no others in the room, and bolted them, and having gained a little confidence, gazed about her. My, but wasn't he cute? She ejaculated. Cut the telephone wires he did, and ain't he made an awful mess? But the master said we wasn't to touch nothing till the police saw it. And to think of it happening in our house, observed the cook heavily, her hands on her hips, her arms akimbo. It will all be in the papers, and maybe they'll put her pictures in it too. I won't get over it as long as I live, declared the maid. The yell Mr. Mittel gave when he came downstairs and put his head in here, and then him shouting and using the most terrible language into the telephone, and then finding the wires cut, and me following him downstairs, half dead with fright. And he shouts at me. Bella, he shouts, shut those windows, but don't you touch a thing in that room. I'm going for the police. And then he rushes out of the house. I was going to bed, said the cook, picking up her cue for what was probably the 20th rehearsal of the scene, when I heard Mr. Mittel yell, and Lord, Bella, there he is now. Jimmie Dale's hands clenched. He too had caught the scuffle of footsteps, those of 3 or 4 men at least, on the front porch. There was one way, only one, of escape: through the French windows. It was a matter of seconds only before Mittel, with the police at his heels, would be in the room, and Jimmie Dale sprang to his feet. There was a wild scream of terror from the maid, echoed by another from the cook, and still screaming, both women fled for the door. Mr. Mittel! Mr. Mittel! Shrieked the maid. She had flung herself out into the hall. He is back again! Jimmie Dale was at the French windows, tearing at the bolts. They stuck. Shouts came from the front entryway. He wrenched viciously at the fastenings. They gave now. The windows flew open. He glanced over his shoulder. A man, Mittel presumably, since he was the only one not in uniform, was springing into the room. There was a blur of forms and brass buttons behind Mittel, and Jimmie Dale leaped to the lawn, speeding across it like a deer. But quick as he ran, Jimmie Dale's brain was quicker, pointing the single chance that seemed open to him. The motorboat. It seemed like a God-given piece of luck that he had noticed it. It was like his own. There would be no blind, and that meant fatal blunders in the dark over its mechanism, and he could start it up in a moment. Just the time to cast her off. That was all he needed. End of Part 1, Chapter 9b. Chapter 9c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 9C. Two Crooks and a Knave. Concluded. The shouts swelled behind him. Jimmie Dale was running for his life. He flung a glance backward. One form, Mittel, he was certain, was perhaps 100 yards in the rear. The others were just emerging from the French windows. Grotesque, leaping things they looked, in the light that streamed out behind them from the room. Jimmie Dale's feet pounded the planking of the wharf. He stooped and snatched at the mooring line. Mittel was almost at the wharf. It seemed an age, a year to Jimmie Dale before the line was clear. Shouts rang still louder across the lawn. The police, racing in a pack, were more than halfway from the house. He flung the line into the boat, sprang in after it, and Mittel, looming over him, grasped at the boat's gunwale. Both men were panting from their exertions. "Let go!" snarled Jimmie Dale between clenched teeth. Mittel's answer was a hoarse, gasping shout to the police to hurry, and then Mittel reeled back, measuring his length upon the wharf from a blow with a boat hook full across the face. Driven with a sudden, untamed savagery that seemed for the moment to have mastered Jimmie Dale. There was no time, not a second, not the fraction of a second. Desperately, frantically, he shoved the boat clear of the wharf. Once, twice, 3 times, he turned the engine over without success, and then the boat leaped forward. Jimmie Dale snatched the mask from his face and jumped for the steering wheel. The police were rushing out along the wharf. He could just faintly discern Mittel now. The man was staggering about, his hands clapped to his face. A peremptory order to halt, coupled with a threat to fire, rang out sharply, and Jimmie Dale flung himself flat in the bottom of the boat. The wharf edge seemed to open in little, crackling jets of flame. Came the roar of reports like a miniature battery in action. Then the flop, flop, flop as the lead tore up the water around him. The dollar thawed as a bullet buried its nose in the boat's side, and the curious rip and squeak as a splinter flew. Then Mittel's voice, high-pitched, as though in pain. "Can't any of you run a motorboat? He's got me bad, I'm afraid. That other one there is twice as fast." "Sure," another voice responded promptly. "And if that's right, he's run his head into a trap. Cast loose there, McVeigh, and pile in all of you. You go back to the house, Mr. Mittel, and fix yourself up. We'll get him." Jimmie Dale's lips stinged. It was true. If the other boat had any speed at all, it was only a question of time before he would be overtaken. The only point at issue was how much time. It was dark, that was in his favor, but it was not so dark but that a boat could be distinguished on the water for quite a distance, for a longer distance than he could hope to put between them. There was no chance of eluding the police that way. The keen, facile brain that had saved the Gray Seal 100 times before was weaving, planning, discarding, eliminating, scheming a way out, with death, ruin, disaster the price of failure. His eyes swept the dim, irregular outline of the shore. To his right, in the opposite direction from where he had left his car, and perhaps a mile ahead, as well as he could judge, The land seemed to run out into a point. Jimmie Dale headed for it instantly. If he could reach it with a little lead to the good, there was a chance. It would take, say, 6 minutes, granting the boat a speed of 10 miles an hour, and she could do that. The others could hardly overtake him in that time. They hadn't got started yet. He could hear them still shouting and talking at the wharf, and meters twice as fast was undoubtedly an exaggeration anyhow. A minute more passed, another, and then, astern, Jimmie Dale caught the racket from the exhaust of a high-powered engine, and a white streak seemed to shoot out upon the surface of the water, from where, obscured now, he placed the wharf. A quarter-mile lead, roughly 400 yards. Yes, he had as much as that, but that too was very little. He bent over his engine, coaxing it, nursing it to its highest efficiency, his eyes strained now upon the point ahead, now upon his pursuers behind. He was running with the wind, thank heaven, or the small boat would have had a further handicap. It was rolling up quite a sea. The steering gear, he found, was corded along the side of the boat, permitting its manipulation from almost any position. And abruptly now, Jimmie Dale left the engine to remerge through the little locker in the stern of the boat. But as he remerged, his eyes held speculatively on the boat astern. She was gaining unquestionably, steadily, but not as fast as he had feared. He would still have 100 yards lead, at least, abreast the point, and he was smiling grimly now. 100 yards there meant life to the Gray Seal. The locker was full of a heterogeneous collection of odds and ends. A suit of oilskins, tools, tins, and cans of various sizes and descriptions. Jimmie Dale emptied the contents, some sort of powder, of a small, round tin box overboard, and from his pocket took out the banknotes, crammed them into the box, crammed his watch in on top of them, and screwed the cover on tightly. His fingers were flying now. A long strip torn from the trousers leg of the oilskins was wrapped again and again around the box, and the box was stuffed into his pocket. The flash of a revolver shot cut the blackness behind him, then another and another. They were firing in a continuous stream again. It was fairly long range, but there was always the chance of a stray bullet finding its mark. Jimmie Dale, crouching low, made his way to the bow of the boat again. The point was looming almost abreast now. He edged in nearer, to hug it as closely as he dared risk the depth of the water. Behind, remorselessly, the other boat was steadily closing the gap, and the shots were not all wild. One struck with a curious singing sound on some piece of metal a foot from his elbow. Closer to the shore, running now parallel with the head of the point, Jimmie Dale again edged in the boat, his jaws clamped, working in little twitches. And then suddenly, with a swift, appraising glance behind him, he swerved the boat from her course and headed for the shore. Not directly, but diagonally across the little bay that, on the farther side of the point, had now opened out before him. He was close in with the edge of the point, 10 yards from it, sweeping past it. The point itself came between the two boats, hiding them from each other, and Jimmie Dale, with a long spring, dove from the boat's side to the water. The momentum from the boat as he sank robbed him for an instant of all control over himself, and he twisted, doubled up, and rolled over and over beneath the water. But the next moment, his head was above the surface again, and he was striking out swiftly for the shore. It was only a few yards, but in a few seconds the pursuing boat too would have rounded the point. His feet touched bottom. It was haste now, nothing else that counted. The drum of the racing engines, the crackling roar of the exhaust from the oncoming boat was in his ears. He flung himself upon the shore and down behind a rock. Around the point, past him, tore the police boat, dark forms standing clustered in the bow, and then a sudden shout. "There she is! See her? She's heading into the bay for the shore." Jimmie Dale's lips relaxed. There was no doubt that they had sighted their quarry again. A perfect fusillade of revolver shots directed at the now empty boat was quite sufficient proof of that. With something that was almost a chuckle, Jimmie Dale straightened up from behind the rock and began to run back along the shore. The little motor boat would have grounded long before they overtook her, and thinking naturally enough that he had leaped ashore from her, they would go thrashing through the woods and fields searching for him. It was a longer way back by the shore, a good deal longer. Now over rough rocky stretches where he stumbled in the darkness, now through marshy southern ground where he sank as in a quagmire time and again over his ankles. It was even longer than he had counted on, and time with the Weasel on one hand and the return of the police on the other was a factor to be reckoned with again, as a half-hour later Jimmie Dale stole across the lawn of Mitchell's house for the second time that night, and for the second time crouched beneath the open French windows. Masked again, the water still dripping from what were once immaculate evening clothes, but which now sagged limply about him, his collar a pasty string around his neck. The mud and dirt splashed to his knees. Jimmie Dale was a disreputable and incongruous-looking object as he crouched there, shivering uncomfortably from his immersion in spite of his exertions. Inside the room, Mitchell passed the windows, pacing the floor, one side of his face badly cut and bruised from the blow with the boat hook, and as he passed, his back turned for an instant, Jimmie Dale stepped into the room. Mitchell whirled at the sound, and with a suppressed cry, instinctively drew back. Jimmie Dale's automatic was dangling carelessly in his right hand. "I am afraid I am a trifle melodramatic," observed Jimmie Dale, apologetically, surveying his own bedraggled person, "but I assure you it is neither intentional nor for effect. As it is, I was afraid I would be late. Pardon me if I take the liberty of helping myself. One gets a chill in wet clothes so easily." He passed to the liquor stand, poured out a generous portion from one of the decanters, and tossed it off. Mitchell neither spoke nor moved. Stupefaction, surprise, and a very obvious regard for Jimmie Dale's revolver mingled themselves in a helpless expression on his face. Jimmie Dale set down his glass and pointed to a chair in front of the desk. "Sit down, Mr. Mitchell," he invited pleasantly. "It will be quite apparent to you that I have not time to prolong our interview unnecessarily, in view of the possible return of the police at any moment. But you might as well be comfortable. You will pardon me again if I take another liberty." He crossed the room, turned the key in the lock of the door leading into the hall, and returned to the desk. "Sit down, Mr. Mitchell," he repeated, a sudden rasp in his voice. Mitchell, none too graciously, now seated himself. "Look here, my fine fellow," he burst out. "You're carrying things with a pretty high hand, aren't you? You seem to have eluded the police for the moment, somehow. But let me tell you, No," interrupted Jimmie Dale softly. "Let me tell you all there is to be told." He leaned over the desk and stared rudely at the bruise on Mitchell's face. "Rather a nasty crack, that," he remarked. Mitchell's fists clenched, and an angry flush swept his cheeks. "I'd have made it a good deal harder," said Jimmie Dale, with sudden insolence, "if I hadn't been afraid of putting you out of business, and so precluding the possibility of this little meeting. Now then," the revolver swung upward and held steadily on a line with Mitchell's eyes, "I'll trouble you for the diagram of that Alaskan claim that belongs to Mrs. Michael Breen." Mitchell, staring fascinated into the little round black muzzle of the automatic, edged back in his chair. So that's what you're after, is it?" he jerked out. "Well," he laughed unnaturally and waved his hand at the disarray of the room, "it's been stolen already." "I know that," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "By you." "Me!" Mitchell started up in his chair, a whiteness creeping into his face. "Me! Sit down!" Jimmie Dale's voice rang out ominously cold. "I haven't any time to spare. You can appreciate that. But even if the police return before that map is in my possession, they will still be too late as far as you are concerned. Do you understand? Furthermore, if I am caught, you are ruined. Let me make it quite plain that I know the details of your little game. You are a cub broker, Mr. Mitchell, ostensibly. In reality, you run what is nothing better than an exceedingly profitable bucket shop. The Weasel has been a customer and also a stool for you for years. How Hamvert met the Weasel is unimportant. He came east with the intention of getting in touch with a slick crook to help him. The Weasel is the coincidence. That is all. I quite understand that you have never met Mr. Hamvert, nor Hamvert you, nor that Hamvert was aware that you and the Weasel had anything to do with one another and were playing in together. But that equally is unimportant. When Hamvert engaged the Weasel for $10,000 to get the map from you for him, the Weasel chose the line of least resistance. He knew you and approached you with an offer to split the money in return for the map. It was not a question of your accepting his offer. It was simply a matter of how you could do it and still protect yourself. The Weasel was quite qualified to point the way. A fake robbery of your house would answer the purpose admirably. You could not be held either legally or morally responsible for a document that was placed unsolicited by you in your possession if it was stolen by you, or stolen from you, rather. Mitchell's face was ashen, colorless. His hands were opening and shutting, with nervous twitches on the top of the desk. Jimmie Dale's lips curled. But Jimmie Dale was clipping off his words now viciously. Neither you nor the Weasel were willing to trust the other implicitly. Perhaps you know each other too well. You were unwilling to turn over the map until you had received your share of the money, and you were equally unwilling to turn it over until you were safe. That is, until you had engineered your fake robbery, even to the point of notifying the police that it had been committed. The Weasel, on the other hand, had some scruples about parting with any of the money without getting the map in one hand before he let go of the banknotes with the other. It was very simply arranged, however, and to your mutual satisfaction. While you robbed your own house this evening, he was to get half the money in advance from Hamvert, giving Hamvert to understand that he had planned to commit the robbery himself tonight. He was to come out here then, receive the map from you in exchange for your share of the money, return to Hamvert with the map, and receive in turn his own share. I might say that Hamvert actually paid down the advance, and it was perhaps unfortunate for you that you paid such scrupulous attention to details as to cut your own telephone wires. I had not, of course, an exact knowledge of the hour or minute in which you proposed to stage your little play here. The object of my first visit a little while ago was to forestall your turning the diagram over to the Weasel. Circumstances favored you for the moment. I am back again, however, for the same purpose, the map. Mitchell, in a cowed way, was huddled back in his chair. He smiled miserably at Jimmie Dale. Quick! Jimmie Dale flung out the word in a sharp peremptory bark. Do you need to be told that the cartridges are dry? Mitchell's hand, trembling, went into his pocket and produced an envelope. Open it, commanded Jimmie Dale, and lay it on the desk, so that I can read it. I am too wet to touch it. Mitchell obeyed, like a dog that has been whipped. A glance at the paper, and Jimmie Dale's eyes lifted again to sweep the floor of the room. He pointed to a pile of books and documents in one corner that had been thrown out of the safe. Go over there and pick up that checkbook, he ordered tersely. What for? Mitchell made feeble protest. Never mind what for, snapped Jimmie Dale. Go and get it. And hurry. Once more, Mitchell obeyed and dropped the book hesitantly on the desk. Jimmie Dale stared silently, insolently, contemptuously at the other. Mitchell stared uneasily, sat down, shifted his feet, and his fingers fumbled aimlessly over the top of the desk. Compared with you, said Jimmie Dale in a low voice, the Weasel, and Hamvert too, crooks though they are gentlemen. Michael Breen, as he died, told his wife to take that paper to someone she could trust, who would help her and tell her what to do. And knowing no one to go to, but because she scrubbed your floors and therefore thought you were a fine gentleman, she came timidly to you and trusted you. You cur! Jimmie Dale laughed suddenly, not pleasantly. Mitchell shivered. Hamvert and Breen were partners out there in Alaska. When Breen first went out," said Jimmie Dale slowly, pulling the tin can wrapped in oilskin from his pocket. "Hamvert swindled Breen out of the one strike he made, and Mrs. Breen and her little girl back here were reduced to poverty. The amount of that swindle was, I understand, $15,000. I have 10 of it here, contributed by the Weasel and Hamvert, and you will, I think, recognize therein a certain element of poetic justice. But I am still short $5,000. Jimmie Dale removed the cover from the tin can. Mitchell gazed at the contents numbly. "You perhaps did not hear me," prompted Jimmie Dale coldly. "I am still short $5,000. Mitchell circled his lips with the tip of his tongue. "What do you want?" he whispered hoarsely. "The balance of the amount." There was an ominous quiet in Jimmie Dale's voice. "A check payable to Mrs. Michael Breen for $5,000. I haven't got that much in the bank," Mitchell fenced, stammering. "No? Then I should advise you to see that you have by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning," returned Jimmie Dale curtly. "Make out that check." Mitchell hesitated. The revolver edged insistently a little farther across the desk, and Mitchell, picking up a pen, wrote feverishly. He tore the check from its stub and with a snarl pushed it toward Jimmie Dale. "Fold it," instructed Jimmie Dale in the same curt tones, "and fold that diagram with it. Put them both in this box." "Thank you." He wrapped the oilskin around the box again and returned the box to his pocket. And again, with that insolent, contemptuous stare, he surveyed the man at the desk. Then he backed to the French windows. "It might be as well to remind you, Mitchell," he cautioned sternly, "that if for any reason this check is not honored, whether through lack of funds or an attempt by you to stop payment, you will be in a cell in the Tombs tomorrow for this night's work. That is quite understood, isn't it?" Mitchell was on his feet. Sweat glistened on his forehead. "My God!" he cried out shrilly. "Who are you?" And Jimmie Dale smiled and stepped out on the lawn. "Ask the Weasel," said Jimmie Dale, and the next instant, lost in the shadows of the house, he was running for his car. End of part 1, chapter 9.